Like the jingle said, with the wonderful lyrics written by Violet, with the use of AI to put that musical piece together was quite entertaining. It is. We run this room. Steve runs this room slash show. Very organized. Everybody gets a fresh five. Everybody gets a chance to speak, but we do it in order. We don't want interruptions. We do encourage, conversations that are productive and meaningful and not suck. Like don't throw personal attacks and don't say silly stuff because when that silly stuff gets said, we're going to challenge that silly stuff. So we do have Nesset next for his fresh five or her fresh five, whoever they may be, and then we will go around back in order. I know Elliot didn't get his fresh five earlier, but we're going to give Nesset his mic time. Nesset, you got your fresh five. Care to say?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Nesset.
Very, very well. So real quick, I just like to say that I'm black from Africa, etc. Right, and I just want to say that atheism is not an African original concept. It was never a part of traditional African culture. All of our African ancestors believed in some type of higher being, some type of supreme being, right? And that being said, I'll also like to say that Islam, Christianity, and Judaism is not the black man's religion. We were made slaves under Allah and Jesus Christ, right? Jesus did not free us. Allah did not free us. So any black person that is, a Muslim or a Christian, you are lost. Brother or sister, you are extreme lost. And the world is fucked up today because people keep trying to force their religions upon other people, right? As black people, bro, we were by ourselves. All you other races, you guys came to us in the beginning. You guys came and fucked with us, right? You wanted to deal with us. You wanted to take what we had, right? And then now you're complaining that your societies are being fucked up because we're a part of it. But in the beginning, you guys came to us. We didn't ask for none of this shit. Y'all could have just left us alone, right? But it already happened, right? But yeah, I'm a practitioner of African spirituality, right? In Africa, we have many African spiritual systems, right? And you will find your truth within these spiritual systems. You will not find your truth within the religion of the white man, or the religion of the Arab man, or the religion of the Chinese or Asian, or whatever type of other race, right? And religion is a cultural concept which is specific to each race of people on this planet Earth. That means that everybody on this earth, they have their own concept of what God is, right? And it's connected to them. So if you're a black person worshiping Allah or Jesus Christ or Buddha, Muhammad, right, or any of the Hindu deities, right, you are lost. You are extremely lost. And I will land on that. I also have a response.
Okay, thank you very much, Nesset, and thank you everybody for joining us here on Ask the Atheist with the Black Man. We're gonna go around again. JCC, I'll let you call out the order.
Hang on a minute. So yeah,
Very well said.
Madam, if you interrupt again, you will be put down the audience. So please. Alfonso had something to say. Alfonso, you can add on to what you were saying before and respond to what Nesson said as well. Great, Alfonso. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, to finish my previous interaction, I was trying to steel man what creationism might mean in different traditions. A very common one in different traditions is that there was some entity, superior, creator, maybe rolled the earth or was independent of the earth, came up and created plants as they exist, and humans and animals as they exist, and they never evolved. Or others who are a little bit more in depth, they've got, like John Mallinckrodt says, he gave the spark and then didn't really do much. So he started the process of evolution and humans to that. But as objective observers, we don't see that. Right? We see as far back as or have any evidence to see that there was an agent creating all this. So even though we see cars and watches, we infer that a human created them. We cannot infer that the earth, the volcanoes, the sea, and other life forms emerged. We have no way of seeing that except for scripture and tradition. So I think we're at a loss if we believe that there was an agent. And so to the traditions of Africa, again, if you think that the African traditions are monolithic and they all believe in a higher power, the evidence shows religion in all the world, and especially in Africa, because that's the cradle of civilization. It started with animism, basically seeing agents in nature, and we started to believe that there were spirits acting, behind the scenes, and I think it's very poetic. It's beautiful, the human experience. But there's something that really concerns me, right? There's thousands of Christians that are being murdered for being Christian. I'm an atheist, but I don't condone the murder of theists either, right? And so Africans, Muslims are murdering, killing Christians, non-Christians, just because they have different belief systems. And so that is concerning when you come up with the supremacy of one belief system. That's very problematic.
Thank you, Alfonso. Well said.
Can I respond to that?
60 seconds. Go ahead, Nesset. What's your response? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the whole ordeal of Africans killing each other on the continent because of these religions, you understand that as Black people, as Africans, we are under a spell. Like, for example, I'm here as a Black man, an African, speaking English to you all. English is not my indigenous language to my ancestors. It's not the language that we spoke. So, like, our subconscious mind and the way we see the world is so fucked up that when we see each other through the lenses of white people. Like, we're that fucked up that we see each other through white people's lenses. So when we're over here killing each other in the name of these religions, you understand that, like, it's so hard to, like, explain. It's just that we're just under a spell. We're not operating through our natural self at all. From the way we see each other, from the way we see God, we're not operating as our true self. And white people, like, bro, why the fuck won't y'all just leave us the fuck alone? Just leave us the fuck alone. Stop coming to Africa, right? Stop implementing whatever the fuck y'all got going on. Just leave us alone. From the beginning, you guys came over and wanted to do whatever the fuck. We were perfectly fine. We were perfectly fine.
I just want to contribute very quickly. Nesset, although I'm an atheist, although I'm a Jew, I consider myself a white person. And you have my personal guarantee. I have no intention of going to Africa. And I absolutely, without question, will leave you alone. That being said, JCC, may I make a recommendation?
Yeah, go ahead.
I recommend that we go to Madam now because I believe she's on her knees, chomping us blazing, chomping at the bit. But that's up to you. That's up to you.
Sir. I think, Madam, you got like 2 minutes to reply, to respond to something, add something on topic or something different. Madam, are you there? All right, Madam. I am God.
I'm here.
Okay.
It's a lot going on. My very close friend has something to say. She's been listening she has something to say.
Is it in reference to what we just currently discussed
Absolutely.
about?
Let me tell you a little bit about history right now. Black people sold themselves to their own people at one time. So did Europeans. Everybody sold themselves at one time to their own race. We can't be blaming white people for every problem on this fucking earth. Let me tell you something right now. Nobody is a problem. We're all human. And the race is human race. There is no fucking race that's to divide you and to conquer. Stop playing into the bullshit and come together and fight who's really ruling the world, which is 13 royal families ruling this motherfucking world. We should be literally taking back our country, taking back our earth, and telling these people not to rule us anymore. I'm telling you right now.
Can I respond to that?
No, you cannot. I'm going to respond to that and turn it back to JCC. Madam, are you finished? Okay, very good. I want everybody except Madam and the mods to turn down their, no, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I was going to say something very stupid. I'm biting my tongue. JCC back.
Good job, Steve. Good job. So, thank you, Madam's friend, for sharing that tidbit of information. Yes, Nesset, since you brought this up, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond because I want to pass the mic to I Am God. He's been wanting to chime in on the topic. So, what's your response, Nesset?
Yeah, so with the whole, it's crazy that, Madam's friend brought this up because I was just speaking to my white colleague about this not too long ago, right? The whole ordeal with Africans selling other Africans, you gotta understand that, yes, we're all humans, right? And even I would argue that we're not all human beings, but that's a different conversation. But you gotta understand that, like, when white people encountered Africans during that time, we had a different mindset, right? There's a book, it's called the Iceman Inheritance, right? And it talks about how the upbringings of white people and Africans, it created a psychology where white people were able to take advantage of our psychology. For example, right, in Africa, we live in a tropical climate, right, where we don't really have to worry about food, right, because the sun will bring the food back, right? The food grows out of the earth. It comes from the trees, right? There's plentiful of animals. There's land, plentiful everywhere, right? Right? Minimal clothing, right? Whereas white people, they grew up in an environment where it was cold, harsh, right? And nothing survived, nothing grew, right? So they had to think of ways to survive. They had to think in the future, right? To survive the winter. So when they came across Africans who were living in this land of abundance, right, they were able to take advantage of this type of environment, this type of people, because of how they were living, right? So Africans, we have, until this day, we have a very, how can I say, it's very innocent. Africans are very peaceful people. I will say, we are very peaceful people. I know wrap it up. Yeah. I know it may not seem like it, but we are very peaceful, innate people in our hearts. We're just peaceful people. We Europeans are not peaceful people. They are a very warlike type of people, savage people.
Thank you, Nessa. Thank you. So, I Am God. What is it you care to add?
Oh, man. I have so much to say, but we're going to show you some of this. Brother Daniel.
We'll give you a fresh 5. You got 5 minutes to say what's on your mind.
Yeah. Thank you. Les, I think that's the name. We're talking about things take shape, things that man does that. Steve has said a lot of it that was correct as well. We are the creators, we're the destroyers. We give life, we take life, we move mountains. We feed the animals. We look out. There's evil on this earth, yes. We look out after each other. So all that you said, I don't understand. Factories is what made your couch to look through that shape. Factories made your TV look the way it looked. Factories made these clothes, the hat, and that fit, that knife, and that thing. You see, factories, and we ship these things to you, and you accept it. You don't never push it back and go, I don't want that because that's man-made. I wait for God to send me out his own image. You see, when you're on that table, that doctor, make sure that your heart is beating, that you pull through that surgery. You see? So I'm going to leave that one alone. And that's brother, oh my God. There's a saying where you should just keep quiet and let people think you smart instead of opening your mouth and moving all reasonable down. The people in this room, I'm sure, we're older than you. We're older than you that you have to give us no history. Woman matter, dropped it down on you real quick. Not long, not drawn out, nice and simple. And you just sat there and said how Europeans are evil, how they're nasty. But what you didn't understand, how you just came in this room with white people and just said about the things you said in the tone of your voice. So you pretty much wasn't representing with Africans. You see? So I would say to you, don't go in a space that makes you uncomfortable. Hear me when I say that. Let this be scripture. Go where you are happy. Because evidently, your soul isn't good. It's not nice. Just like the last man who kept saying, oh, y'all racist, y'all racist. Why would you put yourself in that area, in that room, around those people? You see, it doesn't do good for the soul. It really doesn't. It makes you respond and talk like you're talking now because you look at that. No, we wasn't blind. No, we're not looking at the world or America through this because I'm wise enough now. Got my third eye open. Don't blame no white man. Don't blame the black man. I will blame myself because of the situation that I put myself in. And you should be grown enough to know now. Ain't nobody got to put you on the pocket this no more. You should know. Don't look at that way. Because evidently it makes you angry. I'm just like Steve up there when he said, I don't care your race. I don't care your color. You're an asshole because you're an asshole. Now, am I prejudiced? Yes, because there's some things I don't like. And there's some people that I don't like. But you're too old, brother, to be coming here, probably come to America that you probably dislike, you don't like, but you come here. You take in our resources. You see? Then you probably go back to Africa. I don't know. But the way
I'm not in America.
Okay. I said I don't know. But I said you may come to America. You may have been to America. I didn't say you are American. But why go to a place that you don't like? That's my point. I lay it.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah,
We'll come around. First, I'd just like to say, if
very well.
anybody would like to come on up.
Hang on,
guys.
Hang on, that's it.
If anyone else would like to come on up and add to the conversation or, talk about whatever's on your mind, you can come on up and get your fresh five too. I am now going to turn it back over to JCC to decide which direction we're going to take next.
Excellent. Thank you, Violet. This is fun. I really enjoy this conversation. I want to, Elliot, we were chiming in and asking you to speak in hour number 2. It's now hour number 3. Elliot, you got a moment to talk. You can get your fresh five while we still got time for fresh fives, bro. What's on your mind? Elliot, are you there?
I'm just listening. I don't know. The conversation about the race is always cringe, but thanks for that.
But of course, Elliot, you're so welcome. So, Les, you want to respond? I'll give you a minute or so to respond. What was on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. Everyone who spoke and addressed what I said didn't say anything that I feel was substantial. Like your guys keep up there. I know I spoke about order, and then he's talking about cancer. Where does cancer happen? Do you have sand and rocks getting cancer? Isn't cancer in cells? That's order. Cancer don't just go in and grab on the metal and.
Okay, so let's dialogue back and forth. So actually, cancer is disorder, right? He was using that as an example in antithesis to the order that you're claiming, right? And I also gave you. Please do not interrupt. I also gave you a response to rebut your intelligent design argument. I don't know if that's what you knew you were doing. You're making a claim. Look at things that, look at the trees argument. Trees seem to be ordered, right? Therefore, there must be an intelligent designer behind the trees. There's nothing to conclude from that because we can see things that are ordered by intelligent beings like us, and then we can compare contrast things that do not need a quote-unquote a designer. And that's why Steve brought up volcanoes, hurricanes, and tornadoes. Those are the opposite of order. And if you're claiming all things are from an intelligent designer, it doesn't follow because there's disorder in the same thing. So just because you see complexity does not mean it's intelligent design.
I don't know if you mentioned Seco.
Yeah, I was able to allow you to speak and you communicated clearly without interrupting you. Let me be able to speak. Okay? So when we talk about volcanoes, does volcano happen in the air? It happens in the earth. That's order. okay? It happened in a specific location. You don't expect planes to be flying on the ground, you know? So your idea of disorder is happening within a specific vicinity that accommodate for that activity to happen in that location. So it's still ordered. So whatever you say about vocabulary.
10 seconds before he said, let's dialogue.
Ladies.
No hard work that I know is for the war in Iraq. You know, those
It's okay to dissent against your own country. Well, if that's okay, then why isn't it okay to disagree with?
He was also United Nations staff at the United Nations Turin, Italy. He's part of the.
We're going to get a cheap fight experience. I don't think it really mattered.
I think the people.
So I was gonna say real quick. So from my understanding, and I could be wrong, Spirit was intended to be like a
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the side, given unsaved thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the common child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the office and tithe given. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My finger on the feet of earth, surround my afternoons thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. I now adore the waves of music in the song that I sing of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, challenge conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the sea. 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
Remove your car scratches in 60 seconds or get your money back. Look, no cut, no fun.
About me shine the diamonds already.
More than that, Tacitus describes the physical characteristics of these mighty Germans. He wrote about how they had fierce blue eyes, blonde hair, and huge frames. They In short, they were perfect Aryans. For the Nazis, the Germania was proof that the German people were descended from a mighty race superior to all others, and provided a direct link to their Aryan origins. And the words of Tacitus would resonate with one German in particular. To give up the Asinus Codex. But the Count Aurelio Balbesti Baliani was not used to being bossed around.
Mussolini wanted to give it to Hitler as a present, but my father actually didn't like fascism. He didn't like Mussolini.
The Count thought Mussolini was ridiculous, and he had no time for the pompous upstart's demands. So he refused to hand over the book.
He didn't want to make Mussolini too happy. He didn't want to make Hitler happy. I mean, he didn't want to give it away.
I was always proud of my father for everything. Just to say no and just to be really nonchalant about it. I think that demonstrates courage and intelligence.
Another of his properties, his palazzo in the town of Iesi, only a few miles away. The Count's treasures had been smuggled out in agricultural carts, hidden from the Germans beneath piles of farm produce.
There were many cars that were going at the time in the center of the town of Iesi, so lots of things were hidden under the wheat and under the leaves.
Could it be that the Asinus Codex was among the valuables?
Mine is the head of the man, and mine
This was the
is
first time
sight
humanity
is
had ever seen
clean
one of
as
these living again. Its
the
body was covered in blood-red scales, and its face looked strangely similar to the demons of legend. But this alien freely handed humanity a huge amount of advanced technology. However, scientists logically sensed that something was off, because ever since this visitor from space arrived, humanity's technological progress had come to a complete standstill, and no one had come up with a single new invention. So logically, he reported the discovery to top-level officials, but the officials did not care at all. After all, with alien technology doing the work for them, humanity had no need to develop anything of its own hands. And the officials casually told them that the alien had asked them to capture every kind of animal on Earth, but no one knew why he wanted that. So they formed an idea. Openly confronted the alien in front of him, as he tried to knock down technology and wanted to take away his animals. But the alien did not dodge the question at all. Instead, he calmly said all of this was for humanity's own good. It seemed off technology because he feared humans would gain the power to destruct themselves. As one of the animals only came on an exhibition on Earth, expecting those words left behind. Nothing to say. Right after that, the alien said they would pregnant and optimize their baby's genes. And to do that, they had one pregnant woman place her palm against the round disc. At first, the woman wanted to refuse, but under the alien's overwhelming presence, she obeyed. Instantly, Snow White began shot straight into the sky, and everyone there was left stunned. They all believed this was improving the fetus's genes. Their mother was taking a cry, not something unusual, because inside the being, a strange symbol could be seen. They immediately copied the symbol down and took it home to study. After giving it their blood broke out in a cold sweat, it turned out that the symbols pointed directly to a set of spatial coordinates, and that meant the so-called genetic optimization was nothing but a cover. What's more, every child born from the womb touched by that being showed abnormal supernatural abilities. Some could move objects with their minds, and some could enter other people's dreams to send messages. Even stranger, those children would gather at fixed times, and all at once they would make bizarre hand gestures toward a specific point in the sky, as if they were carrying out some silent ritual. One had no idea what was really happening, but he was certain that the alien was behind it all. So he made up his mind to seek out who it is and uncover the truth behind this conspiracy. He's Kitover, who's in charge of transporting animals to the aliens. After finding a way to stop it from Mark, seeing that his mind was without, Kitover perfectly routines. And just like that, Mark successfully foiled carnage, sealed inside a vacuum bag among the branches of aliens. What he never expected was that the alien had already seen through everything, and the trap too devastating for him to air was already unfolding in silence. This was the first time he
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The clouds be shine, the dawn waves of music in the soul, my dream of home, entering strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Again upon the double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine not the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike care. But my body ain't walking. I want me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Set it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and title. By the sign I invoke thee. The contributor that, yes, their tickets were probably, maybe a little cheaper than other airlines, but Frontier has.
The Mod Squad, we wish you and your families a great remainder of your weekend. We will be back next Saturday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and next Sunday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. And JCC, why don't you say the standard last words for the show?
Wish you all happy trails until we meet again. Thank you, folks.
Bombadita, 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 Who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and think about sunny happy
My mama got a whole bunch of bamboo on back home. And my mama got a whole bunch of bamboo.
To spare it, it's such a horrible comparison.
That wasn't a comparison. That wasn't a comparison. Don't lie. It wasn't a comparison. You were just citing that they did it. Choosing them in the first place, like this whole check bag, I'm sure that I'm comfort. You probably thinking, I'm going to be here for a long time, so let me just get here up front and figure out what the cost would be, rather than going with their business model. Like again, that was mentioned earlier, has been working for 30 years.
is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain.
Megatron.
By my body I invoke thee.
Welcome to the book club. Hello? So I'm going to read a book. Not many people these days take the time to do this. Most people are too busy talking. Nobody's actually learning. People claim they are learning, but I have yet to hear anyone learn anything. It's unbelievable. Nothing intelligent is being projected. It's all just stoic or Socratic method dialogue. And then they say, let's dialogue. And then they interrupt you immediately because it was a lie. They don't want a dialogue. They just... But anyways, I heard a lot of bullshit this morning on this app. A lot of bullshit. A lot of shit about white people being the worst people on the earth and that black people had the natural God, the magic God, but it was the Muslims and the Christians that enslaved and raped and destroyed the African, and they have the world's real religion.
Wait, did you say Earth?
Earth.
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 Like Alf? Like Alf? Remember Alf? Or you mean Earth?
Like the truth. Like the truth at your birth and at your death. The truth is the truth of the earth from your birth until your death. And then you have to ask yourself, was Clubhouse worth it?
Oh, I have something to read to you, my friend.
Okay, then you will be modded 3 minutes to 10 minutes. That's the book club rule.
Okay, so this is the hypostasis of archons. The book is called The Reality of the Rulers. It's an anonymous tractate presenting an esoteric interpretation of Genesis 1 to 6, partially in the form of a revelation discourse between an angel and a questioner. While the tractate illustrates a wide range of Hellenistic syncretism, whatever, the most evident components are Jewish, although it presents a form of the hypostasis of archons, shows clearly a Christian features, thus it can be considered Christian work. Its theological perspectives is a various Gnostic as perhaps Nephian affirmation. It is generally assumed that the hypostasis of archons, like all the other Nag Hammadi texts, is translated from Greek. The possibility of Coptic on the phrase "besides me" in Isaiah 46:9, and blind in this hypostasis, in this chapter, such as well as a description of animal-headed rulers, suggests that the performance may have been Egyptian. This document is tentatively dated in the 3rd century CE. It's obviously no later than the 4th century to which Nag Hammadi collection is dated. But the well-developed Gnostic of material in this document, as well as the Midrashic handling of spiritual material, argue against the early date. Furthermore, the philosophical orientation of consuming. Chapter 96, 11 through 14 has identified as atypical of the 3rd century Neoplatonism. The questions of date and provenance complicated, and the possibility that the work as it stands is a result of Christian editors having combined the narrative sources, interpreting parts of Genesis with a revelation discourse concerning with the Syriotology and eschatology, and placing them all with Christian. Epistasis of the Archons is certainly the work of a Gnostic teacher instructing an audience while using previous material. He writes, from a position of authority, even in angelic revelation, where the characters in the discourse is obstinately speaking, however you say that. The audience is a Christian Gnostic community, aware of the material of both testaments and accepting the authority of Paul. They are familiar with Jewish literary traditions, including the Apocrypha, or elliptic text. A tradition functioning from the apocalyptic, providing reassurance for the insecure community. It's operative here. The hypostasis of archons, and thus an esoteric word written for the self-conscious community, which probably felt pressure from the Christian community that defined itself as orthodox, and others as heretical. There are clearly some literary relationships between the hypostasis of archons and on the origin of the world, which follows this tractate in code. Second, being to draw a common source later. The latter mentions the book or books of Noria, in which the Ephesians also referred to. Which Epiphanius also refers to. It says suggested that the hypostasis of archons is to be identified with that source, but without compelling evidence. There are a brief introduction owning the great apostle Paul, the hypostasis of archons offer its methodological narratives. The main characters in the mythological drama which unfolds includes a blind ruler, Samuel, also called Dakar, or Fool, an Yaldabaoth, who blasphemes against the divine, the spiritual woman who roses Adam and outwits its rulers, the snake. An instructor who counsels the men and women to eat the fruit forbidden by the rulers. Noria, the daughter of Eve, the virgin, pure in character and exalted in knowledge. Page 93 of the tractate will focus changes on somewhat the center stage now is the great angel of Athena, who reveals to Nora, the original and destiny of the archonic powers. Epistasis of Archon proclaims, as the title indicates, the reality of the Archon rulers. Far from being merely fictitious, imaginary powers and archons are all too real. These rulers indeed exist. This is a grim reality for the Christian Gnostics, who define their own spiritual nature and opposition to the ruling and enslaved authorities. Yet, as the document promises, the Christian Gnostics can have hope and their spiritual nature will be more lasting than the archives. And their heavenly destiny will be more glorious. In the end, the rulers will perish, and the Gnostics, the children of the light, will know the Father and praise him.
Okay, that was like 3 to 10 minutes in the book club. Welcome to the book club, everybody. Invite your friends. This is not the Socratic dialogue. This is straight up information. This is gathering information, distributing information. This is called how you don't waste fucking time. This is called interesting. But the same conversation over and over and over again with the same people saying the same shit. What the fuck? The point is that? No fucking point. It's a waste of time. So that means people are doing this all the time. They're wasting all their time. But anyways, I'm going to read from a book. Then I hope you will read from a book. We read from 3 to 10 minutes in the book club. We don't talk about the books we read. We just read the books. That's the secret of my magic book club is we don't waste any time. We just distribute information. You pick it up and you run with it. That's it. That's it. That's the whole show. That's the whole game. No more wasted time. No more opinions. And that's it. I'm going to read a book now. Here we go. This is Ayn Rand, page number 22. The process of concept formation does not consist merely of grasping a few simple abstractions, such as chair, table, hot, cold, and of learning to speak. It consists of a method of using one's consciousness, best designated by the term conceptualizing. It is not a passive state of registering random impressions. Oh, Megatron, the reason why I bought this book is because remember that day with Simon where we're like, we're going to...
Yeah. I have some books in PDF. I haven't began to read them yet, though, because I got stuck having to do other stuff, like buy my wife a car. Do you know what that's like?
I know what it's like to buy pretty girls nice stuff.
What it's like.
You know what's...
Buy a car that...
You know what's funny about this Ayn Rand is Simon is right. It's very good, but Simon does a horrible job explaining it. That's the funny part. Simon doesn't actually explain it barely at all. But when you read Ayn Rand, you're like, holy shit, this is pretty smart. Like this is very advanced thinking. Okay, continuing on, page 22. It is not a passive state of registering random impressions. It is an actively sustained process of identifying one's impressions in conceptual terms, of integrating every event and every observation into a conceptual context, of grasping relationships, differences, similarities in one's perceptual material and abstracting them into new concepts, of drawing inferences, of making deductions, of reaching conclusions, of asking new questions and discovering new answers and expanding one's knowledge into an ever-growing sum. The faculty that directs this process, the faculty that works by means of concepts, is reason. The process is thinking. Reason is the faculty that identifies and integrates the material provided by man's senses. It is a faculty that man has to exercise by choice. Thinking is not an automatic function. In any hour and issue of his life, man is free to think or to evade that effort. Thinking requires a state of full focused awareness. The act of focusing one's consciousness is volitional. Man can focus his mind to a full, active, purposefully directed awareness of reality, or he can unfocus it and let himself drift in a semi-conscious daze, merely reacting to any chance stimulus of the immediate moment. At the mercy of his undirected sensory perceptual mechanism of any random associated connections it might happen to make. When man unfocuses his mind, he may be said to be conscious in a subhuman sense of the word, since he experiences sensations and perceptions, but in the sense of and able to deal with it, a consciousness able to direct the actions and provide for the survival of a human being. An unfocused mind is not conscious. Psychologically, the choice to think or not is the choice to focus or not. Existentially, the choice to focus or not is the choice to be conscious or not. Metaphysically, the choice to be conscious or not is the choice of life or death. Consciousness, for those living organisms which possess it, is the basic means of survival. For man, the basic means of survival is reason. Man cannot survive as animals do by the guidance of mere percepts. A sensation of hunger will tell him that he needs food, if he has learned to identify it as hunger, but it will not tell him how to obtain his food, and it will not tell him what food is good for him or poisonous. He cannot provide for his simplest physical needs without a process of thought. No percepts and no instincts will tell him how to light a fire, how to weave cloth, how to forge tools, how to make a wheel, how to make an airplane, how to perform an appendectomy, how to produce an electric light bulb, or an electric tube, or a cyclotron, or a box of matches. Yet his life depends on such knowledge, and only a volitional act of his consciousness, a process of thought, can provide it. But man's responsibility goes still further. A process of thought is not automatic or instinctive, nor involuntary, nor infallible. Man has to initiate it, to sustain it, and to bear responsibility for its results. He has to discover how to tell what is true or false and how to correct his own errors. He has to discover how to validate his concepts, his conclusions, his knowledge. He has to discover the rules of thought, the laws of logic, to direct his thinking. Nature gives him no automatic guarantee of the efficacy of effort. Nothing is given to man on earth except a potential and the material on which to actualize it. The potential is a superlative machine, his consciousness. But it is a machine without a spark plug, a machine of which his own will has to be the spark plug, the self starter and the driver. He has to discover how to use it, and he has to keep it in constant action. The material is the whole of the universe, with no limit set to the knowledge he can acquire and to the enjoyment of life he can achieve. But everything he needs or desires has to be learned, discovered, and produced by him, by his own choice, by his own effort, by his own mind. A being who does not know automatically what is true or false cannot know automatically what is right or wrong, what is good for him or evil. Okay, that's 2 pages of Ayn Rand.
What a rant. What a rant. I've been looking for a lot of poetry notes.
Mhm.
Some old ones. And then I got to this song yesterday, and it's because I saw TikTok. I'll show you the TikTok now. There was this black guy who Tool, and he does it acoustically, and I never heard a song like this ever in my entire life. And I'm gonna share the fucking TikTok with you because it's inspired well. I saw him doing this, and it's such a song that you would never see. What's up, sister? It's a song that you would never see a black man with an acoustic guitar singing. So that in and of itself was like, shit, what song is he singing? And then when he sang it, he did it so good that it inspired me to learn the song yesterday. That's why I was singing it.
Do you want to pin it or put it in the chat?
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm going to put it there right now. And it's like a fucking, at first it looks like a goofy video. Like I didn't want to ruin like the picture I had in my head about who this guy was. So I started scrolling, and there were like moments where I was like, oh, this guy's really goofy. I was like, so I don't want to ruin the video by looking at all his other goofy shit. So I just kind of kept it.
You know what happens is when you find if you create a successful video on YouTube, what the creator does is they just recreate that successful video over and over and over again. There's these two guys on YouTube that like sing this one stupid song. It's like, I need a new heart and my heart is broken, now I got you. And then they feature like a girl or some entertainer who sings the song. They do the audio enhancement. But they got like 25 million subscribers, and they're probably making a few million a year singing the same stupid song over and over again. A few million. If you do 500 million impressions on YouTube and you're a paid creator, that's $2.5 million in revenue. And every month YouTube pays out $1 billion to its creators. Meanwhile, Clubhouse gives you the option to get some gold coins that you can't even cash out. It's so stupid. This app is so stupid. It's such a waste of time. But not in the book club, because we're using our brain here to improve our brain.
Yeah, no, the book club is superior. Superior.
Carmen, welcome to the book club. We are reading books to each other here. Do you have a book you'd like to read, Carmen? Excellent. We also have Fatima here. And Ben.
Oh, he does this so fucking good. And I'm not even gonna ruin it for you. Okay, Carmen? I'm not gonna ruin anything for you.
Look at Megatron's PTR. He's got the Sephiroth, or the Tree of Life, overlaid on Mother Mary.
Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, let's check out this TikTok.
There goes the video. Watch the video. I got stuck watching the video before I posted it. That's such a good one. Gotta listen
Yeah, that guy's getting laid with that song. Make your day. Okay, we're continuing on in the book club. That was our brief music segue to another book. We are here to improve our brains by using our brains. Carmen, would you like to read a book for 3 to 10 minutes? Now's your chance. 30 seconds going once. 30 seconds going twice. 33 seconds going 3 times. No? Okay, Megatron, it's your turn in the queue to read a book. Do you have a book, Megatron?
I want to read to you the lyrics to the song. And I'm going to read them as like a poem. And I'm not going to read them as an actual song. But I might have it playing in the background. The song originally by okay. This is Every Shadow's Just Behind Me. Okay, hold on a second. Let me lower this up. Listen to this. It's very good words. This is Every Shadow Just Behind Me. Every step I take, breaking every promise kept, wanting everything at me, waiting like a storm, but for a time within the rest. Only now the path is lost, just because the sun has set. Jesus was a fucking wrestler. Nothing but the past is done. Jesus was a fucking wrestler. Nothing but the past is done. Why can't we find this way? I just want to start this over. Why can't we just see through it? Just want to start. I just want to start this over. Second verse. I can just work this life. I can just live this life. Only complication. Destiny will fall as well. And we'll find the center. We'll shoot it up. Work too much. Mary was a fucking whistler. Nothing but the past is done. Why can't we find this? I just want to start this. Just work this out. Over this time, I can't never see. It kind of repeats the same thing in some verse. I just think this is a great song. What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you for that share, Almighty Megatron. Welcome back, everybody, to the Clown House Book Club, where we are fighting the brain rot minute to minute. We are using our brains to improve our brains by reading what's called books. Many people have forgotten about books because cell phones have taken over their minds. They are no longer actually alive. It's the cell phone controlling the body. But here in the book club, we are liberating our brains from cell phones using books. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are reading actual books. These long-forgotten pieces of paper with wisdom and intelligence embedded on the sheets. Welcome back to the book club. Okay. Sales at construction sites without a partner. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a partner because he's on Clubhouse all day. And his manager is like, you know what? That guy's on Clubhouse all day. He doesn't deserve a partner. But here in the book club, he's got reading partners. That's right. We're reading books to each other because we care for one another. Instead of having pointless, useless conversations, we are sharing high valuable information. Okay, Carmen, do you have a book you'd like to read? Now's your second chance to participate. Carmen? Okay, Carmen. Carmen, we're putting you in the goo. The stage is only for participants. Sorry, Carmen. Okay, this is page number 24, Ayn Rand. I'm going to read 2 more pages from Ayn Rand, and then that'll be my Ayn Rand for the day. Then I'm going to move on to our super special bonus section just for the Gnostics. Page 24. Yet he needs that knowledge in order to live. He is not exempt from the laws of reality. He is a specific organism to a specific nature that requires specific actions to sustain his life. He cannot achieve his survival by arbitrary means or by random motions, nor by blind urges, nor by chance, nor by whim. That which his survival requires is set by his nature and is not open to his choice. What is open to his choice is only whether he will discover it or not, whether he will choose the right goals and values or not. He is free to make the wrong choice, but not free to succeed with it. He is free to evade reality. He is free to unfocus his mind and stumble blindly down any road he pleases, but not free to avoid the abyss he refuses to see. Knowledge, for any conscious organism, is the means of survival. To a living consciousness, every is implies an ought. Man is free to choose not to be conscious, but not free to escape the penalty of unconsciousness. Destruction. Man is the only living species that has the power to act as his own destroyer, and that is the way he has acted through most of his history. Oh, we got Mountain Man. I hope you'll join us, Mountain. You need this more than anyone. It's called reading books. So, Mountain, what we're doing is we're reading for 3 to 10 minutes each. What up? I'm reading right now The Virtue of Selfishness by Ayn Rand. I'm reading 2 pages, and I'm putting all this on YouTube. What then are the right goals for man to pursue? What are the values his survival requires? That is the question to be answered by the science of ethics. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why man needs a code of ethics. Now you can assess the meaning of the doctrines which tell you that ethics is the province of the irrational, that reason cannot guide man's life, that his goals and values should be chosen by vote or by whim, that ethics has nothing to do with reality, with existence, with one's practical actions and concerns, or that the goal of ethics is beyond the grave, that the dead need ethics, not the living. Ethics is not a mystic fantasy, nor a social convention, nor a dispensable subjective luxury to be switched or discarded in any emergency. Ethics is an objective, metaphysical necessity of man's survival, not by the grace of the supernatural, or of your neighbors, nor of your whims, but by the grace of reality and the nature of life. I quoted from Galt's speech. Man has been called a rational being, but rationality is a matter of choice, and the alternative his nature offers him is rational being or suicidal animal. Man has to be man by choice. He has to hold his life as a value by choice. He has to learn to sustain it by choice. He has to discover the values it requires and practice his virtues by choice. A code of values accepted by choice is a code of morality. The standard of value of the objectivist ethics, the standard by which one judges what is good or evil, is man's life, or that which is required for man's survival qua man. Since reason is man's basic means of survival, that which is proper to the life of a rational being is the good. That which negates, opposes, or destroys it is evil. Since everything man needs has to be discovered by his own mind and produced by his own effort, the 2 essentials of the method of survival proper to a rational being are thinking and productive work. If some men do not choose to think, but survive by imitating and repeating like trained clubhouse animals the routine of sounds and motions they learned from others, never making an effort to understand their own work, it still remains true that their survival is made possible only by those who did choose to think and to discover the motions they are repeating. The survival of such mental parasites depends on blind chance. Their unfocused minds are unable to know whom to imitate, whose motions it is safe to follow, They are the men who march into the abyss, trailing after any destroyer who promises them to assume the responsibility they evade, the responsibility of being conscious. If some men attempt to survive by means of brute force or fraud, by looting, robbing, cheating, or enslaving the men who produce, it still remains true that their survival is made possible only by their victims, only by the men who choose to think and to produce the goods which they, the looters, are seizing. Such looters are parasites incapable of survival, who exist by destroying those who are capable, those who are pursuing a course of action proper to man. The men who attempt to survive, not by means of reason, but by means of force, are attempting to survive by the method of animals. But just as animals would not be able to survive by attempting the method of plants by rejecting locomotion and waiting for the soil to feed them, so men cannot survive by attempting the method of animals, by rejecting reason and counting unproductive men to serve as their prey. Such looters may achieve their goals for the range of a moment, at the price of destruction, the destruction of their victims and their own. As evidence, I offer you any criminal or any dictatorship. Okay, that's 2 pages of Ayn Rand. Welcome to the stage, Joanna. We are reading books. Mountain is next in the queue. If you have a book, Mountain.
I'm driving across the city. I'm going to the weed shop, so I can't really do that right now.
Oh, well then get your weed and come back and read to us when you're stoned.
I will.
Okay, great.
I will. Definitely will, sir.
Because if you put tetrahydrocannabinoid delta 9 in your bloodstream and you don't read a book, well then you're wasting the chemical. You're supposed to use it for therapeutic purposes and enlightenment purposes. Joanna, you are next in the queue. Joanna is a book reader. She is an author. I have created an audiobook for her about her wonderful novel. Joanna, do you want to read any of your books or something else? You have 3 to 10 minutes. This is a safe space. There's no Socratic dialogue here. We just read books. That means we share information with each other.
Wow, what an honor. I would, but I'm doing something right now, but I love you for that.
Okay, we have Abba and Alumi. We also have Joe B. We have Alumi here, who is a holder of the Logos. Alumi, you get 3 to 10 minutes to read whatever you want, and once you read, you do get a mod badge in this room. Only book readers. Anything you want, 3 to 10 minutes.
Let me pull something off the shelf.
And Abba, you get to go in the queue too, Abba. We try to limit conversations to 30 seconds and book reading 3 minutes to 10 minutes here in the Clown House Book Club.
Problem that as read, I've always liked reading this text to the ignorant masses. It is by R.T. Mullins, The End of the Timeless God. This book has given me the metaphysical chops to engage and reach enlightenment. Anyways, let us begin. Theological confusion number 1. God is temporal, timeless, or something in between. One major problem area in contemporary theology is a complete lack of conceptual clarity. With regard to divine eternality, it is important to get clear on what the debate between divine timelessness and divine temporality amounts to. Unfortunately, this is not always achieved. An alarming number of contemporary evangelical theologians continue to propagate the notion that God is timeless and temporal as he relates to creation and the unfolding of the plan of redemption. These views are barely explicated any meaningful and plan of redemption. Any meaningful and coherent way. contradiction, Ware tries to avoid this contradiction by saying God is timeless qua himself, but temporal qua related to creation. The move he is attempting to make is intended to be analogous to a move made in the incarnation. This will be discussed at length in chapter 7, which focuses on the incarnation. For now, it is worth pointing out why the move Ware makes is not analogous to the incarnation. In the incarnation, the quo move is intended to predicate the contradictory properties to different numerically distinct natures. For instance, only the human nature of Christ suffers while the divine nature does not suffer. While God's relation to creation, with God's relation to creation, there are not numerically distinct natures for where to appeal to. There is simply the divine nature. The divine nature, it appears, is timeless and temporal on Ware's account. That is incoherent. Further, it is not clear to me that Ware actually understands what divine timelessness and divine temporality means. This is a persistent problem in contemporary theology. Closely related to the claim that God is timeless and temporal, one can find theologians saying that the atemporal God experiences time. Perhaps one might say God experiences time differently than we do. This is a mistake, however, because an atemporal God cannot experience time. To truly have an experience of time takes time, and this is not something a timeless God can do. Another common confusion that is touted about to find a third way. We need to get beyond the divide between timelessness and temporality. One might say and find a third way between the two positions. Trying to find a third way is like hunting for a sniper in haggis. It is a futile hunt because it is nothing more than a trick perpetrated on the uninformed. When it comes to whether God is temporal or atemporal, there simply is no third way. The two positions.
I was having a good time out here.
Logically contradictory. If they were logically contradictory, like your pet
So
is either a
God
or
San Francisco, I went to some auditorium on Saturday. That's nice. I can see coming out too, you know, at the end of the day, on a different network.
either God exists. They are
Bill Murray said it very funny. You know,
we understand where these theological claims
they have
from.
Valerie Prize, and you love to go, good girl, Valerie, too. I found
One,
that out.
what divine timelessness and divine
Now, things are going real good, too. I mean, I just
These
finished
will
my
be
first
given
one.
an extensive in chapter 3, but for now, the definitions can be given. God is timeless if and only if God exists without beginning, without end, and without succession. To say that God exists without succession means that God does not do one thing and then another. The life of the timeless God is not characterized by a succession of moments like temporal beings are. God is temporal if and only if God exists without beginning, without end, and with succession. The life of the temporal God is characterized by a succession of moments. In other words, a temporal God has a before and after in his life. He experiences one moment of time after another, just like we do. A timeless God does not experience one moment of time after another. Instead, a timeless God experiences his life all at once. With these basic definitions before us, we can see that the claim that God is timeless and temporal is false. God cannot have succession in his life and lack succession in his life. This is a straightforward contradiction. We can see that there that is indistinguishable from divine timelessness. regarding step one, the Parthian might say that classical theism was invaded or corrupted by the static categories of Greek metaphysics. She might say that contemporary theologians reject these static categories and replace them with the dynamic categories of the biblical witness, which portrays a God who is not foreign to time. This might be persuasive reasoning for some theologians, but things go awry when Parthians go on to articulate the doctrine of divine eternality. In step two, they replace the doctrine of divine timeless in the most unfortunate way. Consider Karl Barth's articulation of divine eternality. Barth affirms that God exists without beginning and without end and without succession. He is the definition of divine timelessness. If this were not enough of a blunder, Barth goes on to praise and affirm Boethius' definition of God's eternality. He wishes to affirm with Boethius that God's life is one eternal moment that lacks the before and after, such that there is no second moment in the life of God. Boethius' definition of divine eternality is the classical statement of divine timelessness, and it is unfortunate that some systematic theologians wish to affirm this definition while trying to be divine temporalists. Barth seems to be unaware of the fact that he has just reasserted the doctrine of timelessness because he continually says that God is not foreign to time but exists in his own time. God's time, as Barth defines it, is without succession yet present to all of time. This is exactly what divine timelessness says. So Barth's doctrine of divine eternality is indistinguishable from divine timelessness. A more recent Barthian blunder comes from Kevin Ben Hooser. Ben Hooser says that God is outside of time and omnitemporal. This goes back to the first theological confusion. He claims that God's life is temporal because of God's dynamic three-person life. However, he says that God does not have a before and after in his life. The triune God simultaneously possesses succession such that there is no before and after in his life. This is unfortunate, for it commits the Barthian blunder. Further, the claim that God simultaneously possesses succession such that there is no before and after in the divine life is not entailed by the doctrine of the Trinity. Instead, it is simply incoherent. Succession involves a before and after, so nothing can simultaneously possess succession. There's other theological views. I'm sure they'll follow that. So 3 pages, that's 3 pages.
Yeah, usually about 2 pages is about, 3 to 10 minutes. But you can read more if you want to continue.
Are you following or just reading more?
No, I'm following. We're listening.
Oh, I read this a while back. Going through this again. There's some points that changed in my opinion. Alright, theological confusion. Alright. Theological confusion number three. The Trinity entails a particular understanding of eternality. The discussion of Ben Hooser raised a popular and unfortunate widespread confusion worth mentioning. There are divine temporalists who claim that the doctrine of the Trinity entails the God is in time. Contrary to the claims of these theologians, nothing about God being triune entails that God is temporal. Various contemporary theologians have attempted to argue that the eternal processions of the Son and the Holy Spirit from the Father entail that God is temporal. Sometimes the claim is that the intra-Trinitarian relations of the divine persons entail that God is temporal. Other times, the claim is that the doctrine of the Trinity was developed by the early church fathers in reaction to and in resistance against divine timelessness. It is hard to figure out what the argument is from these theologians, and the historical accuracy of such claims is dubious at best. us. Certainly nothing on the surface of the doctrine of the eternal processions and relations entails divine temporality. The traditional doctrine of the eternal processions proclaims that the Father timelessly causes the Son and Spirit to timelessly exist. The traditional doctrine of the eternal relations is that the Father, Son, and Spirit are timelessly related to one another through this ineffable, mysterious procession. I fail to see how such a doctrine could push one in the direction of divine temporality. On the other side, some claim that the Trinitarian understanding of God can save divine timelessness. It is not clear, however, that the doctrine of the Trinity makes a difference to the question at hand. The doctrine of the Trinity is certainly essential for Christians, but nothing about God being three persons in one essence sheds light on the coherence of divine timelessness. In fact, I am only aware of one forceful and clear argument in the literature that attempts to argue that only divine timelessness can accomplish or can accommodate the doctrine of the Trinity. Paul Helm has argued that divine temporality, in conjunction with the doctrine of the processions, entails Arianism. However, as I have argued elsewhere, the problem is not divine temporality. The problem is that the doctrine of the eternal processions entails Arianism. In most recent writings, Helm recognizes this as well. I suggest that theologians cease to make appeals to the doctrine of the Trinity to settle the dispute over God's eternal status. Instead, theologians should focus on God's relationship to the created universe. Theological confusion number 4. Placing God in the future. There is one final confusion that I wish to point out before moving forward with this book. Far too many discussions of God and time do not articulate what time is. This prevents us from fully understanding God's relationship to time. A clear understanding of time is necessary for such conversation. Fortunately, a growing number of theologians are beginning to see the importance of engaging in the philosophy of time. In particular, thinkers involved in the science-religion dialogue are aware of how significant the nature of time is for our thinking about the God-world relationship. Some of these theologians have offered coherent theories of time, but the results have been somewhat unfortunate. Some have articulated temporal understandings of God, where God somehow exists in the non-existent future, drawing the world closer to himself. God causes things from the non-existent future. It is rather unfortunate to place God in a non-existent time, as Thomas Scartle, there's a double points on the A, points out to place God in the non-existent future is to place God in a temporal location that is in principle out of reach. A God who exists in the future is not a God who is present with us. I am not even certain if a God who exists in the non-existent future in fact exists. This seems like an unintended form of atheism to locate God entirely in a non-existent time. To be clear, the intent behind such statements is well-meaning. The provenance of such thinking comes from Annenberg's account of prolepsis. Prolepsis is a doctrine of the inbreaking kingdom of God and the hope that arises from this. The idea is that in Christ we see the future here and now. Annenberg and those who follow him have taken this concept of prolepsis too far. It is one thing to say that we presently see the promises of God in Christ. In the ministry of Jesus, we get a glimpse of what God's kingdom will look like in the future. To be sure, for life, death, and resurrection of Christ grounds our eschatological hope. However, it is quite another thing to say that the future is literally breaking into our present, or that God exists in the future, causing things to occur in the present. the future is already in our present moment of time. The future is no longer a future. It is simply present. If a time exists at the present, it is present. Further, if God exists in the future and is somehow present in the future, his actions are too late. Life comes into existence, and then God says, "It will be right." In the light of all these theological confusions, I cannot help but be reminded of Pannenberg's call noted earlier. There is a need for a deep critical engagement with metaphysics and tradition of philosophical theology. If there is any hope of advancing our understanding of God's eternality and the nature of time,
Lisa
one
bent
must
down
engage in
without a care for the stunned looks of the men
a
behind her,
deep
grabbing an apple
understanding of
from
the
the bucket
possible
with her
Christian
mouth.
conception
Captivated
of
by
God.
Lisa's
It
seductive
is
display,
time to go
Ahoy
on the
wasted
search
no
for the
time
time of
asking
God
around.
that Christians
Anna,
have
who had
believed
long
in
had a
for
crush on him,
almost
saw this
2,000
and
years.
immediately spoke up, insisting she could do the same thing, brushing off
This
everyone who tried to
is a
stop
work
her. She
in
walked straight up to
analytical
the bucket,
theology.
but her first attempt
This
to grab an
good
apple with her
developing
mouth
field
ended in
faces
failure.
several
Determined,
challenges
she
in many
decided to try
theological
again.
circles
That
today.
is when it hit her. She suddenly couldn't breathe. It
Analytical
felt as though
philosophy
invisible hands were pressing down on her, holding her in place no matter how hard she fought. She threw every last bit of strength into breaking free, but it was no use. Her friend standing behind her noticed something was wrong and rushed over to pull her out of the bucket. At that very moment, the water inside began to boil. Anna's face flushed a deep, burning red, and no matter how desperately she struggled, she couldn't pull herself free. In the end, Anna died in that bucket, and only then were her friends finally able to drag her out. Police arrived quickly after receiving the emergency call, but after combing through the scene, they found nothing out of the ordinary. That led them to believe this might be a paranormal case. Sure enough, after a thorough search,
matters of historical theology, and often approach topics in an unsystematic and piecemeal way, which is rarely pointed out, however, is that the same is true of many other groups of theologians as well. Just think of certain Parthian theologians who proceed as if theology begins and ends with Karl Barth, or turn your attention to certain dogmatic Thomistic scholars who seem to think that nothing of great theological importance has transpired since the
turned
death
up a
of
brown
Thomas
cloth pouch
Aquinas
at the
because
scene
he had
containing
put
a bundle
Dogma
of herbs, a
Sabbath.
coin, and a finger bone opposite.
These groups of theologians appear to be rather ahistorical. To make matters worse, biblical theologians often accuse systematic theologians of not reading their Bibles, while systematic theologians often accuse biblical theologians of being unsystematic. In kind, the analytic philosophers of religion can easily accuse theologians of not reading their philosophy of religion. In the midst of such infighting, what is the analytic theologian to do? Will analytic theology be unbiblical, ahistorical, and unsystematic? My hope is the answer will be no, but time will only tell. The task set before analytic theology is one of serious interdisciplinary work. As it seeks to draw upon the rich resources of contemporary analytic philosophies, it must also draw upon the resources of biblical studies, systematic theology, as well as offer a deep engagement with the Christian tradition. In an effort to do this sort of interdisciplinary work, the analytic theologian will never be able to make everyone happy. For instance, the average analytic philosopher will have no patience for the amount of time I spend engaging the tradition. While the patience for the amount of time I spend engaging the tradition. While the average theologian will claim that I have not engaged the tradition enough, finding a happy balance that will please all sides may be a pipe dream, but it is still a dream that I wish to pursue. The project of analytic theology is still rather young, and much work needs to be done if it is to accomplish this interdisciplinary task. My goal is to continue this project by addressing a central issue of the Christian faith, the nature of God and the God-world relationship. My aim in the text is to assess the doctrine of God that has captured the Christian imagination for almost 2,000 years. I'm not interested in views of divine timelessness that merely exist in logical space. Instead, I'm interested in examining the vision of God that has been profoundly shaped through the development of Christian thought from the early apologists to the present time. The understanding of God that I have in mind is the doctrine of God that stands behind the early Christology and Trinitarian debates. This is the doctrine of God that is contained in and stands behind the ecumenical creeds, as well as in many confessions that span the denominational divide. It is an understanding of God as timeless that becomes a part of the doctrinal deposit of the early church fathers and is taken up subsequent generations of Christian thinkers in their attempts to flesh out the whole scope of Christian theology. The doctrine of divine timelessness is not a solitary doctrine, and as such it cannot be examined in isolation from other Christian doctrines. The vision of the timeless God that has so enamored the church is one that is systematically connected to a particular set of divine attributes. These divine attributes are simplicity, immutability, and impassibility. As one shall see throughout the argument of the book, these divine attributes form a very tight package in Christian thinking. Any assessment of divine timelessness must involve an assessment of these attributes as well. These attributes are used to justify the fundamentality of God's timeless eternality. For many classical Christian theologians and philosophers, these attributes are seen as not only mutually entailing, but identical. It is this robust classical vision of God that I shall be examining. Leave it at that.
Okay, excellent work. You can read a book. You get a green bean. You did it. You read a book. You're a man again. A man reads a book. Okay, this is the Clown House Book Club. If you want to read a book, Ava, now's your chance. Do you want to read a book, 3 to 10 minutes? Or read poetry or lyrics? Anything you want, go ahead.
So, I guess I can read St. Severus of Antioch. This is against the Empire's Grammarian, Oration 1. He says, this is chapter 3. It is characteristic of heretics to fabricate motives and to assume the appearance of one defending himself. At the outset of the Grammarian, constructing a sort of prologue directed at certain monks, leading a more immaterial life, not involving themselves in the affairs of those engaged in the world. He supposes that these monks, who lead such a life and profess the immediate on the law and God day and night, are in need of this art and teaching. Secondly, he claims that he suffers persecution for the sake of piety, oracles, and revelations. It is because there is no God in Israel that you are going to inquire Beelzebub, the god of Ikron, that's 2 Kings. So then, as Paul said, 1 Corinthians 6:5, is there not even one wise man among you who can discern what the true faith is, so that he may reject the foreign doctrine? Must you depend on the grammarian as your helper, as through he were an interpreter of doctrines? As for his excuse, in which he claims he fears and trembles at threats and writes in fear, a claim he repeats poorly throughout the whole book. He relies on pity insults and is lifted up with the arrogance, boasting, and the boldness of blasphemy. Which shall we say about this? That deceit, the simulation, are native to heretics, who always strive to assume the posture of these persecuted, that by a show of humility they might ensnare the listener. What does he say then? Grammachius, the son of heretics attack us most boldly, and now we even fear to name them. We are full of audacity, and only against us, but also against the Orthodox faith. Does not Saint Basil similarly rebuke the impious Eunomius for invoking empty fear as a pretense in such nonsense? It's Eunomius talking. In addition, do not judge us harshly if we do not care about self-conceit and fear, seeing that we value indemnity in the world to come more highly than present favor or security, and we deem the punishments determined for the impious and cause for more fear than any earthly misery or temporal death. And so we expound the truth stripped of every covering. Likewise, this noble grammarian says that he fears not only for himself, but for the threats directed at the Orthodox faith itself, clearly introducing this idea. For Eunomius too said that having despised fear and temporal death and all other things listed, he would have preferred to write the truth openly, without a veil, and declaring that the threats from the impious, which are ordained by God, are especially to be feared. Mourn then, O listeners, with him who shifts the threats directed at the faith onto himself, and wishes as far as he can to fight on his behalf. So declare them, O valiant men, declare these threats, and you will find many listeners who will mourn with you. Okay, that was chapter 3. Are y'all tracking?
This is Joanna. I'm listening.
I'm with you, bud.
Alright, chapter 4. That he has falsely claimed, without writing or demonstration, that we who confess one incarnate nature of the Word of God confuse and reduce flesh and divinity into one substance. The grammarian falsely claims, without document and without proof, that we who confess the one nature of God, the Word incarnate, confuse and reduce the flesh and the divinity into one substance. He say, they zealously anathematize the holy synod of Chalcedon, so as to bring forth into our very altar Eutyches and those who emulate his doctrine. And they proclaim without veil Christ's divinity and flesh as one substance and one nature. Nor are they ashamed to oppose Gregory the wonder maker, who says in his 11th anathema, if anyone says that the flesh of Christ is consubstantial with the divinity, and does not confess that he was in the form of God, existing before the ages, and emptied himself and took the form of a servant when he became incarnate, as it is written, let him be anathema. Gregory Tonsorius, anathema 11. Nor do they revere Athanasius, the star of the Alexandrian city, who wrote similarly to the words of the wonder worker in his epistle to the Epictetus. What infernal pit has spewed forth the claim the body from Mary is the same in substance with the divinity of the Word, or that the Word has changed into flesh, bones, hair, and the whole body? What an accusation! How subtle, how cunning, how fortified the testimonies of the fathers. Can you then say, O grammarian, for your entire discourse plainly targets, as you confess in many places of your little book, that I have stated with those very words that the body taken from the Virgin Mary, animated by the rational soul and hypostatically united to the Word, is consubstantial with the Word of God, with God the Word. Indeed, I did not speak in secret in the land of darkness, Isaiah, as the prophet Isaiah said, or rather he who spoke through him, exposing the shame of the one bold and blind to what is manifest. Bring forward and show that you have found in me of your accusation. Take judges for your accusation. True judges are those who, with love of truth, examine what you have assembled against us. Shall I not now say that you what Jacob said to Laban, "What is my offense? What is my sin that you have hotly pursued me? Although you have fled all my goods, and what you have found of all your household goods, set it here before my kinsmen and your kinsmen, that they may decide between us two. For the vessels of your house are those things which are wholly foreign to my house, namely to say that the holy body assumed from Mary is consubstantial with God the Word, or to say that the immutable and uncreated divinity of the only begotten was changed into flesh, or again, that the flesh was changed into the substance of the divinity, things which the Holy Synod has rejected and condemned as a heresy, and anathematized those who think such things, with the whole mind and the whole mouth. This very point, the Venerable Synod of Egypt, not only once or twice, but often expressed in and received in writing form from the Eastern Synod. Both sides unanimously proclaim Christ, the Word of God, truly made man and incarnate, having assumed flesh, consubstantial with us, animated by a rational soul, and made like us in all things, except sin, so that he is consubstantial with the Father and the Holy Spirit according to divinity, and consubstantial with us according to humanity, and remains so forever. He who will come again, clothed in the body and divinity and exalted glory, who before and beyond the ages was without body, he is the Son. He is the one Son, one Lord Jesus Christ, one person, one hypostasis, one nature of God, and God the Word incarnate, and so will judge the world in righteousness and be seen by those who pierced him. As sacred scriptures cries, was it hidden from you alone that they taught and wrote these things in their synodical letters? As the whole world under heaven bears witness. For they everywhere taught that it was written, for this was not done in a corner, as Paul said to the king. Do you then think that because they anathematize the Chalcedonian Synod, they favor the impious opinions of Eutyches? Or that they assign the same substance to the body taken from Mary, and to God the Word, whose own body by the incarnation became homogeneous with us and consubstantial? Would they sacrilegiously carry such unclean things into the sacred mysteries and the altar? But against you speak with many writings of those fathers, and severely rebuke you and your kind, vainly rash and insolent. Therefore do not ask, as blessed Athanasius did, for what infernal pit has spewed forth such impious and blasphemous things, but look to yourself. If you will, send, and you will clearly see that your throat alone has belched these upon us. And read the word written by David that strikes you. Their throats is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue, make them bear their guilt, O God. For how would you not be guilty before the judgment of God, who have written this accusation against two holy synods without presentation and any argument? For you had nothing to say, but fled immediately, and having dropped the mask of the accuser, as your artful style tends, modestly and again assume the persona of one fleeting. After you rushed to accuse like a lizard, yet took on the cunning of a fox. For you said to that bold and stealthily ship, Gregarious, but now is it not the time to refute their impious doctrines? I think it will suffice for me to be a defender of what is rightly stated by the Holy Fathers assembled at Chalcedon. If you then stepped forward to be a defender and build a defense, you ought from the start to have undertaken a defense, and not to begin like a destitute widow with the accusation of slowly abandonment. only to prepare it again towards the end of your little book with a deceit that suits you, but in whose nets none will be caught unless he be a creature wholly deprived of intellect. Alright, that was the end of chapter 4.
That was very good.
I see what you're saying. I understand. But how is it going to get to the point where there's an attempt to resolve how Christ is human and divine?
Yeah, that was just the introduction that Saint Severus made. He's gonna get into where he talks about the Severian dilemma, and he's gonna try to refute the Chalcedonians that say in two natures.
Alright, bro. I'm kind of a Chalcedonian, so. I want to hear this.
Oh, you want me to read more?
Yeah, if you're interested. Yeah. You told me about this last time, right?
Oh, yeah, I did.
You told me to read this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm reading Oration 1, and I'm not reading Oration.
If you can get to that part where you believe it resolves this, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, I'll just continue with the Oration 1. So, chapter 5. Alright. A clear refutation on the accusation, first abandoned by him without argument, then later reaffirmed, wherein it is shown that this man falsely claims that we, in saying one nature, that is, one hypostasis, mean one substance, that he himself blasphemously claims or calls the composition made without change a mixing, although it is in fact the formation of one small excerpt of what I once wrote to the wretched. What? What I once wrote to Richard Nephalius. He thinks I am liable to the charge of confusing and mixing substances, but I will immediately transcribe that very little sentence which he violently tore out of the fuller context of the discourse, and I will set it apart so that whoever encounters it may know that even taken on its own, it stands far removed from the accusation. For when I was speaking about the constitution of man, I say, the two together, soul and body, is one nature. How then could someone held any thought of confusion and admit that the two together is one nature? For if from confusion they had been turned into something simple and one, how would the two together appear in the one? For the two together is indicative of composition without confusion and singularity, that is, in one hypostasis, and not at all of something simple, such indeed is the human being like us. One nature and hypostasis from soul and body. St. Cyril talking. For not only in the case of those which are simple by nature is the term one truly used, but also in respect to that which to what has been brought together according to a synthesis. As man is one being who is soul and body, for soul and body are different species and are not consubstantial to each other. But when united, they produce one thesis of man, even though the considerations of the synthesis, the difference exists according to the nature of those which have been brought together into a unity. These are not the very words of St. Cyril, which you recite with your mouth as of pretense to seem like ones who speaks rightly, while in your mind you do not hold them at all. For unless you have maliciously, malicious, yeah, that's the word, thought that one in nature and hypostasis means the same as one in substance, you would not be unjustly slander those who make a true confession by transferring that composition without change to something simple that has arisen from confusion. And that was chapter 5. This is chapter 6. He's going to get into Saint Cyril now. Oh, this chapter's like 5 pages long. Alright. Chapter 6. That Saint Cyril also repelled with the same doctrines and concordant words the vain slander of those who accused him of acting like the Jews in mixing natures. For just as the heretics then, so how you two are greatly concerned that the one nature proclaimed by the Orthodox be distorted into an equality of substance, as if to twist what is rightly stated. Listen to Saint Cyril, who shares in the same slander with me, and plainly repels following. This is Cyril talking. B. If that case, both natures must have been confused and they become one. A. But who would be so misguided and stupid as to think that the divine nature of the Word had changed into something which formerly it was not, or that the flesh was changed by some kind of transformation into the nature of the Word Himself? This is impossible. We say that there is one Son, and that He has one nature, even when is considered as having assumed flesh, endowing with the rational soul. As I have already said, He had made the human element His own. And this is the way, not otherwise, that we may consider that this same one is at once God and man. Behold, Saint Cyril himself said that Christ is one nature, understanding nature not as you and the demand of the impious do, as one and simple. That is, identical according to substance, but as one hypostasis arising from the non-confused composition of things that are not consubstantial with each other. Will you, then again, by removing a single sentence from the connected context of the discourse, that is, the sentence that follow and proceed, that are found throughout the entire structure of the oration, slander the wise doctor? Will you acknowledge indeed that he said that we say the Son is one and that His nature is one, but then also twist even His very words against Him and turn His authority into a point of accusation? Will you say that He Himself also wrote when He sent His second letter to Census? Cyril, for if in saying that one thesis of the Word, thesis means nature, by the way, one thesis, one nature, we have been silent by not mentioning incarnate, but as it were, setting aside the dispensation of His incarnation, doubtless their statement would not have been incredible to them, as they pretend to ask, where is the perfection in the humanity, or how the essence like to us subsisted? Why then, you ask, did He now omit incarnate and state it badly? We say that the Son is one and His nature is one, without adding incarnate. But you slander and repel this impudent and unlearned mouth, is shut by words that proceed and follow in the passage you've excerpted, where He repels and removes any idea of change, and confesses the assumption of flesh animated by a rational soul. For he also added, this is Cyril talking, of a rational soul having, for I have said, his humanity has become His own, after He had already removed the suspicion of charge of change, and said in His proceeding, but who be so misguided and stupid as to think that the divine nature of the Word had changed into something which formerly it was not, or that the flesh was changed by some kind of transformation into the nature of the Word Himself? This is impossible. Therefore, if we hear God and our Lord Jesus in the gospel saying, do not judge by appearances, but judge with right judgment, Let us also consider the sentence of the God-bearing Athanasius, which is found in the life of Anthony, the head of the Mosaic life and true philosophy, written in the form of a narrative which he recounts his struggle with the accuser and the subsequent victory, saying this. This is St. Athanasius talking now. Indeed, he who had thought he was like to God was here made a fool of by a stripling of a man. He who in his conceit, disdained flesh and blood, was now routed by a man in the flesh. Verily the Lord worked with this man, he who for our sakes took on flesh and gave to his body victory over the devil. Afterwards I added these words of holy Athanasius. Behold how Athanasius had spoken both of the man like us and of the Lord. He took flesh, for just as we, who are said to be clothed in flesh, are one thing, one nature, both soul and body, yet not one who wears and another that is worn, so also the Lord with his own flesh, clearly animated with a rational soul, was likewise made one without change. Why did you remove these and only transcribe one dissect sentence? Are you just? Do you rejoice in the truth, and are you zealous? Are you a zealous defender of the faith? For when you hear us proclaim that the union of the Word of God with humanity is immutable, you bring the charge of change, and in your ignorant booklet you question me, saying, this is the grammarian talking, which doctor of the church taught you this? O man, was it Cyril? And yet he teaches and writes such things to presbyters, deacons, and fathers of monks, namely that the Virgin Mary is Theotokos, such just as the soul of man is generated with its own body and is considered one thing with it. Although by nature it is understood to be different, and it is so according to its own principle. But hear the name Cyril speaking, unless you are only able to hear part of his teachings, that the soul and body of man, through understood and indeed being different according to nature, result in one nature through their mutual composition and the natural union of the immutable concurrence. For he wrote in a letter to Valerian, to Cyril talking, the nature of man is admitted to be one to be hypostasis. Then say also to him, struck by the madness of ignorance and useless stinging me. Grammarian, so this is the grammarian talking. If you say the soul of man is different according to nature from its own body, how can there be one nature and constitution of man? And are you not ashamed to assert that the soul and the body are the same? For this plainly what you also babbled at us. But Cyril answers you, and quite easily, madman, do you think you go unnoticed while you deceitfully or ignorantly equate the name of the nature, that which is substance, and understand one nature, that is hypostasis, as if meant one and the same substance? For when I said that the soul of man is different in nature from the body, I proclaimed that there are two, neither co-natural nor consubstantial. But when I said the nature of man is admitted to be one, I meant that the immutable composition and natural union, one nature and hypostasis, is formed, Nor did you hear me when I wrote to six senses, saying, this is zero. For soul and body are different species and are not consubstantial to each other. But when united, they produce one thesis of man, even though in the considerations of the synthesis, the difference exists according to the nature of those which have been brought together into a unity. And although we confess that one absolute nature also exists through the union of soul and body into one hypostasis of the living being, let us by no means speak of equality of substance or confusion, but rather of one hypostasis from both together, as the writings to the Valerian show. This is Cyril talking. For the nature of man is admitted to be one and one hypostasis, even if it is known to be different realities of diverse kinds. For the body is admittedly of a different nature relative to the soul, but it is the soul's own body and helps to complete the one hypostasis of the one man. Therefore, when you hear that one absolute nature exists through the natural union of soul and body, understand rightly that one hypostasis is being indicated. Listen to the wise doctor who said that the body is proper to the soul, and that it is together, and that together they perfect the one hypostasis of the one man, but do not, by twisting what is rightly said into perverse understanding, accuse us of saying one nature as if it meant one substance, as though the things different in species are and not consubstantial, from which the union was formed, had been confused into an equality of substance. Nor should you shamelessly rebuke, behold, or boldly and ignorantly turning the argument against me and saying, this is the grammarian talking, are you not ashamed to say that we are indeed clothed in flesh, and yet to posit that the soul and body are the same substance? Hey, you, where you have hidden, you who are sought out by those who judge rightly, so that you may show from my very words the truth of your accusation. Explain where in my words I have said that the substance of the soul and the body is the same. Show that the meaning of what I said aligns with your accusation, so that the judges may rule in your favor. But you cannot do so unless, as usual, you lie, and once again you are proven to be lying. Alright, that's the end of chapter 6.
I'm still not seeing the solution.
Yeah, no, he's just using church fathers to prove his point, or to defend his point.
Seems like he's negating the other side without substantiating his point.
Well, the grammarian that he's talking about here is of Eutychianism and other heresies, right? So he's trying to defend his point by saying what he says is orthodox, right? And Saint Cyril.
I'll go for it.
No, I gotta go now.
I don't know. I was hoping to hear like his analytics on the matter. Like, how is he gonna? Humanity. I understand the premise. Like, did any one nature without, mixing, without becoming a new nature. No demigod, no substance or transfiguration.
Yeah.
But still, it just sounds like you have two things and some sort of union.
Yeah, there's a union. There's a union into one.
Yeah, but one without mixing. Do you see that's a unity? That's not
No, yeah, we don't say that the nature's mixed. We say that mingled.
Okay, like me mingling in a party, like, okay.
I guess, bro. I don't know.
I'm with you, man. Like, I understand. Honestly, don't see this as an issue. Like, I don't see how this is a problem other than, like, the Miaphysite side coming to, I don't want to say our side, but the Chalcedonian side, and
yeah, we're working
going,
on
well, y'all hold to two natures.
Huh.
So the notion that, Chalcedon would hold to two natures,
Okay.
and so that seems to be the crux of the issue, like, at least in my humble opinion, like, one nature, which is what you guys are saying, versus two natures, but when you describe your one nature, it sounds pretty much the same.
I mean, it's not. You can say that. I guess. Anyway,
I don't see this as like an attempt to maintain like domain.
What is that?
Eastern churches just want to remain distinct from the West.
I mean, they kind of they split from us. So I mean, they made the Council of Chalcedon by splitting. So.
Okay, so in the book club, we try to limit conversations to 30 seconds because we just want information out there. We don't necessarily need to debate the information, comprehend it, integrate it, or do anything with it. We're just looking to share information. So you can read 3 to 10 minutes. Joanna, do you want to read today? Joanna, hello? No? Just passively listening? Okay, great.
Sounds like a good idea if people have a specific topic and they could just read from a text or something. I think, that's a good idea.
Yeah, try to respond with what you're reading as opposed to, discussing or debating or trying to incorporate it into your worldview framework. Okay. Illumi, do you want to read?
Reading too much. There needs to be a digest kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This book club, I think specifically, at least for this meeting, should be all just about reading as opposed to having complex debates about what we're reading. And if we do, we should limit it to 30 seconds or 3 minutes, but not have full-fledged conversations as we always do on this.
Yeah. Let that book do the argument.
Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, do you want to read for 3 to 10 minutes, Illumi?
I'm good with that.
You're good? You got read out?
I definitely just don't. The book I already read it. So in that sense, I don't think people can necessarily follow along. It isn't, like I said, you need to understand time.
Part of it changes your day.
No, I like the notion of a book club. I like it if people are truly committed in that sense. There's a book and you have a week to check it out. I've been part of this, but it always kind of dies out at the end. Usually you start the year college, and usually you would join one and it dies out somewhere right before mid and finals. So people get distracted and busy. But it is a good way to get more books under your.
Yeah, I find the challenge of reading a book is the loneliness aspect, not the boringness aspect. That's the hard part about choosing to read. It's very lonely to do it. So this makes it a shared experience, which makes reading less, boring or painful because it's just so,
What it's just reading. To me, it's not boring. If it's a topic I'm really interested in, so it's the books I get are stuff that I'm definitely looking So my thing, metaphysics, time, analytics, like this is my guy. Plus he comes on this app, so he shows up every now and then, and he allows for a stage. I just really like people like that who are really interested in what they do, and they write with a passion, and in a sense, they're debating in their text. So this text is like very good in the sense that it highlights the key issues. And again, one of the main reasons I'm looking into the Trinity and Christology is because of him.
Okay, Lumi, do you want to explain to Draco the rules of the Clown House Book Club?
Yeah, so apparently we read for, you want to read like 2 or 3 pages or for 3 to 10 minutes. And, maybe get some feedback. We carry on.
So, Draco, we don't debate topics in this room. We just read for 3 to 10 minutes. Can you do it? Can you read a book, Draco? Or are you in your car headed to your next event for the day? I bet you're in your car.
I will be in about 30 minutes.
I like to use Clubhouse in the car, actually. That's when I actually like to talk, but when I'm at my home in my office, I would prefer to just like read books. But Dennis, do you want to read anything? Or Draco, do you want to read anything since you're at home?
Yeah, I'm actually, thanks so much, but actually I'm about right now. I'm on the road, so I don't have any books with me. But Draco, you got anything you want to read? Not at the moment.
Okay, the stage is only for book readers. Everyone else has to go to your home in the goo where non-book readers live, in the slime and in the slop of the goo.
What's your favorite book right now?
Right now, I'm reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness because somebody on this app calls themselves an objectivist, and he claims Ayn Rand is the greatest thing since, Twinkies. And so I wanted to read it to find out what this R word is talking about. And it turns out Ayn Rand is a genius. But the R word that recommended the book is an R word, and he didn't really explain what the book is about. It's all about ethics. Yeah, Simon, the R word. The atheist who figured out he was an atheist at 5 years old. 5 years old.
The issue with Ayn Rand is that they're using it to dismiss like Kant, which I just don't think she's even upon par to be like locking heads with someone like Kant. And I just find these people desperate for like a savior, and I just don't understand what about Kant that people want dismissed other than grounding things into some sort of framework. So
see, this is the problem with Clown House, is you're doing what I don't want in this room, which is debate or discussion primarily. I just want information from books to get out. That's the whole point of this room. I know it's arbitrary.
That book, if you send me the text or a PDF, I'm down to get down on Ayn Rand with you. Just
Okay.
Because I do have a bone to pick with Simon.
Okay. Exactly.
I am noticing that this thing is becoming proliferant on this app, and it's time to.
I call him the Whisperer.
Yeah, I want to take down Simon. I want to take him out.
Yeah, the thing is, if you read this book, I don't know how familiar he is with this particular work. He claims he's been studying Ayn Rand books for 14 years, but in my opinion, he explained it horribly, or he just doesn't really have full comprehension. But here's the PDF version of what I'm reading, The Virtue of Selfishness. I think it's probably an important book as opposed to her novels, because this is about her philosophy, and she refers to her novels in this book, where she says, for a fuller understanding, read Atlas Shrugged. But this book's...
Thank you, John.
You're welcome, Dennis. So, let me just pin the link. And I'm only doing this because, Simon doesn't seem like the worst person in the world. He seems like a nice person. But he can be so infuriating and frustrating, because I call him the whisperer. He's just constantly whispering his objectivist, altruistic ethic. But I think he's a bad communicator. But anyways, what I'm interested in is trying to grasp the concepts in the book.
I agree.
Yeah. I want to grasp the concepts in the book so I can refute Simon or just mock him for not really understanding the true meaning. For example, the title, The Virtue of Selfishness, is a clickbait title. There's no virtue in selfishness. So she uses that as her clickbait title. And because the book really deals with subjective or objective ethics, and ethics is like something that you could discuss and discuss and discuss, and then you find out that the liberals have no ethics. They just don't. They claim they do, but then when you question the hard ethical decisions like abortion or taxation, all these, they have no opinions, and they're basically just unethical human beings. And this is why I think Ayn Rand is important, because you can force people into an Ayn Rand perspective. And I think Ayn Rand does a good job of disproving liberal philosophy and showing that it's a farce, in the same way that I think I can prove Muhammad, was a gangster, and that the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Medina, to me seems like a gangbanger document. It seems like something that gang members have to write down.
I'll do this with you. I'll commit to some time. Like, we can try to do this book club thing. If you are someone who's gonna commit to a methodology.
Well,
at the same time, you commit to providing, if you are coming to conclusions, that you would provide me an AI summary of what you believe to be these conclusions and your justification for these conclusions. It doesn't have to be anything big. It can just be however amount of words you want to use to justify that conclusion. That's all. So a page, whatever, that's AI now. But that's my thing. I feel like you can read, if you're not digesting and you're not writing this down, you don't really have to write it.
I get it.
These days.
Well, look at it this way. I publish live on YouTube and everything, so I get community guideline strikes when I speak about Islam and Muhammad, because the algorithm views that as racist, abusive hate speech against a protected class. Now, as a politician, if I believe Islam is an invasive political attempt to take over our Western governments through subversive religious means, I'm still censored. So to me, that's like all the proof that I need that Islam is a great tool in terms of fighting what I would view as, subversive political control. Anyways, I'm just saying that Google YouTube, in my opinion, is so woke, and it's fully automated.
It's not,
It
bro.
is.
I literally put a video on YouTube, and my shit, not only did it get banned, but my Apple ID account got black. So every time I try, if I'm gonna make, it is that serious, bro. They put me on.
Well, what did you post?
Dangerous organizations, like
See?
For like criminal dangerous organizations.
Yeah. Are you sure your Apple ID got flagged? Yeah,
I literally had to go, and I made a new email and everything.
Was it a DS lockout?
I'm not sure. I'm actually investigating that. So I've logged out of all the Google accounts and kind of just been one by one kind of reintroducing. But I feel like if I try to open a channel on any email, it's gonna know. They have a way of figuring it out.
Yeah, they can
and
tell.
It's kind of really tripping me the fuck out, because I'm cybersecurity. I'm like, how the fuck do you know how are you
How are you recognizing?
Dude, you have a huge pattern that you've created on the internet. Like it's hard.
I
Anyways.
understand the trackers. I know how to keep all that separate, but I think I figured it out. It's the passkeys. So you gotta be careful of passkeys. There is somehow Google and whatever package you have all your passkeys in, they fucking know. Even though Apple has it all encrypted, but there is somehow they know based on the pattern. I mean, I'm using it. I've got like the VPNs up, but yeah, I'm still thinking. I'm processing this, but
Okay, well, let's just take a pause from the cybersecurity discussion. Let's focus back on.
I'm talking about you.
Let's focus back on the book club, which means we read books.
I understand. Just pause for a second. Do you have time, bro? And I have ideas, and we all have a point. We don't necessarily see eye to eye, but I believe that is where content can. Yeah, that's where.
I don't think we will ever be rewarded in any way, shape, or form by Google.
Well, hey, listen, man. If you're gonna be a defeatist about this already, then
I'm not.
You're not gonna accomplish anything.
I'm trying to tell you what I think would save us time.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Mikhail, all I'm saying is that reading books is more valuable than our conversations. That's my point.
I understand, but if you have a channel, if we have a channel where we can pour in our understandings, and it can show a diversity. So in the sense where you're coming out where, like I'm being perceived as Islamophobic, or I'm being perceived as someone who's advocating for terrorism, or this guy's being perceived.
Why not? That's you. That's a you problem. What I'm telling you is that, in my opinion, basically, I'm just an audiobook publisher, and that's how I think I can make my life better, psychologically, intellectually, but also maybe financially. But then also,
you don't want any social media legacy.
I'm just trying to improve my life by using technology. When I'm dead, I'm gone. Who cares? I mean, nobody's gonna look up my shit or think about me.
Well, I'm gonna try to make
gone.
another YouTube channel, and if it gets locked out, then I'm gonna probably go to one of you guys.
Well, there's, you can buy a Motorola burner phone for $40, activate it for 1 month at $15, and boom, you got a totally clean
I'm
internet
really
presence.
worried it might be the payment info. That's what I'm worried, because when you get the YouTube membership.
No, they can't. You can even modify your name a little bit. And trust me, that's not what it is. It's just your device. You just need a new device. It's like you're getting cookie tracked, and like it knows, because when you block people, it says, do you want to block them from future accounts as well? Because they can basically, pin the accounts.
I deleted the Google ID. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, don't overthink it. Because I've gone through 100 accounts. I've been blocked and banned and kicked a gazillion. They can't keep up with me because I can get new devices for $45 with, totally immune. But I've had, how many Clubhouse accounts I've had? You probably have had as many as me. 30. I probably had 30 Clubhouse accounts, because losers on this app just don't like the fire that I bring. So they report. And it's not like I'm making death threats. It's not like I'm saying anything, I'm just mocking people, not even like totally cruelly. I'm just like trying to like tease people a little bit. But this is the book club, where we want to focus our minds, our very existence, on reading what we hope will be very beneficial. And if you've invited people to the room, Megatron, if you want to invite people, if you want to read anything new, Dennis, if you have a book, Illumi, if you have a book, 2 pages I think is a good place to start. And if you're really flowing and you want to keep going, then you can go to 3 pages. And if you get through 3 and you think you can go to 4, then go to 4. And if you can get up to 10 pages, Rabboni Shalom, 10 not 11, 10 not 9, maybe you're reading something Kabbalistic.
I don't want to be reading to myself 10 pages.
No, I mean, I'm gonna we'll be listening to you, and this is all being live streamed on YouTube right now. So, it's being put out there. And I talked to my attorney a couple of weeks ago. She said, "So what are you doing?" She Googled me. She's like, "What? You're just reading books on the internet?" I said, "Yeah." She says, "Okay." Okay.
Bro, like, I'm just saying, you got the time and the resources to be built. I'm not saying whatever we're going to commit to is going to be something that might necessarily succeed, but I'm just saying you're never going to know until you try. And you could say, well, I've tried before, but, like, honestly, on your own, I don't think you're good. But together, if you're able to, and I'm not saying a dictatorship, but I'm just saying, like, a plan.
We don't need a plan, and that's not important who we are. What's important, the thing is, Clubhouse brings together all the elements we need without even any type of pre-discussion or anything. We're doing it right now. I talk to people all the time. They say, "Oh, I'm going to make a movie. I got the script. You want to be an actor?" And I'm like, "Listen, dude, you're on my YouTube live right now telling me about it, and it's on, like, this is the movie. Like, and you're never going to go film that fucking movie, so this is the movie."
What do we got?
You're all about books. We need to read this. We need to read that. I don't know what you were.
No, I'm not specific on which book. You can read any book you want. Doesn't matter to me what you read.
Megatron was talking about text. Forgot which one was it?
Who's talking about the hypostasis of the archons?
Yeah, with archons.
What is it?
This is about the archons, the rulers of the archons, or it's
something more Christian Orthodox, not like Gnostic.
It was Gnostic.
The Thomas, or what is the Gospel of something?
It was here. I put it in the chat, and I'll show you the page. I just randomly went to a page because I was reading some Kabbalah stuff like I normally do. Yeah, when are we going to venture into the Jew stuff?
We can do it today, right now.
Yeah, but he needs better.
I want Fred, which is the Alama, the Midrash. Genesis Rabbah.
I don't need Midrash because that's basically the New Testament. So.
Genesis Rabbah is not just. I don't even know if it's really a Midrash. It's more like a text, a revelation.
What's this from? What is this book? There we go. Archimedes. Let's do some layups, though, because you're focusing too much on shooting. No, I never seen you do a layup. Never seen you once do a layup. No, don't see you do layups. Hold on, let me look this up. You just shot that. You just ran and shot the ball. That's not a layup. A layup is with one hand and you lift your opposite foot up. Yeah, good job. Okay. That was another running shooting thing. What is that? What was that? He's in it again. Hold on, I need to focus on this. You need to.
Okay, he's busy working on layups. Dennis, the stage is for book readers. If you want to read a book or Illumi, otherwise I'm going to read a book. And I hope you enjoyed my book submission. I hope it enlightens your day and you say, oh my gosh, that was pretty smart. But I'm going to get out of Ayn Rand. We're finishing up on page 26 on Ayn Rand. The next book I will be reading from is from Aleister Crowley. You could say it's Gnostic or thematic. But this is called the Gnostic Anthem. I think I've read it before here. I think Illumi may have heard me read it before. It's called the Gnostic Anthem. So take the deepest breath of the day. Okay, this is the Gnostic Anthem. Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center in secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof, alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke, abiding one, thee center in secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential, one. Man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest. Thou dove, mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship to thee, sap of the world ash, wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee, waiting womb. Glory to thee from earth unplowed. Glory to thee from virgin vowed. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. Okay, that was the Gnostic Anthem. Oh, welcome to the book club. Dennis, did you like the Gnostic Anthem?
Yeah, I loved it.
Joanna!
Yes.
Welcome, Angel Joanna. Studio. I was just looking at some really cool photos of Studio 54.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a scene. What a just like a pulsation of joy.
Yes, a pulsation of free-for-all joy. Do whatever you want. Just thinking about it gives me the chilly release. You want me to read part of one of my books?
Yeah, please do so.
This is from The Raven and the Rabbit. It's about Indians. The tribes get together each year and they do elaborate dances. So, a huge drum sat on the north side of the fire. As the moon climbed from behind the ridge, 5 men from the Kiowa tribe began to beat the drum simultaneously. As the beats grew louder, women came forth for the grand entrance. Their performance was in honor of those who crossed over into the world of the Hanshinaakin. Their dresses fell to their ankle, red and yellow glistened against the flames. Leggings of white wool were tucked into their knee-high boots. The beads clanked together as they danced. Each woman carried a pouch of deer skin and bells. The Corona tribe was well noted for their striking costumes. They danced around the fire in synchronicity to the beats of the drum. Shadows of the outlying trees the grounds as they passed by. With smooth and memorizing movements, they continued to dance until the moon reached higher into the sky. Then the sound of the drum quieted lower and lower as the dancers retreated. The heartbeats of the drum continued to play softly as a beautiful woman approached the fire. She, the wife of Suwaki, began to sing. Both joy and grief she poured forth in honor of those lost. With her impressive tone, she could be heard from above the stars. The purity of her voice seemed the entire world could be healed. After she sang the last song, her daughters joined her. They all wore different variations of dress. Some with open sleeves, others with cloth and hide. Some carried fans and others shawls adorned with jewelry around their neck. The sound of the drum grew louder now, and they all accompanied it. Flutes and rattles and melodious tones to the song flew above to the birds and to the new life. Many songs familiar to children. When the last song was sung, they all shook their rattles and left the circle of fire. Then the men from the 3 tribes came out one by one to perform the animal dance. They wore tremendous headpieces, some of eagle, bear, and hawk, and crow. Masks were painted to adapt to the animal's representation, and Hachihi served tribute to the raven. Ayani and Amala made his costume to wear, and he was proud. Matu resembled the hawk in his marvelous headdress. One who wore a dark, heavy fur of the grizzly, and another bore wings that spread out from his shoulders to the 3 signs of the feathers that reigned over the raven. They bounced from one foot onto the other effortlessly, turning to the left and the right. And with amazing balance, they spun and as around the fire in curious precision, chanting in unison to the spirit guides. Their shouts reached larger than life throughout the hills and the mountains. Thank you.
Okay, great job, Joanna.
Thank you so much.
I'd love to co-author a book with you and publish it on Amazon. Maybe we could do a book about hypnosis and meditation and enlightenment.
That would be very exciting.
We could use AI to write it, and then we could like put our little opinions at the end of like the AI chapter.
Okay. I have to mute up for a minute.
Okay, Jeff, Ben, if you have a book you want to read, if you want to invite people to the room to get them to read, I've been inviting El Normo. the guardian angel, the Holy Spirit, but he's not coming to the room. It's possible because he can't find the room, or he's too lazy to search for it, or he's busy with his life. But moving on, we're going to read just a little more. Hopefully we can get other speakers to come in to fill the gaps. But I'm going to read one more thing from this little Aleister Crowley pamphlet. So take the deepest breath of the day. Is called Collects of the Gnostic Mass. This is, I guess, what you read before the Gnostic Anthem. Lord, visible and sensible, of whom this earth is but a frozen spark, turning about thee with annual and diurnal motion, source of light, source of life, let thy perpetual radiance hearten us to continual labor and enjoyment, so that as we are constant partakers of thy bounty, we may, in our particular orbit, give out light and life, sustenance and joy to them that revolve about us with diminution of substance or effulgence forever. Lord, secret and most holy, source of light, source of life, source of love, source of liberty, be thou constant and mighty within us, force of energy, fire of motion, with diligence let us ever labor with thee, that we may remain in thine abundant joy. Lady of night, that turning ever about us art now visible and now invisible in thy season, be thou favorable to hunters and lovers, and to all men that toil upon the earth, and to all mariners upon the sea. Lord of life and joy, that art the might of man, that art the essence of every true God, that is upon the surface of the earth, continuing knowledge from generation to generation, thou adored of us upon heaths and in the woods, on mountains and in caves. Open the marketplaces and secretly in the chambers of our houses, in temples of gold and ivory and marble, as in the temples of our bodies, we worthily commemorate them, worthy that did of old adore thee and manifest thy glory unto men. O sons of the lion and the snake, with all thy saints, we worthily commemorate them, worthy that we were and are to come. Lord, visible and sensible, may their essence be here, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast. Okay, I'm going to play a little song here that I created on Suno. It's called Magic. Hope you enjoy.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on unsaved deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of my light I wear. By my body I invoke thee. Double power in the voice of the master. My own word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music is the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, our salvation. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and its striking thy teeth. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother told me will labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given up none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and type. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl. So run I after the in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Healing all the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. Horrors, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my vision. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sexy living of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the God. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as. I was waiting for a song to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's come out.
You in a noisy restaurant?
Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows. jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. I am born to death, reborn. If you seek reality, you must set yourself free of all backgrounds, of all cultures, of all patterns of thinking and feeling. Even the idea of being man or woman, or even human, should be discarded. The ocean of life contains all, not only humans. So, first of all, self-identification. Stop thinking of yourself as such and such or so and so, this or that. 69. Everything is a play of ideas in the state free from ideation. Every compass of being, nothing is perceived. The root idea is I am. It shelters the state of pure consciousness and is followed by the ignoble sensations and perceptions, feelings and ideas, which in their totality constitute humanity's world. The I am remains as the witness. It is by the will of God that everything happens. It is always the false that makes you suffer. The false desires and fears, the false values and ideas, the false relationships between people. Abandon the false and you are free of pain. Truth makes happy. Truth liberates. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter. All devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh. night. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of sunshine fills my veins. So rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my The gift of health, it lights my way. Contentment blooms where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins. Rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my One thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lens. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, nah, let the flaws just hum in the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real, ain't no mirage, the waves in the silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, it's today. No tomorrow, no today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into place. Let it fall into Words collapse like castles of sand. The truth's in the gaps where the wordless stands. Duality, some masculine layers up the face. Find the void and you'll find the grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off. Letting go of perfection, the chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the absence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear. No yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no line to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into place. Let it fall into place. tides deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they fold back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of walls we build? They protect or get us killed. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the burden we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mass. Let the burdens fall. Let the echoes see. Only in freedom can we find. Can we find peace? Under neon skies where the starlight hums. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. Thy will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. On place, it's alive, it's still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat in sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is the perfect will. Thou hast no right but to to do thy will. Feel the surge like the silence still. Your will, what is right, is alive, it's deliver from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the wires, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever in the fray. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, I dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees, unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, spell is the spell. Your arrows unsling in the spring's tender glow. A force loud and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left on. The listless resists its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakens Dreams and flowers hang in the sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. A mirror ripples with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. The mind it builds a fragile wall, but every duality is bound to fall. It's foolish to chase the air. There's nothing solid there. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. The world's a dream wrapped in disguise. A fleeting moment before it flies. No liking, no disliking here. Just illusions in the air, so clear. Your stays open wide, it never rests. No dreams to chase, no fleeting quest. The mind unmoved, no lines to draw. 10,000 whispers, one single lie. No ashes, no sea. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. Ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one the adoration impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
And I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To about me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Green is the red triangle. Reverse the sign, give a love nod. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke
Is the garment of wine, sown with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear.
by my robe I include thee.
Sign is the sign of a prophetess and time. By the sign I invoke thee.
Is the turban of white and gold, and mine the deliverer of the intermediate.
By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So right after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke
I have been a wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old. To invoke thee. Draw the flaming sword. Drown, child, and conquering Lord. Chorus of angels. By the song I invoke
In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my living. By the sword I invoke thee.
the voice of the fight, the voice of the saints. The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. order from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elephant House! Elephant House! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The crime of slander, which causes for great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Women of the order, who are about to become mothers, receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69. The order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them, as it does, into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70. The order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. 71. The order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 72. The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73. The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Members of the order may expect to find suitable marriage partners in the extremely select body to which they belong. Community of interest and hope being already established, it is natural to suppose that where mutual attraction also exists, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIM and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 line above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens, since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8 house. 63. All brethren are entitled after death to the proper disposal of their remains according to the rights of the order and their grade in it. If the brothers so desire, the entire amount of the fees and subscriptions which he has paid during his life will be handed over by the order to his heirs and legatees. The order thus affords an absolute system of insurance in addition to its other benefits. Mint House. 65. The teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 66. Brethren of the order who take long journeys overseas are received in places where they sojourn at the profess houses of the order for the period of 1 month. Members of the order may expect to find suitable wages, partners in the extremely select body to which they belong, community of interest, and hope being already established, it is natural to suppose that where mutual attraction also exists, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIR and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 feet above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens, since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8th house, 65. The order teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 65. Brethren of the order who take long journeys overseas are received in places where they sojourn at the professed houses of the order for the period of 1 month.
They expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all the brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing from the best of companions. They shall rejoice, our chosen, whose sorrow is none of us. Healing is strength, leaping laughter and delicious laughter, frosty fire.
In the extremely select body to which they belong,
community of interest, and hope being already established, it is natural to suppose that where mutual attraction also exists, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIR and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 feet above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens. Since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8th House, 65. The order teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 65. Brethren of the order, who take long journeys overseas or received in places where they sojourn at the professed houses of the order for the period of 1 month.
They expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice, unchosen, whose sorrow is marvelous, beauty is strength, leaping laughter and delicious laughter, flushing fire. People with wisdom and intelligence embedded on the sheets. Welcome back to the book club. Okay, we just had a submission from Almighty Megatron Prime, the leader of the Catholic, Christian, Jewish, Muslim debate room that has been going on for many years now, plaguing Barth's mind day to day as he works, drilling and hammering nails at construction sites without a partner. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a partner because he's on Clubhouse all day. And his manager is like, you know what? That guy's on Clubhouse all day. He doesn't deserve a partner. But here in the book club, he's got reading partners. That's right. We're reading books to each other because we care for one another. Instead of having pointless, useless conversations, we're sharing high valuable information. Okay, Carmen, do you have a book you'd like to read? Now's your second chance. Carmen?
All brethren may expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice our chosen, whose sorrow is not of us. Beauty and strength, leaping laughter and delicious languor, force and fire.
Not a big fan of the heavy metal stuff, Joanna. I just want to.
The order will be permitted to use the library in any of our profess houses. 47 circulating libraries will presently be established. 48 brethren who may be traveling have a right to the hospitality of the master of the lodge of the district for a period of 3 days. Fourth house. 49 brethren of all grades may be invited to sojourn in the profess houses of the order by Grand Lodge, and such invitation may confidently be expected as the reward of merit. There they will be able to make the personal acquaintance of members of the higher grades, learn of the deeper workings of the order, obtain the benefit of personal instruction, and in all ways fit themselves for advancement. Brethren of advanced years and known merit who desire to follow the religious life may be asked to reside permanently in such houses. 51 in the high degrees brethren have the right to reside in our professed houses for a portion of every year, as shown 2 weeks, this fit 2 months, GT 1 month, SGC 3 months, PRS 6 weeks, fit 6 months. Members of the IX who share among themselves the whole property of the order according to the rules of that degree may, of course, reside there permanently indeed. The house of every brother of this grade is, ipso facto, a professed house of the order. Members of the order will be permitted to use the library in any of our brothers' houses. 47 circulating libraries will presently be established. 48 brethren who may be traveling have a right to the hospitality of the master of the lodge of the district for a period of 3 days.
brother is expected to do all in his power to induce his personal friends to accept the law and join the order. He should therefore endeavor to make new friends outside the order for the purpose of widening its stay. To secrecy only with regard to the nature of the rituals of our order and to our word, signs, subjects, and the general principles of the order may be fully explained, so far as they are understood below the shelf, as it is written. In fables I write not. The rituals shall be half known and half concealed. The law is for all. It is to be observed that punctual of these duties, so that the report thereof is noised abroad, and the fame of it cometh even unto the throne of the supreme and holy King himself, will weigh heavily in the scale when it comes to be a question of the high advancement of a brother. First and greatest of all privileges of a brother is to be a brother, to have accepted the law, to have become free and independent, to have destroyed all fear, whether of custom, or of faith, or of other men, or of death itself. In other papers, the joy and glory of those who have accepted the book of the law as the sole rule of life is largely, though never fully explained, and we will not here recapitulate the
Every brother is expected to do all in his power to induce his personal friends to accept the law and join the order. He should therefore endeavor to make new friends outside the order for the purpose of widening its scheme. 43. Brethren are bound to secrecy only with regard to the nature of the rituals of our order, and to our words, signs, etc. The general principles of the order may be fully explained so far as they are understood below the earth, as it is written, the ordeals I write not, the rituals shall be half known and half concealed. It is to be observed that punctual performance of these duties, so that the report thereof is noised abroad, and the fame of it cometh, even unto the throne of the supreme and holy King himself, will weigh heavily in the scale, when it comes to be a question of the high advancement of a brother in the order. The first and greatest of all privileges of a brother is to be a brother. To have accepted the law, to have become free and independent, to have destroyed all fear, whether of custom, or of faith, or of other men, or of death itself. In other papers, the joy and glory of those who are accepted. The book of the law as the sole rule of life is largely, though never fully, explained. And we will not here recapitulate the same.
Every brother is expected to spend a great part of his spare time in the study of the principles of the law and of the order, and in searching out the key to its great and manifold mysteries. 30 Steeps, he should also do all in his power to spread the law, especially taking long journeys, when possible, to remote places, there to sow the seed of the law. 10 jobs. 32nd, all pregnant women are especially sacred to members of the order, and no effort shall be spared to bring them to acceptance of the law of freedom, so that the unborn may benefit by the impression. They should be induced to become members of the order, so that the child may be born under its aegis. 38, the mother that is to be have asserted her will to be so in contempt and defiance of the caboose of the slave gods. She is to be regarded as special suitable to her order, and the master of the lodge in her district shall offer to become, as it were, godfather to the child, who shall be trained specially. If the mother so wishes, as a servant of the order, in one of its professed houses. 30 minutes special professed houses for the care of women of the order, or those whose husbands and lovers are members of the order, will be instituted, so that the frontal duty of womankind may be carried out in all comfort and honor. 40. Every brother is expected to use all his influence with persons in a superior station of life, so called to induce them to join the order. Royal personages, ministers of state, high officials in the diplomatic, naval, military, and civil services are particularly to be sought after. For it is intended ultimately that the temporal power of the state be brought into the law and led into freedom and prosperity by the application of its principles. 41 Every brother is expected to spend a great part of his spare time in the study of the principles of the law and of the order, and in searching out the key to its great and manifold mysteries. 36, he should also do all in his power to spread the law, especially taking long journeys, when possible, to remote places, there to sow the seed of the law. 10 house. 37, all pregnant women are especially sacred to members of the order, and no effort should be spared to bring them into acceptance of the law of freedom, so that the unborn may benefit by that impression. They should be induced to become members of the order, so that the child may be born under its aegis. If the mother that is to be had asserted her will to be so in contempt and defiance of the tablets of the slave gods, she is to be regarded as especially sacred to our order, and the master of the lodge in her district shall offer to become, as it were, godfather to the child, who shall be trained specially, if the mother so wishes, as a servant of the order in one of its professed houses. 39 special professed houses for the care of women of the order, or those whose husbands or lovers are members of the order, will be instituted, so that the frontal duty of womankind may be carried out in all comfort and all. Every brother is expected to use all his influence with persons in a superior station of life to induce them to join in all their royal personages, ministers of state, prominent officials in the diplomatic, naval, military, and civil services are particularly to be sought after. For it is intended ultimately that the temporal power of the state be brought into the law and led into freedom and prosperity by the application of its principles. Appointment colleges of the order will presently be established where the children and its members may be trained in all trades, precisions, professions, and now they may study the liberal arts and human letters. The accused brother will, however, be defended by the order to the utmost of its power on his affirming his innocence upon the volume of the sacred law. In the ordeal appointed ad hoc by the Grand Tribunal itself, 32 public enemies of the country of any brother shall be treated as such while in the field, and slain or captured as the officer of the brother may command. But within the precincts of the lodge, all such divisions are to be forgotten absolutely. And as children of one Father, the enemies of the hour before and the hour after are to dwell in peace, amity, and fraternity. Eighth house, 33. Every brother is expected to bear witness in his last will and testament to the great benefit that he hath received from the order by bestowing upon it part or the whole of his goods, as he may deem fit. 34. The death of a brother is not to be an occasion of melancholy, but of rejoicing. The brethren of his lodge shall gather together and make a banquet with music and dancing and all manner of gladness. It is of the greatest importance that this shall be done, for thereby the inherited fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead Eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse. The accused brother will, however, be defended by the order to the utmost of its power on his affirming his innocence upon the volume of the sacred law. In the ordeal appointed ad hoc by the Grand Tribunal itself, 32 public enemies of the country of any brother shall be treated as such, while in the field, and slain or captured, as the officer of the brother may command. But within the precincts of the lodge, all such divisions are to be forgotten absolutely. And as children of one Father, the enemies of the hour before and the hour after are to dwell in peace, amity, and fraternity. Eighth house, 33. Every brother is exempt from the order by bestowing upon it part or the whole of his goods, as he may deem fit. 34. The death of a brother is not to be an occasion of melancholy, but of rejoicing. The brethren of his lodge shall gather together and make a banquet with music and dancing and all manner of gladness. It is of the greatest importance that this shall be done, for thereby the inherited fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead Eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse.
It is desirable that the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this leads frequently to serious trouble for both parties, especially the uninitiated. Lawsuits between members of the order are absolutely forbidden, on pain of immediate expulsion and loss of all privileges. Even those accumulated by past good conduct referred to in the second part of this instruction. Disputes between brethren should be referred to the master or masters of their lodge or lodges in conference. If a composition be not arrived at in this manner, the dispute is to be referred to the Grand Tribunal, which will arbitrate thereon, and its decision. Refusal to apply for or accept such decision shall entail expulsion from the order, and the other party is then at liberty to seek his redress in the courts of profane justice. 28 members of the order are to regard those without its pale as possessing no right of any kind, since they have not accepted the law, and are therefore, as it were, troglodytes, survivals of a past civilization, and to be treated accordingly. Kindness should be shown towards them, as towards any other animal, and every effort should be made to bring them into freedom.
Any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this leads frequently to serious trouble for both parties, especially the uninitiated. 25 lawsuits between members of the order are absolutely forbidden, on pain of immediate expulsion and loss of all privileges, even of those accumulated by past good conduct referred to in the second part of this instruction. 26. All disputes between brethren should be referred firstly to the master, or masters of the lodge or lodges in conference. If a conversation be not arrived at in this manner, the dispute is to be referred to the which will arbitrate thereon, and its decision is to be accepted as final. Refusal to apply for or accept such a decision shall entail expulsion from the order, and the other party is then at liberty to seek his redress in the courts of profane justice. Members of the order are to regard those without its pale as possessing no rights of any kind, since they have not accepted the law, and are therefore, as it were, troglodytes, survivals of a past civilization, and to be treated accordingly. Kindness should be shown towards them, as towards any other animal, and every effort should be made to bring them into freedom. 29. Any injury done by any person without the order to any person within it may be brought before the grand tribunal. Use the one's power to redress or to avenge it.
Personal or domestic attendants should be chosen from among the members of the order. When possible, and great tact and courtesy are to be employed in dealing with them. 17. They, on their part, will render willing and intelligent service. 18. While in lodge, and on special occasions, they are to be treated as brothers, with perfect equality. Such behavior is undesirable during the hours of service, and familiarity, subversive as it is of all discipline and order, is to be avoided by adopting a complete and marked change of manner and address. 19. This applies to all persons in subordinate positions, but not to the brethren servient in the professed houses of the order, who, giving service without recompense, are to be honored as hosts. 20. In case of the sickness of any brother, it is the duty of all brethren who know him personally to attend him, to see that he want for nothing, and to report, if necessary, his needs to the lodge, or to Grand Lodge itself. 20. Those brethren who happen to be doctors or nurses will naturally give their skill and care with even more than their customary joy in service. 20. All brethren are bound by their fealty to offer their service in their particular trade, business, or profession to the Grand Lodge, for example. A stationer will supply Grand Lodge with paper, vellum, and the like. A bookseller offer any books to the library Grand Lodge.
and the railway or steamship owner or director see to it. The great officers travel in comfort wherever they may wish to go. 20. Visitors from other lodges are to be accorded the treatment of ambassadors. This will apply most especially to sovereign Grand Inspector Generals of the Order on their tours of inspection. All hospitality and courtesy shown to such is shown to ourselves, not to them only.
Personal or domestic attendants should be chosen from among the members of the order. When possible, and great tact and courtesy are to be employed in dealing with them. 17. They, on their part, will render willing and intelligent service. 18. While in lodge and on special occasions, they are to be treated as brothers with perfect equality. Such behavior is undesirable during the hours of service and familiarity. Subversive as it is of all discipline and order, is to be avoided by adopting a complete and marked change of manner and address. 19. This applies to all persons in subordinate positions, but not to the brethren servient in the professed houses of the order, who, giving service without recompense, are to be honored as hosts. 20. In case of the sickness of any brother, it is the duty of all brethren who know him personally to attend him, to see that he want for nothing, and to report, if necessary, his needs to the lodge, or to Grand Lodge itself. 20. Those brethren who happen to be doctors or nurses will naturally give their skill and care with even more than their customary joy in service. 22. All brethren are bound by their fealty to offer their service in their particular trade, business, or profession to the Grand Lodge. For example, a stationer will supply Grand Lodge with paper, vellum, and the like. A bookseller offer any books to the library of Grand Lodge which the librarian may desire to possess. A lawyer will execute any legal business for Grand Lodge, and a railway or steamship owner or director see to it that the great officers travel in comfort wherever they may wish to go. 20. Visitors from all lodges are to be accorded treatment of ambassadors. This will apply most especially to sovereign Grand Inspector General of the Order on their tours of inspection. All hospitality and courtesy shown to such is shown to ourselves, not to them only. They expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows
allows the characters of all brethren to extend to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice, are chosen, whose sorrow is minimized, joy is strength, laughter and delicious laughter, frost and fire.
All brethren may expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice.
It is desirable that the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself, it will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order. For that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the older included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members severally.
Included, this duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul.
Every brother who may possess mines, land, or houses more than he can himself constantly occupy should donate part of such mines or land, or one or more of such houses to the order. 10 properties this year that will be administered if he desired in his own interest, thus affecting enslaving, since large estates are more economically handled than small. But the order will use such property as may happen to lie idle for the moment in such ways as it may seem good. Lending an unlit house, for example, to some brother who is in need, or allowing an unused home to be occupied by the lodge.
material wants. But there is a music that is declining years making these choices. Possess mines, land, or houses more than he can himself constantly occupy. Should donate part of such mines or land, or one or more of such houses to the order. The 10 properties thus given will be administered if he desired in his own interest, thus affecting a state, since large estates are more economically handled than small. The order will use such property as may happen to lie idle for the moment in such ways as it may seem, lending it on leak house to some brother who is in need, or allowing an unused hall to be occupied by a lodge. 11. Yet in view of the great objects of the order, endowment is welcome. Every brother shall show himself solicitous of the comfort and happiness of any brother who may be old, attending not only to all material wants, but to his amusement, so that his declining years may be made joyful.
The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of the Lema. In all writings they shall be careful to use the prescribed greetings, likewise in speech, even with strangers. 5. They shall respond heartily to every summons of the lodge or chapter to which they may belong, not lightly making excuse. 6 brethren should use every opportunity of assisting each other in their tastes, businesses, or professions, whether by direct dealing with brethren in preference to others, or by speaking well of them, or as may suggest itself, it seems desirable, when possible, that where 2 or more of the same lodge are engaged in the same work, they should seek to amalgamate the same by entering into partnership, thus a time great and powerful corporation pictures to the libraries of the profess houses of the order. The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the Lord of the Lima. In all writings they shall be careful to use the prescribed greetings, likewise in speech, even with strangers. They shall respond heartily to every summons of the Lord or chapter to which they may belong, not lightly making excuse. Brethren should use every opportunity of assisting each other in their tastes, businesses, or professions, whether by direct dealing with brethren in preference to others, or by speaking well of them, or as may suggest itself. It seems dishonorable, possible, that where two or more brethren of the same lodge are engaged in the same work, they should seek to amalgamate the same by entering into partnership. Thus in time, great and powerful corporations, mere wise and small individual enterprises. They shall be diligent, circulating all tracts, manifestos, and all communications which the order take from time to time. Uniformly instruction, order, and exhortation, they may offer suitable books and pictures to the libraries of the professed houses of the order.
The private purse of every brother should always be at the disposal of any brother who may be in need. But in such a case, it is a great mischief if the one ask and the other consent. For if the former be really in need, his pride is wounded by his asking. And if not, the door is open to beggars and impostors and all manner of rings and rogues such as are no true brethren. A brother who is possessed of this world's prince should make it his business to watch the necessity of all those brethren with whom he may be personally acquainted, anticipating their wants in so wise and kindly and delicate a manner that it shall appear as if it were the payment of a debt. And what help is given shall be given with discretion, so that the relief may be permanent rather than temporary. All brethren shall be exceedingly punctual in the payment of lodge dues. This is to take precedence of all other calls upon the purse.
lives of every brother should always be at the disposal of any brother who may be in need. But in such a case, it is a great mischief if the one ask and the other consent. For if the former be really in need, his pride is wounded by his asking, and if not, the door is open to beggars and impostors and all manner of errant knaves and rogues, such as are no true brethren. But the brother who is possessed of this world's goods should make it his business to watch the necessity of all those brethren with whom he may be personally acquainted, anticipating their wants, and so wise and kindly and delicate a manner that it shall appear as if it were the payment of a debt. And what help is given shall be given with discretion, so that the relief may be permanent rather than temporary. Three, all brethren shall be exceedingly punctual in the payment of lodge dues. This is to take precedence of all other calls upon the purse.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. It has been represented to us that some persons who are worthy to join the OTO consider the fees and subscriptions rather high. This is due to your failure to explain properly the great advantages offered by the order. We desire you, therefore, presently to note and to cause to be circulated throughout the order and among those of the Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the world. It has been represented to us that some persons who are worthy to join the OTO consider the fees and subscriptions rather high. This is due to your failure to explain properly the great advantages offered by the order. We desire therefore constantly to note and to cause to be circulated throughout the order. And among those who profane who may seem worthy to join it, these matters following concerning the duties and privileges of members of the earlier degrees of the OTO as regards material affairs. And for convenience, we shall classify these as pertaining to the 12th house of the Abbot, but also by numbered clauses for the sake of such as understand not the so-called science of the stars. First, we are concerned in the Greek brethren, in that order every duty is also a privilege, so that it is impossible wholly to separate them. First house. 1. There is no law beyond. Do what thou wilt. Yet it is well for brethren to study daily in the volume of the sacred law. Liber legis, for therein is much counsel concerning this, how best they may carry out this will.
The wizard showed me a large green god with many arms, sitting in the doorway. The name on doorway in strange letters was Gate of Kitover. I entered this doorway. Inside was an oasis. A well with many Arabs about the name of the place was Osika in Marrakesh. A tall Moor Athanan talked to me, he was showing. They all. His favorite animal was why I could not name it. It came out of some water where it had been drinking, was gray, zebra like. Unicorn! Athanan said his name added to so many more! Or is this his grade? What is my true love? Does not have a name. Her magical name in his language was Ahita. Like I said, who the mouth was. He was not a living man. He represented a white man named Heman. Angel ruling Leo, he would carry on certain work. 666. A Moor's hand with a ring. Many stones of different colors arranged like flowers in the form of a cross of equal arms. Will prosper and work and be very happy. How will this come about? scholarship and education has something to read. When do we get definite action on the material plane? Before next semester, does someone have to take action or sit tight? Both. This certain one must use his brains to plan things. Tell me if BC Annie Bazant will live long in her present body? Yes. Is a political campaign among existing occult societies with a view to unification under 666 a good plan? Yes. Should he approach X? Dead. My white rose appears. Yes. Should he approach another person? No. Should he approach? Yes. Is there anyone else to approach? Some woman. Alma. Mine thought. She was stout, large breasts, 40, married, no children, dark chestnut hair, pretty skin, fairly good looking, possibly a singer or musician, smiling, rich, moderately well-educated American. Her name was Elsie Greatheart. Could this be a shot at EGP for Agent 9? Wizard says Woodstock adds to 84. How should we act to find LCD? No answer. Wizard now looks like an enormous god. Sphinx head, stalwart, bearded Assyrian god type out of it. This is God name. To the 463. The middle pillar, an almond rod equal servant of the dragon, or a fifth resolve of Babel's mind dream of Thoth. He is sceptered with a kind of battle axe and a non-curie in your hand. He stood against a great dark mountain behind which the sun was rising. The light effect was one of the most beautiful pictures I ever saw.
Where is LCG?
Pete, in an hotel or private house on 5th Avenue, 666 knew some friend of hers. She a friend of AD? Yes. When may he expect for them that the girl is outside? First splitting on September.
What year?
1918. This was doubtful. What nationality is the man referred to in that verse? Austrian. Where does he live now? By a web of concrete and trees around it in USA. What business is he in? A pleasure.
The wizard showed me a large green dog with many arms sitting in the doorway. Name on doorway in strange letters was Gate of Abdullah. I entered this doorway. Inside was an oasis. A well with many Arabs about the name of the place was Osaka in Marrakesh. A tall Moor, talked to me. He was showing his what his favorite animal was one I could not name. It came out of some water where it had been drinking was gray zebra-like unicorn. Fernan said his name added to 74. Or is this his grave? What is my true number? A hydrodon tree. Very interesting. Her magical name in his language was Alita. 117 out of Noah's Ark. On flame plus 1 Zeddy. The link 417 plus 1 is fluid. The 1 is of course the phallus.
He was not a living man, but represented a white man named Hangman.
417. Angel ruling Leo.
He would carry on certain work.
666.
How?
Hey, a Moor's hand with a ring, many stones of different colors, arranged like flowers in the form of a cross of equal arms. 666 will prosper and work and be very happy.
How would this come about?
Hey, through a certain person.
O-I-V-V-I-O.
A tall man with light mustache and agent had something to do with it.
When do we get definite action on the material plane?
Before next solstice.
It said have to take action or sit tight.
There's certainly one must use his brains to plan things.
Tell me if BC
80% will live long in her present body. Yes.
is a political campaign among existing occult societies with a view to unification under 666 a good plan.
Yes.
Should T approach X?
Proud my law disappears. Yes.
Should T approach another person?
No.
Should he approach
Is there anyone else to approach? Some woman out of my mind. She was stout, large, dress, sporty, married, no children, dark chestnut hair, pretty skin, fairly good looking, possibly a singer or musician. Smiling, rich, moderately well-educated American. Her name was Elsie Gray Parker. Could this be a shot at EGP for Air Japan? Wizard says Woodstock passed 84. How should he act to find LCG? No answer. Wizard now looks like an enormous god. Sphinx hat, stalwart, bearded Assyrian god type aftermath is his god name. Optimal is born 6'3". The middle player and almond rod equals servant of the dragon or a Mithra Asura. The tables, I.e. a thought. He is skittered with a kind of padlocks and a knob carried in the other hand. He stood against a great dark mountain behind which the sun was rising. The light in effect was one of the most beautiful pictures I ever saw. Where's LCG? In a hotel or private house on Fifth Ave or near 666 knew some friend of hers. Is she a friend of the 18 too? Yes. When they can expect fulfillment of military commitment? Where's Fully? September. What year? 1918. This was doubtful. What nationality is the man referred to in that verse? Austrian. Where does he live now? By a well of concrete trees around it in USA. Boston. What business is he in? Man of leisure. Saturn in the furrow, black bread in my hand, a bell for the burial, dust in the land. Jupiter at the table, fat line for play. The clerk with a gold pin, walking through the gate. Mars on the road, with iron in his grip. Sun on the bench, call it power in. Sail on the field, Venus in the doorway, perfume on her sleeve, a song in the parlor, making hearts believe. Mercury with the ledger, ink and the wind, quick hands, sharp lessons, one more scheme to think. Moon on the water, silver on the tide, travel in her pocket, fishes by her side. I hear the naming glow. Each one takes its turn. It teaches what I know. Sail on the field, Jupiter, pouring Saturn in the furrow, black bread in my hand.
Each one takes its turn and teaches what I know. Saturn at my table, cold spoon folded hands, agriculture in the field, sorrow in the sand. Death walks quiet circles around the barn door line, old boots by the doorway, and the rain on the vine. Then Jupiter comes laughing with a cup in every hand. Good fortune in the doorway, feasting in the land. Church bells on the hillside, I can hear them call, and the room turns golden. You lift me after all. Mars in the red street, fist up, eyes on fire. War with a clean edge, victory and desire. Sun in the highest seat, power on a crown. Magistrate in the morning, with the whole town bowed down. Venus at the window, soft and silver tone. Love in the slow dance, pleasure in the room. Music on the tongue, and laughter in the air. Mercury is laughing with a trickster's stare.
Sat at my table, cold spoon folded hands, agriculture in the field, sorrow in the sand. Death walks quiet circles around the barn door line, old boots by the doorway, in the rain on the vine. And Jupiter comes laughing with a cup in every hand. Good fortune in the doorway, feasted in the land. Church bells on the hillside, I can hear them call. When the room turns golden, you lift me after all. Mars in the red street, fist up, eyes on fire. War with a clean edge, victory and desire. Sun in the high seat, power on the crown. Magistrate in the morning, with the whole town bowed down. Venus at the window, soft hands, silver tune. Love in slow dance, pleasure in the room. Music on the tongue.
not
Fire visions and divine visions, right? The Bible. So you know that, right? You know that more than me. So you know it, right? So there are scholars in your faith itself who say that it's corrupt, but it's not a bad thing that it's corrupt. That's what they say, right? Because the religion is not about the Bible itself; it's a faith in Jesus. That's what they say. So that's the difference. In Islam, like even the scholars of other faith, or of the comparative, the PhDs of comparative religion and theology. Even most of them, there are a lot of them who might say otherwise, but the majority portion.
Yeah, but don't count out another VIX pop. There could be another VIX pop.
What do you think would cause it?
Well, we have 6 weeks before now and like June. I mean, we still have time. You can have a pop. Shaking
like,
the. Of course.
Like, what would it take for you, like China or like a big superpower entering into the theater or something like that?
They'll create a story. It's creating a story. That's why you sell the news. They'll create a story.
Yeah, has to be a juicy one. We'll see.
In other words, you got to hedge.
All I know is June, July, and August are going to be on my mortgage side good months for me. Very good months for me. And I'm about to stash. I'm about to start stashing.
Well, that's the thing. When everybody starts saying, I got to start stashing, you can hear in the room. That's when you know the pros are going to take some money off the table before you guys do.
100%, but you got to think about it. So right now, with there being more lenient, people who wouldn't be able to borrow are going to be able to borrow now with FHA loans. You're gonna have people just like right? We did this and then it crashed. So then the crash will afterwards, because people are going to be buying homes that technically can't afford them. So let's see for me, that's good. I'm going to be able to close more loans now, especially if they qualify for FHA loans. I'm going to be able to close more loans. I'm going to have more commissions.
What are you doing closing loans? I thought you were in academia. You're too intelligent for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I have multiple streams of income because I am intelligent. So there was a time let me just go get my mortgage license. My uncle owns a brokerage, so I do loans on the side. It's good money.
I mean, there should be this large influx of people entering into that market with this new guy coming in, right? Jerome Powell's replacement.
And then because the FHA now has changed some of the guidelines and the FICO scores, and more people are going to be able to get FHA loans for homes. I haven't read the full thing on it yet. I have it in my email box, but even my uncle just sent out a whole thing about everybody better be on their P's and Q's, getting their shit closed, because these are what we can be targeting right now. So I'm going to be calling some clients that didn't qualify before.
Yeah, but isn't it you're able to stash? Isn't that contingent on people leaving money in circulation? Like people being able to access more money? For example, the interest rate dropping, obviously that's going to pick up your
business. Yeah. And I'm going to make money. So then I'm going to stash my cash.
There you go.
Because now I have the recruiting firm that in the GCC. I have this. I have my regular 9 to 5. So my ass has just been working the past couple of years. It's working and stashing money. So.
Oh wait, the GCC's doing better now? Wait, just coming.
No, it's been shitting, man. Because a lot of my projects have stopped there for the past 6 months, and so now with this picking up,
we are at 26 in California again today for the detention hearing.
Yeah, there will be a rotation to real estate in the next it's coming, 2, 3, yeah, there's coming.
If you don't have multiple streams of income, like I learned my lesson the hard way. You have to have multiple.
Yes, you do. Yes.
You cannot rely on one.
Yes.
Thing. And I was just sitting around and I'm like, shit, I can pass this mortgage test in like 2.5 seconds, and I did on my first time. I got like an 85.
Yeah. Most people just rely on their one job paycheck, and then when they lose that job, they realize they should have multiple streams of income.
And that's exactly what happened to me, is I worked for a really big company. But no, I had been in academia, Sam. I'm not currently in academia, but I was in academia.
Yeah, I was there too. It got overrated.
So like when I lived in the UAE, I taught, and then I also taught at the University of Sharjah. So I taught some business classes there.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice when you're intelligent to be in that environment. But you know how it is, the politics, and they don't pay well. It's just a lot of stuff behind them.
Yeah, they don't pay very well, but it's nice. It's a nice stream of income. Like if it's not your main stream of income, like right now, I could easily go and teach at a community college. Like that's not a problem.
Well, good for you.
Extra cash.
Wow.
I just like money.
You want
money. I like to make money. So if someone tells me, like my mom son was telling me, you should get into insurance sales, I'm like, fuck it, I'll go and get the license for it. Why not? If this picks up, I'll go do that. If this picks up, I'll go do that. Just make a little money here and there.
That's right. That's why I try to tell people. Look for the opportunity.
What's it take you? Like literally from the time I started studying for my mortgage license to the time I got my mortgage license was 1 month.
Yeah, but that's because you're intelligent. I tried to help people. I gave them a book from the library.
As we've talked about on multiple occasions.
It doesn't take you more than a month, and then if you use it, you use it. If you don't, what are you out? $200? Who cares?
Yeah, they're too lazy. They're just too lazy.
My friend's like, you have this and that. Why would you want to do mortgages? I go, because it's extra money. Who doesn't want an extra, like, just on the side, making an additional $3,000-$4,000 a month, not doing shit?
There you go. You see? The amount of lazy people in this world, the amount of, average and below average IQ is staggering.
The point is, when somebody tells me they can't make money in America, I just want to laugh.
Oh, my God.
Because
right.
I just want to laugh.
There's no other country in the world that has this kind of opportunity.
Shit,
bro,
do
you guys see the just the GoFundMe thing, just the influencer thing, just shows you how easy it is for people to get rich.
Easy to make money in America. Like people don't understand the opportunities in America that
she's been missing since 2018.
The gig work by itself. You can go get a mortgage license, you can get an insurance license, you can sell insurance. You can literally, on the side, because my friend, she's like a big manager for Estee Lauder, she puts me in the system, and once a month I get paid $30 an hour to go and, like, if I feel like it, go and do perfumes. If I'm bored, my kids are in college, I don't got shit to do, go make freaking little bit of money here. That's gas money. Like, if you want to make money, you can make money. You can just pick it up off the street here.
Yeah, I tell people that I tell them this. I
wouldn't do that. Where's your pride? There's no pride when it comes to work. You work, you make your money.
There's no other country. I keep telling people, there's no other country. Every day you have an opportunity to make money. I swear, every day I have an opportunity to make money.
I make money on Upwork. I literally get contracts on Upwork all the damn time for $50 an hour.
You go to the Middle East, they drive you nuts. They don't like it. They won't give you the paperwork. They won't give you the link. They make you go in circles and left and right.
And then your job is tied to your residency. And you lose your job, you lose your residency, you lose your home, you lose everything. And then you can't go out and just grab a new job. There's a whole process that you have to go through it. So, when you're in America, you don't got to go through any damn process. You can walk out on the street. There's gig work. You can download an app for Uber, and you can start Ubering. There's so much ways that you can make money. Are they easy? No. But what else are you doing? Sitting around scratching your ass isn't going to get you nothing. What's unemployment? $350 a week? You can live on that?
In America, you can go online and fill out all the LLC forms, the S corp forms. But to go do that in the Middle East, Oh my
You can't
gosh.
do that. No,
Yeah, right.
it took
They
me
can drive
5
you nuts.
years.
Yeah,
It took
5
me
years.
5
Wow.
years.
That's
It took me 5
persistence.
years to have a business there. It took me 5 years to register with the GC.
And that's opportunity cost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it worth it? Yeah, it is. Right now, not too much, but I did make some money. But you can make money. We live in such a global. You can make money. When someone tells me, "I can't make money," I don't have it. Go find another way to make a job. You might not make it in what you started off with. Maybe that AI takes you to find another thing to do. AI took over your job. Go pick up a trade. Go to welding. They make $80 an hour.
Right. I've been trying to tell people that plumbing, electricians,
contractors. There's so much ways to make money. I think it just takes an immigrant mind.
Yeah, you gotta push. I tried to hire these guys to start up help them out, give them these cash flows. Well, they're lazy. I'm literally, I got the money. I can drop like mad money to start a company. They won't even, they don't follow up. They're like, all right, forget it. I was trying to help you out.
They want to go, they want to work for a corporation, they want to get their paycheck, they want to go on the office, they want to go. I look at the weekend like, okay, Sundays I take the day off. The Saturdays I work. I do stuff because I know how much I'm spending. I know how much my output is. I want to make sure that I'm covering with some input at some point. We have kids. They have expenses. They have college. Unfortunately, I'm upper middle class. We don't get shit. My kids aren't getting financial aid.
Right,
so
right.
I'm not getting any assistance from the government, so I'm hustling.
And I remember I worked 90 days in a row without a day off.
Yeah, last year I worked a full 363 days. 363 days. Wow. No day off.
Damn.
And some of the days I worked 2 jobs. I went from the mortgage in the mornings. I would wake up at 7 a.m. I'd go to the brokerage. I'd make my calls, pick up on the leads. And then as I'm doing the leads in the afternoons, I was working my secondary job. Because I wasn't finding work within my field, I was working for Estee Lauder in the afternoons. And then I picked up a couple Upwork, and everybody's like, how are you doing it? That's a lot. Like, you got to do what you got to do to make up the difference.
That's impressive. I thought my 90 days was brutal.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. You got nothing else. What are you going to do when the bills for your kids' tuition is coming in? They got books to pay. They got cards.
You didn't have a single day to yourself? Just to go out to the park even?
2 days. 2 days. The day of my daughter's graduation, that was also my birthday. And the other day was Christmas.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you look at that as the United States credit card, except we only made
and then my husband came in to save the day and was like, calm down. I'm like, yeah, but I still like to hustle.
That is a joke.
That's impressive.
Why? I like money. If God forbid anything happens with him, I got money. That's how we were able to put a huge down payment. That's why we were able to do stuff, is because I have money.
Yeah, that's why I stress to people. It's the money. It's not about the materialistic things you get. It's the security, and more importantly, eventually, the freedom.
The freedom I'm eventually going to have. Like right now, I do have a lot of free time that I could just do nothing and still make money. But I don't want to, because I look at it as I can just be sitting here watching or talking. Like while I'm talking to you guys, I'm doing an Upwork contract for a company out in Wisconsin. They're paying me $45 an hour. I'm talking to you guys. I'm doing the work.
That's what I'm talking about. Nice job. Yeah, it's that freedom. Getting to that freedom.
Because to me, time is money. It's like there's going to be a time that I'm not going to have this energy to work.
That's right.
I'm not going to be young. I'm not going to have energy to work. I'm going to regret the time that I had the energy and I wasted it.
Yeah, and these people that they're so they dedicate themselves to these companies, and then they get laid off when they're 50s. And now what are they going to do?
Well, I mean, if you're going to work for a company, you got to get equity. It's the only way to do it.
You know what I'm saying?
You got to get equity in the company. Just taking a salary is...
Not all companies give you equity. When you work for a university, for example, or you work for the government.
Yeah, but you got to work for a company And you got to work to a position to get equity.
I know two people who worked. Now here it is. You do a 20-year, you get a sweet pension and everything from the company. Both of my two friends, they got laid off at their 19th year. That's how dirty it is. They put in the 19th, and they made up some bullshit BS, and they laid them off. One of them was 19 years and 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a lot of companies to choose from, man.
Dude, it's ruthless out there. It's not what you think. They're mad. They're vicious.
I know the game. I know it really well.
Imagine you bust your tail off. You wake up every day at 5 or 6, and you get there. You're working till 5 for 19 years, and all you got left was 1 year, and then they lay you off.
Yeah. You got to work for a company where you take a risk.
Dude, it was American Express. She was working for American Express.
You're not going to make any.
And the other one was working for the university.
You're going to make enough money to stay on top of your debt at American Express. You'll take a risk. You gotta work for a company that's just growing.
What are you talking about, Shape? They're laying off people at Microsoft, Oracle, Facebook.
I know the industry really well.
All these guys are getting laid off.
The problem is if you play it safe in your life, you're gonna.
Yeah, but most people they play it safe.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
When
you have an average IQ person, they're gonna play it safe.
If you're gonna play it safe, that's what you got to be prepared for.
Or they don't know that.
Or you got to hustle. There's no such thing as loyalty in the corporate world. It's just a number. You're on the P&L. You're in the cost line.
There you go. You got it.
That's it.
So the young people listening,
EBITDA's not looking good. Someone's got to show up to an earnings call with a beat. That beat's going to happen, whether you have your job or not.
The important thing is don't put all your eggs in one basket for the young folks listening, and have multiple streams of income. Spend your weekends, not just having fun, but thinking of side projects to build on your, as protection. You gotta look out for yourself.
My thing would be everything you said, and don't fucking buy stupid shit.
Oh yeah, you gotta know how to.
Do not spend the first 15, 20 years of your life acquiring debt.
Right, and you said it in a different way. I'll rephrase it. It's not how much you make; it's how much you keep.
Yeah, that's the thing. What I see, like you can work a job for 20 years, just make a salary. You can, and you'll be okay. But if you start fucking piling up debt, buying fucking 5 TVs in your house, and all the stupid American dream nonsense.
Yeah, and these guys, they buy these $100,000 Ford F-150 trucks.
Fucking crazy.
What are you doing?
Fucking crazy.
It's a depreciating asset, and it's a truck for $100,000. What are you, an idiot?
Since I was 25, any car I buy cash. I don't fucking borrow money. Thank God I have the means, but even when I didn't have money, if I didn't have the cash, I ain't fucking buying it.
Yeah.
The only way to do it now is to fucking live at home. Honestly, I don't know if you're 25, 30 years old. I don't know how you can buy a house now.
No, it's impossible at 25, 30, no way, man. Not impossible for the vast majority, yes.
I don't understand.
No, but the problem is that for people who don't have the option, they have to either rent or buy. Right? And rent is just, you're throwing money down the drain.
Well, it depends what kind of mortgage.
It depends.
Rent's a smart move if in certain situations.
Yeah.
It's
Rent is sometimes your only option. That's what actually happens.
Fair. No, it can sometimes be smarter to rent. If, for example, real estate prices are very high, it's better to rent.
I mean, yeah, sometimes, but building equity is also good. If you're renting for 10 years straight, then all of that money that you could have, put on a mortgage, built equity, is gone. It's just
not necessarily. Not necessarily. Yeah. You can, if you bought a condo,
that equity fluctuates.
If you drop them.
No, I know. I'm saying if you rent, if you have a mortgage, you actually do build equity. But if you have a rent, you're not building any equity.
Not necessarily.
But here's the point we're trying to make: is if you bought a condo, hold on, Shape, let me finish it. If you bought a condo in Miami for $1.5 million, and it tanked to $1 million, you just lost $500,000 that you're on the hook for.
Yeah, I understand. Typically, real estate does hold its value over time, though. There are exceptions, but generally speaking, it is pretty safe.
I don't want to cut anybody off or be disrespectful to the conversation. I was just tapping in, and I just want to ask you guys something really respectfully and heartfelt. Because I have a position and something that I'm creating, and I wanted to know from each of you, because I have room for 6, and there's, I think, 8 other people in this room. If I was going to do something where you could either get a check, a bank transfer.
Is that the Nigerian prince?
Sorry, man. I only take deals from very attractive women that offer me crypto on Clubhouse. I don't do men on Clubhouse. Is it just me that gets these beautiful women reaching out to him at 2 in the morning?
No, I get all the guys.
I've never had that happen to me. I think it's just too shady.
I just attract the most beautiful, I guess.
And on Twitter as well.
Look at this story. Let me just give you an example. Like, Jennifer, am I audible? Yeah. Okay, like J-Lo, listen to this story. J-Lo and Ben Affleck bought a house for $68 million. They slashed it $8 million to $60. That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Crazy.
I know.
What kind of house is fucking 68 million?
I'm saying that real estate is not like a.
I don't think anyone in here is talking about buying a $68 million.
No. I know, but still, I'm just putting it relative. Like you go to, for example, like Miami. Where's that? It's called Park something Park.
You can spend money real quick and then you could decorate a fucking room.
I'm talking about like average people buying average houses or condos. Right.
Dude, I was in Miami. The
it
amount
just depends on the areas as well. Like in the south of the UK, like the average house is probably $350. And when you go up north, the same thing, if not better, is probably $200. So 1,000, right?
Dude, if I lived in America, I would definitely be in real estate. But Canada is just way too expensive.
It says right here, Miami. Many sellers are receiving 93% of their original price. You know, you lost money.
Not bad.
And there's this place called Brickell. Oh my God, you should see the surplus of properties out there in Brickell. Oh my God. The buildings were like, half of them are for sale. Buy, you know. And here's the thing too, Benny and Shape. When you own these condos, guess what? Every month you're paying a condo fee.
Bro, I don't buy air.
I agree. The whole I don't like condos. I don't like the condo market.
You're dropping $1,500 a month, $1,300 a month condos.
You're buying thinner.
And even if you paid it off, you're still paying the condo fee, so you're losing money.
It's a scam. It's a scam.
And that's most of the properties in Miami for that condo.
The only time that you make money in condos is you get in like pre-built and you flip it.
Even now the pre-built, the pre-con is not very.
But I mean, that's the thing. It's like you're just trading papers. That's the only.
Yeah.
Condos being apartments or like what?
Yeah. Condos are basically. Yeah, I prefer housing, like actual housing, freehold housing.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, and then housing. Okay, Ben, you have issues with housing. Now you got to replace the roof. You got to replace the air.
Do you know who else?
Well, ideally you would flip it and sell it.
Okay, do you guys want to know who else lives in Miami? Take a guess.
Netanyahu's son?
Apart from Trump. There we go. See?
Bezos.
See how I know how you think?
That retard.
I'm in your head, bro.
He's using his ready tax money. That retard is using his ready tax money. You know, the people that live inside are like, I use about 10 grand a month or 8 grand a month for security. He's renting a fucking $4,000 apartment or whatever. And that's where, Sarah Netanyahu, she always goes to Miami to meet up with her son. And if she wants to run away from Netanyahu as well, because due to prostate, she will run away.
You're beefing on him hard.
What did you say?
You're making fun of him.
Who am I making fun of? I'm not making fun of anybody.
I'm Bibi.
What, you care about Bibi?
No, I mean, you have to throw the prostate thing in there.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I think it's the whole prostate thing. I don't get it.
Yeah, so Sam, last time, he going through prostate. So Sarah Netanyahu, she was wanted to be a witness because she was sort of like messing with the witnesses to escape court cases. So she started coming after her, and then she ran away to Miami to get away from the case. And that's when Trump met up with her, and they were buddy. They were WW, like sitting next to each other, touching each other's hand. There was pictures all around the country.
And they had a noise cancellation for fuck.
Oh, sorry. What I'm saying? So they were into WW shit or whatever, and then she gets infected with COVID. Nowadays we don't have no COVID. Who's got COVID? Nobody's got COVID nowadays. She gets infected with COVID. So there's something that happened with Trump, and then Trump Epstein files.
Wait, so you're saying Trump gave her COVID?
Yeah, and there's an article
like through a sexually transmitted manner, or what?
There we go. Read between the lines,
Oh.
And Epstein was interviewed a long time ago. A small publisher company picked it up. I'll put the link in the chat, guys. He's into sleeping with his best friend's wives, and Netanyahu is his best friend.
Yeah, but Sarah is not that pretty. I did come across this conspiracy theory recently, which is actually quite interesting.
So I have the article if you want it.
That's okay. No, but the whole thing about COVID being released was actually an Epstein thing. So apparently there was some indication that he had kind of I forgot what it's called, like a plan for when you die to wreak havoc. And so basically if you look at when he died and when COVID started shortly after he died. So basically COVID was released as his kind of plan B for when he died. Infect the world.
I don't know about that, but I was making a different point there. But anyways, yep. So that's where
Yeah,
I was
but
going.
that was some weird ass a little out there,
It was a weird one that I came across. Yeah.
So Benyamin Sam is a doctor. Ask him.
No, I'm retired. I'm a retired physician.
What kind of doctor were you, Sam?
I was an internist and infection specialist.
Oh, okay. So right up your alley.
Yeah, we talked when back in my day in 2008. We had discussions about between 2020 and 2025. And we were discussing how there could be a viral outbreak in the Chinese marketplace storyline. And I was surprised it panned out exactly on time.
Oh, wow. You were actually having discussions about that?
Yeah, in 2008, yes, when I was an infectious disease fellow. Yes.
With who were you having these discussions?
With our fellow infectious disease doctors.
What, in China or Belgium?
No, in the United States.
And these were in formal meetings or just
we were at the university because we were discussing, because in infectious diseases you have for example there was the influenza pandemic in 1919, and then before that we had bubonic plague. So you kind of historically you kind of do have outbreaks of infectious diseases historically.
Did you follow what Bill Gates said? It's we're due something like this. We're due a big virus, global virus. He said that.
Yeah, he did say that. That's correct. Yes, you picked up on that one. Yes, you did.
So you guys knew that it was going to happen?
No, we didn't know. We make models.
So you predicted that it would happen?
Yes, I was surprised it exactly happened between 2020 and 2025, and exactly at the same place. We said, but that's not to say. That's not now. Listen carefully. That's not to say it was a
pandemic.
And that's not to say it was a natural occurrence, but an accidental natural occurrence.
That's not to say. So you don't think it was a natural occurrence? You think it was?
Yeah. You know what? I'm in a position now. I'm retired. I'm going to say it was not a natural occurrence. How about that?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it was likely released. Either accidentally. I don't know if it was accidental. That's still kind of. Do you think it was accidental or?
No, I don't think it was accidental. I can say that now, but back during when the pandemic was on, and I couldn't say these things on Clubhouse at the time.
Why? Who was stopping you?
Because I have a medical license at the time, and I didn't want to get. You can get your medical license in jeopardy.
That's true. So you were keeping information from the public?
No, I was not keeping information, Benny, because when you make a statement like that, when you have a medical license, the board will come. What evidence do you have to support it? Then you're on the hook.
What evidence do you have, Sam? How did you come to this conclusion?
Well, I'm retired now. I can have a theory.
Sure. Go on. Tell me.
No, that's it. That's enough for now.
It's a humble request to everyone that I am sharing this petition in the chat. Please go on and sign it, please, guys.
What's it for?
Let's go and open and read.
I'm doing the dishes.
Pardon?
I'm doing the dishes. I can't do that.
Regarding the freedom of Iran, so just sign it.
The freedom from the IRGC?
No. Just read it. It's quite funny. Go and read it. It's a humble request to all of you. I have been doing this, so please do that. And you don't have to use your real name if you want to sign up. Just use a fake name, and if you need an email, you can copy the email from the second link. If you search on Google temporary email, from there you can get temporary email.
You gotta stop advertising your shit in my room, respectfully.
Did you even open and read that?
I'm not gonna read it. Yesterday you started reading, it put me to sleep.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I've shortened it now.
You should open up your room, right, and put a title. Raza Pahlavi scumbags come here and read the petition.
Okay.
And they will probably clip your account. Anyways, anybody else wants to come up, you guys are come on up.
What is that house named after you? Who made that house?
Which one?
There's a house named
Amir's house?
Yeah, a house on
that was a Jewish infiltration. No, that was a Palestinian infiltration and a Jewish infiltration too.
Sorry, I got a phone.
Oh, really? What was it? Prince and Bibi? It was Jack, Palestinian. Oh, Jack. Yeah, that fucking retard. You remember? That's shit. Jack was involved in that? Yeah, Jack, and created the house. And then Bibi came around and opened the same house. John Kitover came around and did the same shit. Wait, but they were different houses, right? Yeah, but they're Amir house with my name on it. Okay, yeah. And then Bibi. But like Jack wasn't working with Bibi, was he?
No, but he's the original one that copied. And then you had EBB copied this house as well, World Affairs Forum. Such a retard.
Yeah,
that was pretty funny, Amir. You had to.
No, do you know what the funniest part about Mangoes? After I blocked all of these psychopaths, they're sending people in here like Edward and Dean. You know, they're telling us to unblock them, otherwise, or else. Like, this is what Jack was still doing. I'm like, what?
They hijacked your club.
Yeah, no, they didn't. I still have my club. They just hijacked the name. Because under my Amir house, nobody else can open a room. It's for my followers.
Just like me and Sam were saying, if they spent that much time making fucking money.
Amir's getting paid per hour by Clubhouse.
Amir makes good money on Clubhouse.
Yeah. I don't make money.
He's making
that. Amir does his work, and he sits on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I'm gonna check your profile yesterday.
By sitting on.
Paul was tipping you yesterday. Have you checked your profile? You were getting tips.
Yeah, some people they tip me. What is it? 5 coins is like 5 cents, bro. What are you talking about? Tipping?
I got tipped today in a room because I told the story of how my grandfather worked for Spirit Airlines and how they fucked him out of his shares after he died and his wife didn't get him.
Wow. How much did he give you? 5 cents? 10, 25 cents?
I got 5 cents for that story, man.
Wow.
Listen, I've been dropping some political knowledge up in this video. You guys best be paying me. I don't do this.
Keep separate. We want the Lebanese identity. I was listening for a bit. Nationalism comes out.
But this is the thing is that this is like a micro, like mycopathy or whatever, of like just what the Lebanese society is like. Here's a little sample.
Mangoes, I want to ask you a question because I hear this brought up sometimes. I heard some guy ask you, are you North Lebanon or South Lebanon? What does that mean, North Lebanon, South Lebanon? What's that all about?
Because people are like, they're very, because they predominantly think, like, when I tell people where I'm from in Lebanon, and if they're not well versed in, like, how, like, basically, it's so, mixed where I'm from, like, they automatically think I'm Druze, or they automatically think I'm Christian, because I tell them I'm from Ishbel, which is northern Lebanon. And northern Lebanon isn't just northern Lebanon. There are different areas. There's Ishbel, there's Trablos, there's, what else is that place called? The crazy-ass place that borders Syria. No, where there's a lot of Christians there. Agar, is that where it's at? Like, we're those Kurdish that we deported to Germany and so they can cause their problems. Some of them. Oh man, you never heard of like the Lebanese Kurdish crew that's like ransacking Germany now with their mafias? We have them.
I've never heard of Lebanese Kurds to start with.
Yeah, because we kicked their asses out and then they went to Germany. They're crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Were they wherever they're like Alba or where?
Let me look at the map real quick. For some reason, I'm thinking Ankara.
Batron?
No, not Batron. It's let me look at the Lebanese map real quick because I have a Christian friend that's from there.
Wow.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, the only time I heard about them was like I saw this Vice thing about these. I kept hearing about like these Lebanese mafia that are in Germany, and then I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, we don't got people like that. And then, so when they dived in, they were Lebanese Kurds.
Lebanese Kurds?
Yeah, they're not in Lebanon anymore.
I never heard of Lebanese Kurds.
No, they're what's it? It's like right.
It's good there.
Yeah.
1 second, I got a phone call with my mom. Let me get back to you guys.
Yeah, no. Anyways, what's up with you, Taco? What you been up to?
Not much. I just check in periodically when Samoa leaves.
No, you don't like Samoa.
I kill brain cells with that guy.
I forgave him, because I wanted to give him a second chance. Trump announced his plan to escort ships stuck in Strait of Hormuz. Wow.
There you go. Now let's see what the oil prices are doing right now.
There you go.
Right,
You support Trump. You're very
The oil price went down a little bit, not much.
Yeah, it's at 101.
No, not Ankara. Ankara is in
Turkey.
Akkar.
Oh.
It's literally
How does it?
Akkar. It's like right up north, borders Syria. It's like that region that borders like Syria, like Kuwait and stuff like that's where they're originally. But let me find
How do you spell that? Akkar?
Aakkar.
Okay, are you guys there? Yeah. You see when he makes an announcement like that.
Oh. That's a government, like it's a province.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just north of Tripoli.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been up.
It's a crazy place.
I went to Tibet, you know that?
What the hell did you go there for?
So one of my trips to Lebanon, I was like helping Syrian refugees.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of Syrian refugees that ended up in Tibet because it's the Sunni part of like the whole, Trablus. I mean, Trablus is Sunni, but like it's the poorer part of, where the Sunnis go. It's like,
Okay, they're called they're in Germany. They're Lebanese Kurdish crime clans in Germany, often referred as Arab clans or Ma'alami Kurds, are organized crime networks that originated from refugees fleeing the civil war in the 1980s. The Al-Azan crime family. Literally.
Sounds like a Sopranos episode, huh?
No, these guys are nuts. There was a whole Vice investigative thing. That's the first time I ever heard of them.
So it says here there's 100 to 150,000 Kurds in Lebanon, mostly in Beirut and
Yeah, I can see that. But like, there's the Al-Zain crime family, and there's these gangs, and they're in Germany. And they're wreaking havoc in Germany.
Oh, man. There might be an escalation today.
No, you believe it?
I would like to go to I'd like to go to Baghdad.
Oh, I've been to Baalbek many.
I've heard it's so nice.
I got some crazy Baalbek stories. Like, of course, there's the Allah, the ruins.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, I've been there many times. I have lots. It's one of my favorite places to go in Lebanon. But Lebanon itself, the Bekaa is a crazy place. I've got like friends that are from there, and I've got crazy stories.
Given these remarkable numbers, this poll this morning is not an outlier. Every poll shows the same.
I love visiting the historical sites so much.
Trend.
There's a lot in my area. There's like, I rode the donkey once to go to like this one area in the mountain where like there's the oracle that Alexander the Great, before like he went further, like he used to consult this oracle. It was like in a cave.
Wow.
Yeah, there's also Egyptian ruins in Lebanon, believe it or not.
Right, and either Aswan or Luxor I visited too, where he was there at that site. It was marked. He was there. That guy went around.
He also the story of him, the story of his conquest of Sur is interesting. It used to be like an island. Now it's part of Maine.
When you think how much he moved, and he wasn't moving by himself. He was moving a legion, an army legion, and how far they moved. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yes. It was pretty incredible. Right. And he was very young. When did he die? In his 30s?
Yeah, mid-30s.
He died in his 30s, I believe, yeah.
From an infection.
Yep.
I mean, that's what they say. There's a lot of speculation.
That he was
Controversy.
poisoned.
Yeah, possibility. Yeah.
But definitely, like, he left his mark.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like, what, 6 or 8 cities named after him?
Yeah.
And there's a couple named after his horse, too.
Yeah, he loved his horse.
Yeah.
He really did.
What cities was it?
Do you really need a
It's like IRGC told Arab Emirates to vacate their reports. Listen.
Fucking A, man. The kids just got back to school last week.
I know.
Don't listen to the stories. Watch the market.
What did you say? IRGC what, Jamal?
Yeah, the IRGC announced that United Arab Emirates to anchor or to move their ships to Dubai due to the Project Freedom announcement of Donald J. Trump starting Monday, Middle Eastern time. America will export commercial ships out of the contested Strait of Hormuz through humanitarian reasons for countries that are affected that are not involved in the conflict. There are inhumane conditions for people that are on these ships, and these people need help, and America, as a sign of good faith with Iran, should allow these commercial ships to go unimpeded. That's the statement. Extinction. Humanitarian.
We all can't take that seriously.
What the hell is that? These are just side stories. I'm looking right now at the market. Oil down 68 cents. You would think with this, this kind of news, it would really move oil either up and down. Look at gold. Gold is down $16. With this kind of stuff, you would think gold would move. Nothing. It's just.
I mean, it's not moving much. $16.
Right. It's basically, so I'm trying to tell you, this story is just it's a nothing story. And then you're looking at how much America.
So wouldn't oil go down as a result of that?
Well, the value, right? But then the announcements of these hostilities, especially with this guy that doesn't know how to control himself, they'll say something. They have to counter that, in a way. So then they try to counter it with more supply because of Venezuela. If you're looking at the exports right now, America right now.
No, there's nothing to do with Venezuela. I'm saying the day that the UAE.
Wait, it went up. It went up. That's correct. The oil went up. That's correct.
How?
Yeah, so there's countering narratives as far as factoring the speculation component here. So they say, hey, Venezuela, United Arab Emirates would be oil go down. But then this person says things like, yeah, we just have a friendly blockade sitting over here, and da-da-da-da-da. Then they're like, all right.
No, but the blockade was already happening. Nothing changed as a result of that blockade. Right?
All right, so if I announce today, this blockade is indefinite, would that factor into the speculation?
Obviously, it was saying that when. Well, yeah, but that's not what happened with the UAE. Nothing else happened.
No, I'm telling you
that would cause oil to stay.
Well, maybe you're not listening. I'm saying it's a counterweight to the effect that the announcement on May 1st should have had. Well, you could have. There's something called. Okay, here, let me explain this. When people think that the price of oil is going to go down, then you have a lot of people coming in for the orders and buying them, and that can push the price up.
That makes sense.
What? Yes. For example, let's say, when you're an airline industry, when you're the CEO of the airline, you're buying the oil. You're not buying it for today. You're buying it 3 months out on the oil futures market. And whatever you are, you're buying it in the future. So if you're hearing, there's going to go down, because, the whole UAE story, blah, blah, blah. Because if you thought about it carefully, if one thinks about it carefully, what is their percentage on the overall global oil market? It's not huge. So when they thought it was going to go down, so they all rush in to buy, which then pushes up the price. Yeah, I don't. If somebody says, hey, we're increasing the supply, and people say we're increasing the demand, these things would kind of equalize where people are able to take advantage of the depreciation, right?
Not
if there's
necessarily.
like a well, if I, like when Trump said, you guys remember this about 3 weeks ago? Trump said this, and then 10% drop. Then Iran says this, then 10% rise, right? And these things are like 10 minutes from each other, right? And what's happening here is like there's this like tussle for the controlling narrative of what the speculation is factoring into the duration. So when they say the United Arab Emirates on I think it was the 29th, when they announced that they're leaving on May 1st, you're expecting this drop, which
that's right. You are expecting this drop, right? Exactly. So if it's at 100 and you think it's my God, it's going to drop tonight, you're going to have a huge amount of people coming in to rush to buy the orders. But
if we look at the order of events, what was announced right after that? This idiot's True Social post that the blockade will be indefinite after providing the letter on Friday.
Okay, and then doesn't that go back to what we're saying? They're just trying to keep the oil up for some time. Now you got it.
No, the problem is you don't kind of like see like how what you're saying doesn't actually play here with
what you're talking about. I've traded oil futures in my life. I was an oil futures trader. I was trading oil futures. When they make an announcement, oh my gosh, there's going to be like they think that it's going to drop. You see this huge. Let me explain something to you. I once shorted, just like what you thought, and I thought the damn thing was going to go down, just like what you thought. No, it shot up. I got a short squeeze because they all rushed in to buy. And when you have a lot of people rushing in to buy and they have that limited supply, well, quote unquote limited supply, it shot the price up. You got all these airlines calling in, buy it now, it's going down, buy it now. And then you got all these orders coming in to buy. Hello? Where'd everybody go?
No, I agree with you, Sam. It makes sense.
You guys, it's like what happens is, my dad used to say to me, it's like all these elephants rush to this one door. And that's what happens. If it was that easy, believe me, people would be making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Sam, I got a question for you. Do you have, $100,000? Can you let me hold it?
What are you going to do holding $100,000? What are you going to do with that?
I'm going to tell you what, I'll give you exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in a, REIT investment, and it gives me a dividend up to about 15 to 20%. What do you think about that?
You're going to get a dividend of 15 to 20%. Are you crazy? Yeah. You don't put something in with a dividend of 15 to 20%.
I know you don't. I do.
That's very risky.
Because I go based on the track record of the company.
All right, I know you're just playing around.
The track record has a good track record. It has been doing it for the past 10 or 20 years. And REIT.
You're going to get a dividend of 15% to 20%. A dividend.
Yes.
You're nuts.
So just as a fact-checking matter, like
it's not a good money. It's not good money.
That thing is going to drop eventually, big time.
Nope, it's been going on for over 15, 20 years. It has a good track record.
No, dude.
Which company is this?
This is, let me put it up.
Come here, you got to put down that pipe.
And this was the Sam that was talking about the value? Was that Sam?
This company is called ARR.
ARR. What do they do?
What's the ticker?
It's a R. That's it. 3-digit ARR. It's a REIT stock company. Like REIT is like real estate. Has to do with real estate.
Oh, it's a REIT. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Here's the trick. Now go look at the historical. Now go look at. You didn't look at the chart properly. Now go look at the max of the chart. Look how much that thing tanks over time. That's what I told you. It's going to happen.
Okay.
Go look at the historical. Press max.
Let me
in 15 years it dropped
from 400 to 17.
Well, I mean, from its absolute peak, it was 400.
Right.
Yeah.
When they're paying you that kind of dividend, they're begging you to please come
Do you see it's 2011?
Didn't I tell you that thing was just going to tank badly?
But Sam, what you would do is you would do it in 5 years, and then you move on to another.
5 years. Look what happened to it.
Look at what happened to it in the last 5 years, bro.
Dude, don't.
You guys know what you should look at, bro? Like, look at what I'm.
In the last 5 years, it went from peak $100 in 2020. Yeah, March 2020, right before the pandemic.
Right. Didn't I just tell you it was going to happen? I didn't even have to look at the chart.
So check out this. This is a Vanguard mutual fund. This is what I'm invested in. Over 20%, like as far as like the returns on it. It's the ticker's VTI, and then the stock that I bought back in 2009 at $30. No, it was at $16. My bad. It's called Steel Dynamics.
Hold on. Let me just help Amir first. Amir, get out of that stock, all right? Get out of that AR.
Oh, did you already buy it?
It's only like, bro, $15, $16 for one.
Just get out of it. Get out of it.
Yeah, no, it's not worth it.
Next. Let me go to Samo. Where you got Samo?
Yeah, if I keep it for a year, it'll give me enough money.
Yeah, keep it for a year. It'll drop 20%.
You might lose a lot of your.
Well, so just as a factual matter, just like how the economy works here.
Now, I can't tell you what to do with that. You can trade it. Okay. You can trade it. And what you do, you trade it. You trade it before Fed Day. See, if the Fed cuts the interest rate, the REITs go up.
And more likely than not, they are.
So it's risky still. You got to keep. If the rates keep dropping, the REITs will go up. But I'm not going with that one, Amir. There are better options for your money. Samo, what you got? What ticker symbol?
Yeah, so VTI ticker, Vanguard Total Stock Market ETF here.
Oh, that's a good one.
But just to close the door on like what we were speaking about, speculation and supply, right? Like if the supply stays the same, then the price of it, the demand would increase the actual price. But the announcement of there being more of a supply would just counter like any type of like increase in the value or in the price of the commodity, right? Like, that's how that works. Do you agree, Sam?
You mean the outstanding shares?
Shares? No, like let's say United Arab Emirates or Venezuela says we're gonna project 2 million more barrels than where we were at. That increases the global supply, which would significantly drop. But then the speculation portion of the maximum demand would counter that, where it would just stay level, right? Like what you were saying, you're saying, hey, the price hits $100, a whole bunch of people go and they buy for 3, 4, 5 months. If the supply stays the same, the price or the value of the oil goes up, the barrel goes up. But if the supply increases with it, it just stags out.
Well, if the supply increases, theoretically, then the price will go down. If the supply is exceeding the demand, it goes down.
Yeah, but if they stay even keel, they'll just cancel each other out.
If it stays even keel, the price is as market price.
Yeah.
The price that people are paying at the market.
Yeah. So when he was saying that, I think this was Benny. When Benny said United Arab Emirates, when they announced that they're going to be leaving OPEC and they're going to like increase, one would say, hey, this increases the supply side of the ledger, right? And then
you have to look. We have to look at how much UAE contributes to the world supply of oil.
Yeah, we're just going to add 2 million. Like I think it's from 3 to 5.
It was 1.5. It was 1.5.
That's fine. But any announcement.
But 1.5 million barrels a day is not a huge amount.
Exactly.
Global production.
And they're not going to slash prices. They're not going to slash prices.
So like this is like if you guys are looking at America right now in April, America moved from 3 million net as their exports to almost 6 million a day.
Yeah, America has the ability to increase capacity rapidly.
All right.
It's a different thing, but the point is that based on that sheer fact alone, that UAE's intention to leave the oil market, to leave OPEC, wouldn't you expect, just based on that in isolation, wouldn't you expect the market to react by prices going down?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Benny. You nailed it.
Wait, hold on. But then it's countered by what Sam just described. The more of the demand wipes that away.
Yeah. So the more in demand for buying futures.
Yeah. If
not for actual oil.
Yeah, like let's say that they're moving down a parallel line, right? If supply goes up by 3% and demand goes up by 3%, are you at the same point that you started? Of course.
Yeah, but how's demand going up? Demand hasn't gone up yet.
From what Sam just described.
No. What Sam is describing is not actual demand for oil. It is demand for futures of oil.
Yes, the future.
Right? So these are two different things completely. The point is that it was market forces that kept the price up, kept the price from falling, and then later kept the price going up even slightly.
Right. If you're an airline executive and you saw it was 120 just 3 weeks ago, and you're hearing that, UAE, there may be a drop in the price, you're going to run and buy it. But you're not the only airline executive doing that. All right, so then everybody buys at 120, right? Hopefully not. All right, so like explain to me, like you said, hey, you're at 120 jet fuel. You're not the only person buying it. No, it was 120
you
before.
have to buy it at some point.
But then when the UAE thing came out, it was around 95, 90. It shot up $3-4 to 99 or something. Because they all came in, they were afraid that they'll go up to. They rushed in. All right, so then the demand picked up, right? Yeah, the demand picked up for a good price. Right now, it's at 111. No, it's not. It is Brent crude oil right now. Oh, Brent. Oh, Brent. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. So I mean, look, the VTAC. I was talking about West Texas, but if you're gonna talk about Brent, that's different. Yeah. Yeah. So I was kind of so the ones that I'm invested in was Steel Dynamics back in 2011. I got it at $15 to pivot to the STD or STL. And this thing went all the way up to $190. Like at the most was $250. Like if you want to know. If you want to know a little trick where it's going to average out eventually, is you take the low was at 60, you take 60 and you take the high what's the high on the Brent? 115? No, I think it was like 119, I think. Okay, so this is what you do. You take 60 plus what? 119, so it's really a 120. Yeah. Divide that by 2, so 90. 90 to 95 is where it could level out eventually. 90, 95. Yeah. And that's if you look back at the chart, go back, that's exactly where it hit. 90 to 95. Go look at that Brent crude. Go look at it. Exactly what I told you. 90 to 95. Then they bought in.
Did you see the HERZs? It has a dividend of 50%. Can you believe it?
If you see 50% dividend, run away.
Run away.
Okay? Just run.
Run. Don't even look at it.
Don't even look at
it. You know, there was a company out of Israel in Haifa. It was that the shipping company, right? And it started offering I forgot the 3-letter code. Started offering 50% dividend because of Yemeni Houthis. They had that they could not ship anything. So they were sometimes, right?
Yeah, Verizon was paying a fantastic dividend. It was like 13%. And then,
by the way, if you want to invest in a company that is similar to oil but not oil, or an industry, potash. I don't know if you've ever looked into it.
Oh yeah, potash. That's a good stock.
Potash is a great stock.
Oh man, you're potash.
And Canada produces a lot of it. Right?
Yeah, are you from Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just reading they just that company that had the lead one opened up a
Nutrient.
They opened up $1 billion investment in Washington State.
In Washington State.
Yeah. There was
interesting.
It was a port.
Wait, a port for potash?
Mm-hmm.
You mean a mine, right?
No, it was something about a port. I can get the link, but it was something about some sort of investment that made it a lot easier for them to be able to.
To move the potash there.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's a fertilizer that's really necessary, or part of the fertilizer, and not a lot of countries produce it. Something like Canada and Russia produce something like 70% of the global supply. And then Belarus is also big on it, and Kazakhstan. So Russian allied countries. In the West, America is the biggest source of potash.
So yep, I guess it depends. But Sam, the thing is, if those companies are like $5 or down to $3 or some shit, the one that high dividends, what's the lowest they're gonna go down to? What is -1?
Dude, what can happen is, as you can see, the chart gone from 417. Let's say, what are you getting? Let's say 20% dividend. Make it simple. So 10% of 17 is 1.7 times 2 is 3.4. So if this damn stock drops from 17 minus 3.4, 14.6, you break even. You made no money.
Yeah, but it depends. So it goes up and down, right? I mean,
that's what I said. You can trade it if you're really that desperate to trade that particular stock. Like I said, you can trade it during when they're going to start saying, oh, the rates are going to drop, and you got a short thing, the Fed's going to cut the rates, then you can trade the REIT. But you're not a professional to know exactly how to time it. And they're going to do what's called a swing on you. They're going to drop that. You come in thinking you got it right because you got the right idea that the Fed's going to cut the rates and the REITs go up. But guess what? They do a swing on you. They do what's called a search for stop losses. They tank it. They move it up and down. They stop you out. I just stay away from it, dude. There are better ways to make money than that REIT.
I don't know, REIT, I thought it was kind of a bit hopeful because it has to do with properties. And properties, we see the value always going up.
Oh, you're one of those?
Yeah, I mean, when does the value go down on properties? It's like it's...
actually, we're in a bubble now.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah. And then you have to ask yourself, is the annualized return on the real estate, how much higher is it than the rate of return on real inflation? And then you factor in, those days of amazing annualized returns on real estate are behind us.
I think there's still opportunity, but the bubble needs to crash. So that market needs to be rebuilt. Yeah. Right. But after the market crashes, I think real estate will pick up.
What if you're buying real estate to rent it?
Yeah, I mean, the asset value is there. It'll go down, and then I think it'll go back up. But I wouldn't own right now. I wouldn't go out looking to buy.
Get out of that.
It might be a good time to sell, even. Depends on your situation.
I don't really have any money invested daily once. Because I like to test the water with one or two.
No, dude, just for your sake, just go buy an index fund for now. Just chill out.
I don't know if his index fund is available. Hey, what's up, dude? Index fund is available right now.
Of course, no. You can buy what's called an S&P 500 VU index fund, but you got to time it nicely. What you do is you time it when he starts tanking it, then you buy. And I can tell you exactly what levels to buy at. I mean,
do you do options, Sam?
Yes, I do options, but not regularly, no.
Okay.
Why? They're dangerous, bro.
Because options are tricky. You see, my dad used to tell me, but options, you got to know two things. You got to know the direction and the timing. In other words, you buy a 3-month option, all right? Well, you got to be right within those 3 months. Not only within the 3 months, you got to be right that it goes up or down. If you're going to bet that it's going up, you got to make sure it goes up, and it goes up in those 3 months, and it goes up big in those 3 months. So there are two variables you got to deal with now. So it makes it trickier.
Time and price, yeah.
Time and price, that's right.
But you're dealing with those variables nonetheless. Like, if I'm buying a stock, I'm not just gonna, put my money and then forget about it for the rest of my life. I would want to expect to see appreciation over a certain period of time. Maybe more ambiguous, sure, but I'm still playing that equation.
Well, yes, but the benefit of, for example, an S&P index is that historically it goes up.
Yeah, sure, but the index, you're not making much money.
Well, it depends. I mean, you're in the 20s. Well, you were making 15% a year. One time it was 20% a year.
Sometimes, but on average, it's like, what, 3-4?
No, the average return on the S&P historically, I believe, is 10 or 12. Here, let's look at average S&P. I believe it's a double digit.
Really?
Yeah. Let's say 10 years. There it is, 12. The S&P over 10 years delivered 12 to 15% over the last 10 years. Now that's really good, man.
Yeah, in the 30 year, it's 10%, 10 to 3.
Yeah. Now the question is,
Yeah, inflation adjusted, you're making 6 to 7, maybe 10.
You still beat the bond.
Yeah, sure, you're beating the bond, but that's not exciting.
No, exciting is now you want a little bit of risky stuff. All right.
I mean, you need to honestly nowadays you have to take risks. I don't see this whole play.
So Sam, it says 0.99 dividend, right? So 0.99 dividend would mean what?
No, it's per year, annualized dividends.
What the fuck? 98. So how much would I make on $100? $101?
No, but you're just talking about that's the dividend. You also have growth. We just said annualized return to 12, averaged annualized return over 10 years.
The value of the stock is going to go up plus.
Yeah, you have the appreciation. You have the appreciation, and then you have the guaranteed dividend. So, for example, let's say it makes 10% appreciation for the year, plus you get that 1% additional on the dividend. You made 11%.
Okay. But the index, does it have a good track record of always going up, or does it crash as well?
No, it crashes as well. But
the index.
It'll average out over time. It'll average out.
S&P.
Be profitable.
Yeah, what you want to do is you want to grab the S&P on the big dips, because not only do you get it on a bargain price, the dividend goes up because the yield goes up because you're buying it at a lower price.
Yep. So it says it's the code is SPDR, right? S&P 500.
Spider.
Yes. Yeah. Right now it's at $720.
Yeah, you buy 1 share, 2 shares. Don't worry about it. It's just you don't have to. The price is not the issue. Yes, but the annualized return is going to be, for example, if it's $70, right? It's 700, like you said, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And if it goes up 10%, it will now be 770.
Yep.
So your 1 share at 700, your 1 share will now be worth 770 if it goes up 10%.
So does it have a good track record? Is it always going up, or it has?
Yes, look at it. 30 years.
Right. Let's look at the.
30 year, you're making 10% a year. Before inflation, after inflation, you're making 7%.
The S&P 500 is a bet on America, man.
It is, yeah. It's an index fund. It's the
top 500 companies. It's called the Standard & Poor's top 500 companies of the United States of America on the stock exchange.
Yeah, listen, you'll make money, but again, over the course of time, and not that much. I wouldn't put a lot of money in S&P because I'm not retiring off that shit, bro.
Yeah, you should diversify and have some percentage of your portfolio in the S&P 500. I'm not saying all in on the S&P, but you should have a percentage of the portfolio in the S&P 500. I had an economics professor. I'll never forget this guy. He's an economics professor, man. And I asked him, dude, just tell me, what's your portfolio? What do you invested in? You know what the guy had?
What?
He had 50-50. He had the VU, the S&P 500 index, and then he had some other index. I was like, that's it? You mean to tell me you got a PhD in economics and you're doing this? He goes, and that's it? He goes, yeah. I was like, isn't that something?
I mean, I guess he's just an economics professor, but he doesn't really care about, I don't know.
Well, I invested pretty large amount in S&P as you guys were talking. You guys want to take a guess? It's a pretty large amount. It's a very large amount.
I don't know.
Okay, take a guess.
What are you talking about?
In the S&P, I just invested some money there.
You bought right now?
Yeah. Just to try it out. How much money do you think I invested?
$1,000.
$10, bro. Want to try it out?
$10, dude. What you're gonna make 16 after 30 years?
I know. I just want to test it out, and then when I have some. Anyways, I'm gonna invest more money later down the road. Once the market opens up, market's closed right now. But Sam, I think do you make more money on the on the options, Sam?
No, listen, options, you can make a lot of money, you can lose a lot of money.
Yeah, I did. I lost $100 on that.
You can be in options. I mean, seriously, man, you can make 6 figures and 7 figures, but you can also lose a lot.
It's true. Oh, many of them I looked into bully market. Yeah, Ontario is on a block list. But if you were in Quebec, you would be allowed. If you're in Quebec.
1,000 for that.
Hey, you want to drive to Quebec? It's already near. So only 4 hours drive.
It's not about driving to Quebec.
You can meet up with that psychopath Randy. You know, that claims to be bad.
Randy lives in Ottawa.
Oh, Randy lives in fucking Quebec. The guy that
no, he lives in Ottawa. I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you can also be smart. Well, you can also sell options too.
Yeah, but you have to play both games depending on how you think the market's gonna flow, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't recommend because I've been looking into options a little bit. It's complicated.
I'm staying away from options because a lot of you folks are in it. So when I hear a lot of you folks are doing something, I stay away from it.
Fair enough. So what do you do? Just regular stock trading?
When I start hearing everybody people like that aren't who aren't in it for a long time, so they start talking about something, I run away from it.
Fair enough. So you just do regular stock market activities?
Well, yeah, I trade different financial instruments. I trade different world markets.
Okay.
I'm not really
futures and.
Well, no, I'm not interested. I used to trade. I don't even need to trade the futures anymore. I just don't even need to do that stuff anymore.
So gold, silver, what do you do? Buy physical gold and silver?
I just don't even need it. Here's the thing, Benny. I'd rather buy a farm than buy gold.
A farm?
Yeah.
What kind of farm are you gonna get for $5,000?
No, of course not $5,000. If you're gonna drop $1 million or $2 million, why bother on gold?
No, I know. It's just an ounce, every $5,000.
That kind of stuff. What am I gonna do? Hold on to it, and then everywhere I go, I gotta remember where I put it, and then it's such a pain, man.
Honestly, there is value in holding the actual metal.
Yes, but I'd rather hold the land, the farmland. I'd rather hold farmland.
You can buy the farmland with the appreciation on metal. That's what I think.
If you really want to know what I plan to do, I'm buying farmland. If you want to know.
I mean, that's really good. I bought farmland too, or I bought close to farmland. I can't actually buy the actual farm, but I buy in the area of the farm.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy the farmland. I'm gonna grow, up, and then the land is gonna produce produce, and then I can sell the produce from the land. And if there's appreciation, as everybody's speculating on the gold, fine. And the farmland is a hard asset. It's a hard asset. Also, it's land. It'll appreciate. So I'm making the appreciation.
No, food is big, bro. Food is
right.
The next oil, right?
Yeah,
I say there's a lot of small farm communities all over the country.
Why do you think Bill Gates is one of the largest?
Bill Gates is buying a lot. Yeah, obviously.
He's the largest farmland owner.
Yeah, but you don't have to only buy the farm. So if you go to these small rural communities, there are residential lots that are vacant, right? Undeveloped, sorry, that you can buy for 10, 15K. And those have massive potentials when food industries pick up.
Well, okay, yes and no. You got to make sure there's a water supply in that land.
Oh yeah, there's water supply.
Okay.
Especially in my case, because I'm talking about Canada, the north is fully open, and there's great potential not just for mining resources, but also just increasing our farm production over time. The Northern Ontario is a gold.
I know some big heavy hitters who got into the farm. That's why it's kind of quiet. When it's really quiet about something, you know they're up to something.
Yeah.
So these big players, they already bought the farmland. They're getting ready for something. They're either getting ready for the new AI technology that's going to come in, that's going to make farm produce on scale. Have you seen the technology that came out now? The Chinese, they created these things that these, I don't know, call large trucks. They go on the farmland, they zap out the pesticides by photo detection. Not the pesticides, the weeds. I'm sorry, the weeds. So you don't have to use pesticides anymore. So now the quality of the food is better. Not only that, you've reduced the cost of using the pesticide. It's a win-win. Once AI comes in, you're going to see production on these farms like no other, man.
That's true. AI can be very helpful in the farming industry.
Yeah, Graham. It photo detects the weed and zaps it with a heat zap. Whoa!
No more
pesticides.
The thing is, if I had $200,000 right now that I could actually, and had the time to actually build this out, I would actually build a hydroponics system. Hydroponic and aquaponics.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. That's a great idea. Fine. But it's not. The problem with hydroponics and aquaponics is the equipment has to be replaced over a certain period of time, because you have the fungi grow on the surface material, and they start affecting the quality of the growth, and you either have to scrub out the fungi or replace the equipment. It's a little tricky.
Yeah, it's maintenance. Like, it's not you need to be hands-on. Yeah. But
very well, you go to Singapore. They have such a small, they want to be semi-self-sufficient on their food supply because it's a national security risk when you're dependent on the food supply outside. So they use
invested.
Yeah, they learned from Singapore. That's correct. And when you have limited space, you want to use vertical hydroponic.
I was gonna do it in Bahrain actually, specifically for tomatoes, because tomatoes are one of the very valuable crops that you can grow on aquaponics, all the while still being expensive in the market, as opposed to like leafy green, which are also like good, but they're shorter, obviously, farming season, so you can grow a lot more of them. But tomatoes are also one of those really good cash crops.
Now, if you had the rooftop, if you had access to the rooftop, because I was in Egypt once, and I wanted to go rent out
No. This needs to be like in the building.
You need the sun?
Yeah. No, the sun is going to be by lights.
Oh no! Just do it on the rooftop, dude. You get the sunlight, and you can get it's better. And then you can do a small.
You need to build a greenhouse on the rooftop, and considering Canada, we don't get that much sun anyways.
Oh, Canada, no, that's different. Yeah, I thought you were meaning Bahrain.
No, in Bahrain, I would have done it outdoor. Yeah.
Yeah, on the rooftop. Yeah.
Obviously, yeah. Or I would build a greenhouse. But it's a great opportunity, especially now in the Gulf. Like, if you want to do something like that, because they are all about food security right now. So these countries are the best.
Yeah, they don't know how to utilize their space well. They just don't. Like in Egypt, if you see how many buildings and how much rooftop you have access to, if all these buildings just did mini hydroponics, they could bring down their food costs. But they're not using. They're just not using their brains, man.
Yeah.
Sam, do you do predictions?
Predictions? Can you predict what's going to happen tomorrow? Everything has. Yes, Amir. Well, that's what the market is. The market is based on hope. The prediction of hope.
I'm
But of
not
course,
talking about actual, like, on Strait of Hormuz or other stuff. You can predict if it's.
oh, that poly market? No, I don't deal with
Not
that.
not poly, not poly. The legal one is the one that's allowed in America. It's a Kalshi. What is the name?
Just don't bother with that stuff. Don't bother with
No,
that.
no. I'm not very. I'm asking you. I don't bet, bro. I'm just
No,
asking you.
no. When I was younger, I did that silly stuff. Don't waste your time on that silly stuff, man.
But you can bet on whether the Strait of Hormuz is going to open or not. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, that's a tricky bet. I wouldn't take that bet anyway.
No, but it gives you the year. Like,
okay, how do you figure that out?
Okay. I'll read it out to you guys. I'll read it out to you guys. Sam, you're in Matrix. You got to go to different McDonald's, bro. Different McDonald's. All right. So look, there's people betting on it, right? So
then why would you just go to a roulette table?
Sam, we can't hear you, bro. Go to a different McDonald's.
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. What were you saying?
Yeah, but you gotta figure out, how do you even calculate the odds?
Change the voice quality to low. Click on three dots on the side. Sam, the three dots in the corner. Change the voice quality to low.
You have to know.
Oh my God.
Amir, just listen, man. Just don't do it, please. All right.
No, I don't. I'm asking you because you could predict on this shit, right? Whether the Strait of Hormuz or other political shit would open gives you years. 2026. There's a thing for October 2026, and then there's a thing for February 2027. You think it's gonna get normalized before 2027? And if you bet $100, you can make 18, $20. And if you do it before October, you can make about $60, $65 on $100 investment, right? If it happens. If it doesn't happen, you lose $100. What I'm saying to you, because stock market, just like you're playing the stock market and shit, right? And options, that's the same shit, right?
No, it would be similar to options, but not stocks. Because the stocks you're buying after. Here you're not buying any. You're just placing a bet.
But are these assets guaranteed if the company files bankruptcy?
No, there's no guarantee on the assets. But they are assets nonetheless. In this case, you're like literally just buying a bet. Like it's really no different than like
just go to the roulette table
or like or the racetracks or anything like that.
Yeah, go to Baccarat. You have 50-50 chance.
And that's how options work, right? Like with options, you can lose all your money.
Yeah, you can definitely lose all your money. Yeah, it's an option. It's a contract to buy.
So before October 2023,
or sell.
The payout is 1.46 times, a 63% chance, and I think. If somebody was to bet on that Adam, you probably make money.
Well, as I said, I'm not allowed to because of the jurisdiction I live in.
But it's Kalshi, not Poly Market.
No, that's not allowed in Ontario.
Kalshi, you tried it?
Amir, it's gambling.
These things are not allowed.
Bro, to me, it's not. It's haram.
There's some small
because Beni Adam is Christian.
Oh, no, I'm not saying haram or no haram. I'm saying if you don't do goofy stuff like that, man.
I know, but I'm asking Beni Adam if he wants to do it.
Go bet if you're that itching. Go bet on a baseball game. Go bet on a football game.
Oh yeah,
you can bet on a baseball game on this app as well.
But the thing is, I watch politics more than I watch baseball. So
that's what I'm saying. He's into politics, and I like politics as well. But Beni Adam, he's Christian. I think it's halal for you, right? Beni Adam?
Oh my gosh!
I mean, it's not explicitly haram.
There we go.
But like, listen, I wouldn't bet like my house, right? Like I'm be a little bit.
You're just putting $100 in there. If you lose,
I would put a couple $1,000. Well, not $100.
Not couple $100 is okay. You play with the market.
No, I would put I would put a couple $1,000 in the market just to like play with, Make a $200 investment here, $500 here.
Bro, $65 if you win, Beni Adam. $65.
Yeah, dude, I can't do it. So I don't know why.
That's 65% profit right there, bro.
Yeah, dude. Okay, I can't do it. I don't know why you're asking me about.
No, I know. I'm just letting you know.
I know this already, dude. I've looked into this years ago.
Yeah. Anyways, Yeah, Sam, I'm not gonna mess around with you. I'll listen to your advice. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking out for you, man. Just
Yeah,
don't
no money, man. I don't have money. Unless you want to give me money, then I'll have some money. But until then, no money, no honey. I don't even.
Amir probably has like $1 million stashed away.
I wish I did, Benny. Wish I did.
I think you do.
Nah, I got a lot of debt that I have to pay.
Astaghfirullah. You took interest loans?
Thanks to COVID, man. Yeah, from the government. Lost a lot of money.
Isn't that completely and utterly haram?
It is. We have the haram police in the room right now. But we had a dinner.
Wait, so Amir, do you put your money in just you have some money just in a savings account collecting the interest, like whatever, 1 or 2%?
Nope, I don't even have.
You don't do this?
No.
Well, you're losing. Like your money is losing value over the years. So you put $100,000, like you're losing $3,000.
I know.
Like this is
what do you do, man? I don't have savings account. Even a stock thing, I barely invest any money. I only test the waters, and then maybe down the road.
Listen, usury is haram for Christians as well.
I know.
Okay, right? But the thing is that I would say that 1 or 2%, basically keeping up with inflation. I don't think that would be haram. I think it's more like 20, 30%, even 5-6%. Like anything above inflation, I would say, yeah, you're getting into the haram, right? But I think I don't know. What do you think about that?
I don't know. Look, it depends how you you remember Moha? He used to justify the alcohol.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. I'm saying that back then they didn't really understand inflation as well as we do today, right? That money loses its value over time. So it's not riba. I wouldn't say that it's usury if you're just countering inflation.
I got you. Yep. If I had the money, I don't think I'll do it in savings. I'll probably do it play around with the stock market, different stocks or whatever, the halal stocks if possible.
So you're not gonna put all of your stuff, money in stock, right? Some tucked away.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't have some tucked away. Just whatever I make, it goes to the bills. That's how it is, man. American life, you live hand to mouth. Before it was good money prior to COVID, but after COVID, yeah, I got stuck in a lot of different shit.
You're 75, man. You
I know it is. 75. Yeah. If I filed bankruptcy today, I think, probably, you have to give up my house and everything, bro.
I do what Benny Adams says in the sense of I've got savings. I don't take no interest on those savings. I make sure.
Oh yeah.
I don't take any. No. So any money I have saved is depreciating technically, yeah. And I have quite a lot.
Don't you think that would be exceptional?
No, it's not. It's not because it's very black and white. Interest, in the sense of if I give money to the bank and I tell the bank. I expect a minimum of whatever is 3% per annum on my money for depositing it. It's just black and white riba. I can't justify that. So for me to hedge that, the halal way is I go and I either invest in halal investments or I accept the fact that if I store money, it will just depreciate. And at the end of the day, because obviously if I'm a believing Muslim, I believe if I abide by that, I get money in other ways. And yeah, it's just the way I see it.
Okay.
Benny, a lot of Muslims don't do it. There's some Muslims don't. I mean, I think there's this opinion amongst the scholar, right? When you buy a house, and if you don't have a choice or whatever the case might be, there's a ruling on this. I don't know. They passed some sort of a ruling on this.
I've read that.
If you don't have a choice and you want to move in. Family suffering, this and that, and rental market is fucking full of suffering, right? Sometimes you can't find a rent, and then they jack up the rent like crazy. You don't, So there was somebody that they can't afford it. In California, they live hand to mouth. A lot of them. Whatever money comes in, it goes to the fucking bills. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm not. I get that, but I'm
even with your case, right? Whatever money you make, it goes to the bills, right? The biggest part of the bill is fucking rent or mortgage.
Yeah, but I have savings.
I know. But savings, God forbid, in case of emergency, you have to end up using the savings.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So those savings that I have, so some of it goes into the stock market, whatever. Some of it just sitting there, cash.
I lost my savings, man.
Okay, that's in your case. I'm saying in general. Like,
I think one of the biggest issues in society is getting involved in this hamster wheel, where they get you in this sort of, I wouldn't say interest-based mortgages, but anything to do with lease, finance, mortgages, and they trap you in that little hamster wheel where you're forced to go to work tomorrow to pay off all these debts, and that's just how they capture you. In that 9 to 5, you've got to go to work. I hate that, and I left private practice like 5 years ago, worked for myself, never taken any debt, never taken finance, never taken lease. I own like 7 cars, I own properties, and alhamdulillah, never taken a penny debt since day one. It had like this philosophy, and it paid out, and I don't need to wake up tomorrow for work. I work for myself, and alhamdulillah, it's quite comfortable, man. Not to rub it in, but just to say that I speak to my friends about this all the time.
What I can't understand is why you have 7 cars.
Because I don't live in one place, man. I travel between Libya, UK, and some other places, and I have this horrible habit of wherever I go, I end up buying stuff. Like I said, I don't rent.
Right, but if you have that, if you're moving around a lot, it's much wiser to go using an Uber when you're there.
No, I liked having a nice car.
I don't get it. It's a depreciating asset.
It is a depreciating asset. You got to make a lot of money to afford it.
Adam, you can get an electric scooter, fold it, and then just put it in your backpack, luggage, take it with you.
No, what it is I buy good value cars. I don't go buy a brand new car that depreciates loads.
I know, but save the environment, and you feel good. You can travel on a fucking scooter.
You're a depreciating asset. You're paying car insurance. It's just sitting there. Then
when I leave, I cancel the insurance. No,
but in Libya, you don't need the insurance, son. You don't need the insurance.
I mean, each car needs its tires replaced and oil replaced.
No, he's right. Maintenance. There's maintenance costs. There is. Yeah.
I would just use the Uber.
Wait, how often a year do you use every car?
Pardon?
Like, is there years where you don't use that car at all? It's just sitting there?
No. I'll tell you, maximum it will be like 7 months.
For each car?
Yeah.
You have 7 cars?
Well, think about it. If I'm right now, I'm in a country. I've got 4, so I'll drive those 4, and my wife will drive a couple. And then when I'm in the UK, then I've got like 3, so I'll drive a couple there. Same thing with my wife. So yeah, they get used.
Where do you live?
I live between the UK and
Libya. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. In Libya, I can understand. Like you would have a driver, I'm assuming, or something.
No, I don't have a driver. Although I probably do need to get one. No, I don't have a driver. I can't trust anyone to be my driver over here. I'll get shot.
In the UK, I just don't like. I don't.
In the UK, I cancel insurance the moment I leave the country because the insurance is expensive. Maintenance wise, the car's pretty good condition. Like I service it every year.
4 though, or 3. Sorry.
3 over there. Yeah.
That's insane.
It's comfortable. It's comfortable. No, look, and it's a cost, right? It's a cost. All you got to do is you got to make more money to sustain them. But the values within the vehicles, they don't depreciate by that much. I've got one of them an 8 Series, BMW 8 Series, and that's supposed to depreciate loads, but that's kept its value very well.
In your picture, you got a bag. Is it filled with money?
No, that's actually me leaving my work office. That's got
I thought it was filled with. But some lawyers, they make fucking money. Somebody, criminal comes up to you, gives you cash. You seen that movie, right? The show Better Call Saul.
I've seen that, yeah.
And the Breaking Bad, they bring up money, full of money,
Yeah, we don't have that. No, we don't have that. That's just my gym kit leaving work, man.
Okay. Anyways, what's the deal, Sam?
I would never buy. I used to have expensive. I grew up with expensive cars. It's just.
You came from a privileged background,
No, I'm just saying it's great. They're great in the beginning. But then after the joy of them, it's just after 3 years, it's not that brand new anymore. And then the cost of maintenance, and you go to the dealership, and they're nuts on the this and that. And I'm so happy that I just got rid of the cars and I just use Uber now.
I mean, I used to use Uber during university. Oh, God knows I used my fair share of Uber. But it's just, I'd never go back to that, ever. The amount of last-minute cancellations, or it's like raining and they do that surge. It's just horrible, and then they take a longer route. I hated it.
Yeah, but I would still buy like a BYD for $25,000 electric car, really nice, or a Tesla for 30. I'd rather buy the BYD even for 20. That's it, man. I'm done. I don't have to worry about the oil.
The Chinese cars are really good.
Yeah, but BYD, you can get a beautiful BYD for $20,000.
I agree with you in terms when you come to look. I've never bought a brand new car, brand new with 0 on the clock. I've never.
Okay, that's smart. Good.
No,
okay.
No. The depreciation is ridiculous on those, especially the vehicles I go for. I think the sweet spot is 3 years old, and try and get obviously one owner, 3 years old, and I usually get it mileage like 10,000 miles, 15,000 miles on the clock.
Okay, good job.
Yeah,
3 years old with 10,000.
I'm not an idiot. I do my DD when I buy.
No, but that's good. That's good. You okay? Good. Because when you buy a car, as soon as you drive it off the lot, you just appreciate thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. No.
About 10 to 15.
This is why you just lease a car.
Multi-million in the bank. Unless you got
just lease a car and dump it. For $100 a month, $200 a month, just dump it. Right, Sam? You enjoy it for the first 2 years. They give you about 10,000 miles. You buy the cheapest car, $100, $200 a month, and after you're done with it, just dump it.
I've always said to myself, I just need something to get me from point A to point B. That's it.
What do you drive? You drive one of those Toyota thingies?
No, I don't have a car anymore. I got rid of my cars.
You got electric scooter? A scooter?
No, I use Uber.
Wow. Why don't you just get an electric scooter?
No, I'm too old to be riding an electric scooter.
You don't need any. Do you know how fast it travels? It goes at 40 to 50 miles an hour.
Electric scooter, I can fall and break my knee.
No, those things those things are fun to drive. They come with the seat.
All right, I'll consider it if I'm hanging out.
And you don't need to register with the DMV, right? And it's electric, right? It gives you up to 60 to 80 miles per charge. I used to have one until it got fucked up. The battery stopped. I bought the cheapest one, about a $200 one, $300. I used to,
in drive hour commute. Let me see. Oh, for $5. $5.
Cheaper. I go to Mexico. It's like $5. I can get around in taxi. Bro, you need to go to another McDonald's, Sam. Go to another Starbucks or McDonald's, bro.
Taxis in Libya is so cheap, and the reason being is petrol in Libya is cheaper.
Right.
Cheaper than water. No, second cheapest country in the world for petrol. So I think Venezuela is the only one cheaper than Libya. So in terms of value, I think it's probably in American cent. It'd be 2 cents per liter. So I can fill up I've got a V8. One of my tanks is probably 100 liters. In England, that easily would cost me £160. In Libya, it cost me equivalent of £1. £1 for a full tank.
That's insane.
So, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
£1 for 100 liters?
Yeah, because right now the exchange rate is £1 to 10 Libyan dinars. And that gets me it gets me.
So 10 Libyan dinars to fill up 100 liters.
Essentially, yeah. And you don't have to get out of the car here, man. In England, you're going to get out of the car.
Yeah.
Sit in the car.
Holy shit, that's insane.
I just Googled it. The Chinese car is not allowed in America due to...
Right. They don't allow BYDs because...
Security reasons, because...
they would just demolish... They would demolish Tesla.
It says due to national security concern regarding
because
steep tariffs exceeding 100% on electric vehicles, EVs, and stringent safety and environmental regulations. They want China out of America.
When I was in South America, I was using Uber, and I got into this car, and it was really nice on the inside. I was like, whoa, this is a luxury car. I asked the guy, what is this car? He goes, it's a BYD. I was like, what is this? Because we didn't have them in the US because they would demolish Tesla. The cars are very nice on the inside. They even charge faster than the Tesla. They even have a longer range than the Tesla, and they have a lower price point. Of course, that would make Elon and the United States very nervous if he came to the U.S. Car market.
Yeah, I saw those Chinese cars in Dubai. They're like really nice. They're very nice. They work quite well. You know, they're cheap as fuck. Yeah, these cars are gonna destroy North America.
Yeah. And you look at these guys who buy a Ford F-150 for like $100,000 a pickup truck.
I used to sell them. Not the Fords. I used to sell the Dodge Rams. But yeah.
Dude, what kind of ding dong? Why?
Dude, you'll find people going into like massive debt to take those cars.
Yeah. And then
they pay like $700 bi-weekly, whatever the fuck.
Right. And so it's really not 100 by the time they're done. It's probably, 130, 140, whatever. But imagine had they just put that 100 in the market, and they made an annualized return on the S&P of 10%, which is $10,000. I mean, that's much better.
Well, they probably didn't have 100K. That's the thing. These guys buy cars with like $5,000 down or some shit. Sometimes no down payment at all. I've sold them. People are fucking stupid to buy cars.
They are so stupid. And then by the time they pay it off, it's not 100, Benny. It's more than that.
Oh yeah.
And it's a depreciating asset.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, just use the money. I'd rather use the money in Uber.
Well, no, there is value to having a car.
Oh, for them, yeah, for their business.
A car, right? Yeah. Not only that, just regular people as well. Like, I like having a car. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm just not gonna splurge and like spend a lot of money on it. I went through that phase, and no, it was not good.
Yeah, I just never saw a need to drop 100. That's crazy money, dropping 100.
To be honest, I had a really nice car. I always buy used cars. That's the thing. You gotta be smart in the car market. Buy a used car, and preferably from a company that's very popular, so you can offboard it, please.
Right? Like Honda, for example, has a great resale value. It holds the value.
Honda, Toyota, Nissan, like Japanese cars hold their value quite well, and certain American cars do as well. And then older German cars also do. Like German cars, yeah, they'll. I mean, in Europe it's probably different, but in North America, German cars will depreciate a lot at first, but then after a while, like it just doesn't really matter. So, like, if you want to buy a German car, 5-year plus, it's not a bad thing. Now, I mean, I didn't take that. Sometimes I make stupid decisions, and I bought a risky car this time around. But generally, I try to go with something safe.
Yeah.
But yo, I had this Infinity. It was the Infinity Coupe with the supercharged engine. I think it was called the Q50. Dude, this car was fucking beautiful. I had 400 horsepower, 2-door, just fucking nice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But there's another thing too. When you buy these nice flashy cars in the States, the cops love to pick on you. So then you get these tickets from the cops, and then you get this aggravation from the cops, and you gotta go to court. It's just a nightmare, man. It's like they don't want people.
Oh, this was in Bahrain. This was not.
Oh, Bahrain. No, that's different.
Yeah.
But here in the States, you're gonna get pulled over by cops.
Oh, I got actually, this was the most expensive part about owning this car because it was like super fast and really fun to drive. I got, I think, probably around 15,000 riyals worth of tickets between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain in the span of like 2 years.
How much? What?
It's about $4,000, like around $4,000.
Are you serious?
Something like that, yeah.
They give tickets like that in Bahrain?
Oh yeah. And it's by camera. That's the, like, you don't really have now.
Not one
Talking
ticket.
a
He said
full
in 2 years.
Yeah, in 2 years, about $4,000 roughly.
Dude, I was crying over like.
Hey, what's up, Edward? Assalamualaikum.
Yeah.
We were talking about cars and Chinese cars. Why aren't they not allowed in America? And I saw it's like they're scared of the cameras, you know, in those cars to collect data on the Americans' cameras.
Well,
and
they'll crush the economy. I mean, they'll crush the American car economy.
Yeah, but the tariffs are very high. Thanks to this pedophile Trump.
It keeps the tariffs high, and so that they won't be undercutting American cars. But American cars really are still shit. I don't understand. They have no comprehension of supply chain or anything like good manufacturing practices. Anything. It's crazy.
Toyota's doing a good job.
Toyota's like number one for
Toyota, Honda. But the thing is, Honda interior accessories are shit. They're garbage.
Honda slipped. It used to be in the 90s and 2000s really good, but I noticed 2010s it's it's still good, but it's under Toyota. Toyota's in the States is number one. Resale value number one.
Honda is more expensive than Toyota.
No.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that. I mean, Toyota's there's so much money. So much.
Edward,
are you Shia yet?
Huh?
Are you Shia yet?
Why would I be Shia, bro?
I don't know.
What the fuck are you? Who's speaking? Is it Omid?
No.
Yeah, it is. Omid, bro, calm down. Try not to do Shia Sunni bullshit in my room. You usually kick people out, bro. Calm down. It doesn't matter if it's, and then, you're coming from Jewish background, look, no offense to you. According to my scripture, you guys have a track record of doing some crazy shit.
I don't know why you said me, though. I have not brought up Shia.
So I don't want to go down that path on me. I don't want to pull my scripture on you.
I'm not pulling scriptures. I'm just pulling.
I pull it on a black rabbi, killing multiple prophets, spreading corruption. That's what you're doing. You're spreading corruption in my room. In my room. We need to coexist.
Okay, Admiral General Aladdin.
My mother got in an accident actually Friday, and she's fine.
Good. She's okay?
Yeah, she's fine. But she has a Lexus SUV, and it was a 2018, and she got hit on the side, the passenger side. Both the airbags on the doors on the passenger side deployed. Basically, we're arguing now the car with the insurance company, either fixing it or they want to total the car because of the airbag deployment. I'm like, oh shit, right? Yeah. I was shocked, and they're like, and I talked to the dealership, and they're like, yeah, when you do airbags, they go off in the car. Generally, they'll total it because it's like a bomb going off inside the car, in the doors and shit. And to get it fixed, you have to go in and first off, new doors, obviously, new airbags, new everything, but then you have to go in and precisely align every mechanical component with the for the airbags, because they're so there's so many safety features in them, or compliance or regulation shit. They have to have so many, what do you call them? Not just the airbags. For example, I didn't know this, but the belts, seat belts, the tensioner. Once the airbags deploy, the tensioner locks up. Once that happens, that's a lot of money to replace the entire seatbelt system and have it integrated back into the car again. It's fucking insane. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So now we're looking for a car. No, she doesn't have a car. So, what are you gonna do?
What you said, Edward. So yeah. So going back to the car thing, and then there's you heard about the 14-point proposal that Iran is pushing, according to Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this the third proposal? I think
Samoa was in here, right? The guy, I don't trust him. But
my God!
He said that pull out the real one. There's another one, right? I looked it up on my thing. It only gives me like 5 or 6 reasons, right? The one first is the blockade part, and remove the aggression for good. No more aggression. You know how the same points on their original plan, right?
Yes.
And no more. Hostilities and no more blocking of the Strait of Hormuz. These 5 or 6 same points from before.
Yeah. See, I mean, it seems every time, we don't actually see the exact
come up
communication that they have, when it comes to the, points like that, outlining a ceasefire agreement, even with the Palestinians. Remember, we never saw exactly what something was when we, leaks here and there.
He said the plan was leaked on Axios.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna look for it. He said he was supposed to put a link. I don't think he put a link in the chat. I'm gonna have to look it up. He said there was a leaked plan by Axios and maybe Al Jazeera. I don't know if they picked it up on this, but Axios always gets the leak part.
Yeah, I trust Axios. They have connections, U.S., Israeli, Middle Eastern governments. I don't know why they have or how they have such good connections, but they to the White House directly.
I think they're funding.
Vance always leaks through there.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why, because they always get the scoop, and
they get an envelope. JD Vance gets a small envelope filled with money by Axios by the end of the month. Cash money, not even credit. Cash money, so nobody knows how much money he's getting.
Guys, I've been seeing some posts, and I felt to voice my criticism on, mostly on Iranians. There is a lot of outrage. I think we all know there's a selective outrage. It's a real thing, and I think what's very funny, not funny, but it's just hard to comprehend, is that every Iranian who is so pro-war is more concerned about the internet blackout in Iran rather than all the universities, hospitals, cultural sites, and civilians that were killed. These hospitals or cultural sites. That's absolutely mind-boggling.
And we have Siamak here as well. What's up, Siamak? Long time no talk. Siamak, you don't have to get mad just because Brother Fayaz put you down, man. You don't have to get mad.
I usually don't come when Fayaz is here because I know that he will be shutting my mic.
He's an older brother. He's an older brother. Just give it to me back. Yeah, what's your take on this whole thing with what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz and peace plan? And you want to give me maybe 1 or 2 minutes and tell me what your take is on the Middle East?
I guess I haven't heard much from the folks today, but my take is that we are in a temporary ceasefire at this point, and the war may break down at any point. And the reason why I see that is because we have to look at this war from another angle, not from from a higher level, rather than looking at it from the day-to-day occasions and changes. What I see is that U.S. Is in a point where it's thinking of a regime change in Iran for a longer term. Initially they were thinking about a short-term change, but now it's longer term. But that strategy is not changing at this point. And there are reasons for that. I can get into the details later. But Israel is finding some mutual benefits with U.S. That's why they're there. And so I'm expecting the war to break in again.
if I can respond to that, it's possible. You know, I think I don't know. I think that just my only response to that would be is I'm not sure how far the U.S. is willing to go to restart the war, because if ground troops become a factor, an all-out war plus a commitment to an occupation, which is necessary for a regime change or nation building, state stabilization. It doesn't seem to me that the U.S. is willing to bear that high of a cost for it, especially if Trump went into this under the impression it was only going to be 3 days, 2 weeks at the most. So yeah, no, that's my.
Yeah, Hume. I was listening to podcasts actually today and actually yesterday, and I was listening to it for the second time today. It was about a book named Why War, and it's about the perspective is why wars start, with the cost of the war as the reason why a war might start. Instead, it looks at the situation as if why one country might start a war as security, the other one as the timing, how weak the other opponent is. I think Iran is in a very weak situation right now, both on the leadership and internally, at least, where it would have support from its own people, I should say, where it's not having its support from its people, and that is at least two reasons. A third reason that might be arguable is the army and how Iran is weaker in with an army perspective. That's not the right word. Sorry, about military perspective. And with that, a war might break in because U.S. would find the right time right now. Definitely Israel is finding that time and would persuade the states more, but the states is also in that state. So my point is would U.S. look at the cost of war, or would it look at the big opportunity after a few decades, whether or not it's the right time?
Well, I think part of the perspective the U.S. had, or especially Israel had, after October 7th, Israel clearly used this as an opportunity to decimate through not just Hamas, but also the Patriot attack in Hezbollah, and then, the collapse of Syria. From the perspective of the Israelis, this was a weakening of Iran's regional posture. Therefore, which is why they started the 12-day war. They believed this was the time to strike, and it didn't work in the 12-day war. And now in February, they got the U.S. on their side, and they always assume that all they need is just a little push for it to collapse. I think the assumption, thinking that, yes, okay, Iran is in a weaker position, but the idea that they just need a little push for it to collapse completely, I think was very misguided and very miscalculated. And I think we're seeing that right now. I think part of the reason why Trump moved the war from the air to the sea is because he saw that he wasn't getting the results he wanted from aerial bombardment. So he assumes that he can get a better deal if he chokes, Iran's economic exports. Going back to war, it depends what he believes he can get out of it. Because for 40 days, he did an aerial bombardment with Israel. They killed leaders. The regime didn't change. Well, actually, no, never mind. If you listen to Trump, the regime did change. But he still is not getting what he wanted. So I think the U.S. goals, or at least Trump's goals, have been consistently changing. If he could get regime change, he would like that. If not, he would have been fine with Venezuela scenario. If he can't get that, he wants to see what he can get. He'll take what he can get, essentially, so long as it's he believes it makes him look stronger, and it looks like he can get more than his predecessors. But as of now, I just don't see it. I don't see what else he can get out of it. And I think the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is going to end in a stalemate. I don't think either side is really going to win. I think like some sort of diplomatic resolution is inevitable. But given the negotiation team that Trump has in his administration, it's clearly not going to be a clean negotiation by any means at all. It's most likely going to end. I don't know. It will be messy, regardless.
So, do you guys think that there would be both CIMAC and OMIT, a deployment, boots on the ground, American boots on the ground? Do you think that the U.S. government will commit, that the Congress is willing to pass these acts, that there will be enough political support from the domestic population for protracted boots on the ground? Because that's what's necessary.
Definitely. Definitely, in terms of the American public, there was very little political support. I mean, compared to 2001 and 2003, America right after 9/11, there was a lot more public support. But in 2026, the American public, both on the left and the right, are very much opposed to it. Don't get me wrong, Trump has his base of people who will support him no matter what. But on a grand scale, I would say the public support is just not there.
No, I agree. With regards to public support, I agree. But when it comes to like willingness,
political support, I would say it's the same. I would say it's the same because you don't have as many war hawks today as you did under previous I mean, it sounds contradictory. I know.
No, there are quite a few.
There are, but I don't think they're as. I think there's more. I mean, like the fact that J.D. Vance and even Marco Rubio and John Ratcliffe told Trump that regime change was not going to be possible without a full-scale invasion, and many were wary about that at the beginning. I think the political support, some of it does exist, but it's not that as strong as it used to be 10, 20 years ago. And if they're going to put boots on the ground, I think they're not going to go any farther than try to take Kharg Island. If there is going to be boots on the ground, I believe it will be to try to get Kharg Island. But
no, that's not really boots on. What I'm saying is like an actual
invasion of mainland Iran, I think, is highly unlikely, because one of the things that triggered the ceasefire right now, like it just followed a whole firefight between Iran and the U.S. where the U.S. lost 3 aircrafts and was just barely able to rescue 2 pilots that fell into Iran. I mean, I think that was a very high stakes situation for the U.S. It was unexpected. They were caught off guard, and it was too close for them, and that's what caused the ceasefire. I don't know if they're willing to go back and risk another operation that could end up in a situation where they do lose more pilots, they do lose more casualties, and then they can't rescue them because they were just barely able to rescue these 2 pilots. And I think if they lost not just casualties but pilots to Iran, it would be a national embarrassment, which is something Trump really wants to avoid.
He may do a raid here and there.
Maybe.
No, that's the furthest I would see boots on the ground going. And the troops that they have there now are optimized for hit and run operations.
Yeah. I think.
What does CIMAC think? I want to hear about that.
Let me share my opinion as well. Actually, I don't look at the situation this way. I look at it again from a higher level. So thinking of, is it worth it for the U.S. To attack Iran with boots on the ground? Is it something that they need right now? This would be more important than thinking whether or not it's, that small operation that they had to rescue the pilots was a failure. Because if it is worth it, then they will come, they will have boots on the ground, and then they will attack with maximum force that they have. And believe me, we like it or not, they will win because they have maximum amount of weapons that Iran cannot even counter any of them. Not any of them, but a lot of them. So
that's not how that works, though. Just because you have superior firepower.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, exactly. But that's my point. So because they have the superiority in weapons, it doesn't make it reasonable for them to attack. And we have to look at the point. Look at the reason why they would attack. So what I see is that in the long term, during the past few decades, and that's how I look at it, the problem is Iran has tried to change the rules, especially in the past 3 decades. They have tried to change the rules in the region. This is the reason why we have a war today. So we have to look at the situation as a very long-term game, and we are at the last chapter right now. So looking at the last chapter to figure out whether or not a war will happen, boots on the ground will happen, is not the right thing to, the right way to think. I believe that because Iran at some point has wanted to, and I think if we give them, they give them time, they will still want to become a hegemony in the region. And that is the reason why they have created proxies. They want to go after the nuclear weapon and nuclear power and so on and so forth. This type of change in this type of rule change they want to make would be the reason for U.S. to go against them. Now, looking at unlike Omid, I think Trump's words about regime change are actually accurate. He's not making jokes. He's not making fool of himself. Although everyone looking at it, including myself, in the first days when I heard that, I was like, God damn it, this guy is going crazy again.
So do you think regime change is capable without boots on the ground?
So no, wait. We have to first define what is regime change. Okay, that's the important piece. To Trump, regime change is the stability he's looking after. Stability is not probably the right word, but having the peace of mind that that hegemon is not going to be created and it won't continue to be generated. That's the definition. That's not regime change. I agree with you, but let's think Trump-wise, okay? Let's think Trump's mindset. And this is the mistake that we have made, I think, as people who have been analyzing the situation. At the time when he said regime change... Pardon me?
Okay, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Go ahead.
I think you're kind of pontificating as to what you think Trump means by regime change. But it's actually pretty evident. It's pretty evident that Trump knows what regime change means.
No,
to a certain extent. And,
I don't think so. I think he does, but I don't think the regime change to him means changing the name of Islamic Republic Iran to Iran. That's not the regime change. That's the regime change we think is
regime change to him, evidently, is picking the next person that's going to be the ruler of the nation. Even if the system of but he hasn't done that. With him, who will sit with him and agree to his. Do you think that that's possible without boots on the ground? This isn't Venezuela without.
No. Right? I don't think so. You're again jumping to the last step rather than today. Today we are dealing with an Iran who has no leader. Right now there are a group of people trying to make ruling out of that group, and they cannot come to a conclusion how they can agree with the same with some specific terms with the states. If they could, Trump was happy, and he would have called this a final regime change. right now, the way that I see it is that this regime, those people who are on the at the ruling, they cannot make their mind, so a face-off needs to happen, similar to what happened during the previous battle. I call it battle intentionally. I can call it operations as well. I'm not calling it a war, and I have reasons for that. But I would say that during that operation, they had a face-off. Khamenei was killed. Larijani was killed. Actually, that was a face-off by Israel, I think, not by the States. But anyways, some faces are gone. Now, the faces who are in power, they have to make their mind. Since they haven't been able to, there will be another face-off. So boots on the ground is not what Trump would need. I'm not saying if would change the regime. I would say it's not what he needs. When he says a regime change again soon, I'm expecting him to say that, is another face-off.
But that's not going to work for Iran. Like, I think we can agree on that, right? Like, this isn't Venezuela.
Think about Iran. I don't think Trump would think about Iran. Trump is thinking about U.S. Trump is
I'm saying with regards to regime change, like that's not gonna like this. What you're describing as the Venezuela model is not going to work in Iran. In Iran, you need more of like a Taliban, like an Afghanistan model, and that didn't work out at the end of 30 years.
Right. So, it's not compared to Afghanistan, but you're compared with Saddam, right?
Even with Saddam, same thing. When they came in, they took out the bomb. Then you had a resurgence of all of the terrorists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Shia leadership that was in charge of Iraq was actually just loyal to Iran. So yeah, you made a power vacuum. That power vacuum was filled by forces that were not friendly to you. You're gonna have the same thing happen in Iran if you really do that. If you really dismantle the government. But that's not evidently what's happening. Evidently what's happening on the ground in Iran is you have, basically the IRGC is in control. It's effectively a military dictatorship under the guise of an Islamic republic with a supreme leader and all. It's a fairly stable structure. And I'm not like a supporter of IRGC at all, but I'm just looking at this objectively and saying that, if they want to accomplish this mission of even a Venezuela-style regime change, which I don't think that's sort of what they want, the Hawks specifically, no, you're going to need boots on the ground. And I
don't understand still why you think the Venezuela model would not work with the mindset that Trump has. I get it that it won't be a regime change as in the
mindset that IRGC has. That's why it won't work.
Can you explain?
The IRGC, or the Islamic Republic, in its founding, was founded on the idea that it must resist the West, specifically the U.S., and therefore their strategy has shifted from not just U.S. out of Iran, but U.S. out of the region. The whole purpose behind proxy warfare has been, first of all, Iran has been under sanctions for 47 years, so Iran hasn't been able to keep up its conventional military capabilities. So proxy warfare was one that was much cheaper, and still, it kept Iran. It deterred war from Iran for the past 20 years up until now, up until October 7th. If their strategy is resist the U.S. and the West at all costs, then you cannot get a Venezuela model. Because anybody who's part of that system is not going to at one point just capitulate to the West, which is what happened in Venezuela. Delcy Rodriguez agreed to cooperate with the West or cooperate with the U.S., but in its founding ideology, for them, they believe resisting the West is not just an obligation; it's existential.
Yeah, you have an assumption though. Your assumption is that IRGC is a single group. Well,
no, you're okay. No, you're right.
But let me explain that part for the others to get into the conversation as well. IRGC is split at least into two groups in Iran right now. One is led by Vahidi and Moshtaba. The other group is led by Ghalibaf and his group. these two don't have the same stakes. If a face-off happens, I believe that they will go after Vahidi and that group, not after Ghalibaf and his group. So basically, the what we call what is it called, Jabhat Muqawamat, or we can call it resistance or resilience. I don't know. Front. Let's call it that.
Okay, yes, you're right. I agree.
Galilee and that mindset.
Yeah, I agree with you. No, I agree with you very much that there are these two camps, the IRGC, and people who are in the Ghalibaf camp are much more willing to negotiate with the West. But
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, but this is very important because you're thinking that the mindset of IRGC that shaped IRGC 48 years ago is the only mindset that exists today. IRGC is split into two groups, and if you look at it that way, if a face-off happens for the one that is more radical, then the other group is willing. That's the assumption. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying the assumption is that the second group might commit to an agreement and some terms. That's my.
No, okay, yeah. They will commit to an agreement, but they will not. I do not see them committing. The people who are in the second camp who are willing to negotiate and compromise, I have no doubt that they will make some concessions, some compromises, but not to the extent, not the maximalist goals that the U.S. has, not the bowing down completely to the West kind of. They will make some compromises, but I don't believe they will make a full capitulation move at any cost. I don't think that at all.
I hear your point. That's correct, and I tend to agree actually with your point here that it wouldn't be enough for a regime change, as in the whole. We will end up with something new. To Trump, I think that's new enough. That's how I see it.
Yes.
But let's look actually for the long term, going back to the first term of Trump and continuing that through Biden and now what has happened. If we look at it that way, the first round of Trump, it was a maximum pressure. And maximum pressure was to put the maximum economic pressure. I thought, if I look at it if I look back at that time, is that the first term of Trump, he was trying to weaken Iran economically so that in the second term that he was thinking that he would have power, he would attack Iran and finish the war. This is, whether or not it would happen, whether or not it would be successful, that would be a very different story. We have to look into a lot of what-if questions. That's not necessarily possible. But that was how he was moving his pieces. Second term, he didn't win. Biden came to power, and now he's back to power. He has a short term, and short term, I don't mean 4 years. I mean until September, when the elections happen again. For this period of time, and this is a very important question that we have to answer in order to go back to your point about boots on the ground. Is Trump willing to risk more against Iran at this point? And risk more doesn't necessarily mean boots on the ground, but what is that level of pressure that he would be putting in order to fulfill his mindset that he had at the beginning? He doesn't have that much time. Would he risk? I have some points about it, but I will leave it to you to make some more conversations. If I had time, I will come back to this point.
Well, I guess that is the $1 million question because, as we know, Trump is very unpredictable. And, the fact that this war started in the first place, I think many people, including myself, I was kind of caught off guard. But I think... I think that there are many things working against Trump to restart the war again, and it could cost him his legacy. I think he's much more willing to, lower his stakes and make something look like sell a win to the American people, or to at least to his base, and move on to Cuba.
because Trump has had his eye on Cuba, he's had his eye on Greenland, he's had his eye on China. As a matter of fact, the U.S. posture has been to prioritize China more and get out of the Middle East entirely. Well, not entirely, but lower their presence in the Middle East. So I don't know how much longer or more they're willing to commit to the situation in Europe.
Like, I just really am like on my toes all the time. Like,
that is such a good healthy instinct, though, Sarah.
Totally.
Because you walk into a space and you're like, okay, how is my child going to die here? But like in the back of your mind, not like, do you know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't think that.
No, you don't think it, but like you suddenly realize it.
No, I think it's more just that, like, I'm really worried about, like, I'm watching people all the time. I'm looking for social cues. And my gut says get out. I'm like, hey, guys, let's get out of here.
I can't tell. I've learned that is such a like, I've had people who I hung out with, like, were never alone with my kids, but, like, I ended up finding out things about them far later. I lived in Mexico for a while, and there was this
that's because you talk so much, dude. You've got my problem. If we talk to people, do you talk to all the strangers in your vicinity?
Only when I like the dangers.
If they don't like you, you're gonna say something funny to make them like you.
That's what's so weird, because like everybody likes me, and I'm like, but I don't like you. But I don't really, anyway.
To yourself.
Yeah, no, seriously. But like I've noticed, I've learned that I can't trust that you can't clock every danger with people. Like you totally think somebody is like whatever. Like I don't let people babysit my kids that aren't related to me, that I'm not intimately familiar with, not because I think that it would be traumatic, but because it doesn't seem like it's worth the risk.
Do you have any friends that are like family?
Are you saying my friends are my family members?
No. Do you have friends that you're so close with they're like family?
Oh, sure. I'm very close to my family too. Oh yeah, no, that works too. Like that's totally true. It's not a blood thing. It's a I've known you so long that I know that you're fucked up, but like I'm comfortable with how you're fucked up. Because everybody be fucked up. It's more like I know your flaws, I know your strengths, and you don't endanger my kids because I've seen you change over time, kind of thing. Does that make sense, Sarah? I'm pretty much.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not answering.
No, it's okay. I don't often leave my kids with anybody but like my dad or one of my brothers. Yeah, I would trust a stranger with me. I wouldn't trust like other parents think I'm great with kids. I'm like, no, I'm great with my kids. But but parents like, oh, like you see what you're great with kid. I'm like, I don't think I want to leave my kids to you because you're a terrible just character. Dude, like if their kids were drowning and my kids were drowning, I'd let their kids drown just to double make sure that my kids were not. What? I got priorities, my guy. Like I like kids, but like only the ones that are mine. But that's, I mean, so like, you know, if my kids have friends, it kind of extends to them. I don't know, like, I don't get some parents, like, if I'm at like a place where the kids are swimming, right, I won't leave the area with acknowledging with another adult that I'm going to do something, you please keep an eye on my kids. Not that I trust that adult to like jump in and dice them. just so somebody has some attention. Right? Other parents will just leave and assume that other parents are watching.
But I mean, that's hard for me to process because I mean, if you wouldn't do that with a dog, why would you do it with your kids? Like if you were, with your dog and dogs were like running around, you would like walk away.
No, it's well, no. So what is when you're in a group, there's shared responsibility. Everybody's looking after the kids. I go out of my way to make sure somebody knows I'm going somewhere, and I don't know. I understand what I experience this. There's usually a mom, right? So I have to go out of my way to make sure somebody knows that their primary guardian isn't there. Right? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, because a lot of these people are like, so there's like dual guardians. So I go out of my way for it. But like, people will walk away when neither of the parents are there.
What do you do with all this stuff?
I stole their wallets. What do you mean? What do you ask people?
I mean, ask the person to watch my laptop.
Should I ask people to watch my kids all the time? What do you mean? I mean, like in public, and when if I have to go to the bathroom, I'm like, can you watch my kids for a second? My son and my daughter are sitting at a table, and I'll run to the bathroom. And this is such a protective measure.
I mean, for me, I would just never do that. I would just be like, all right, we're all going to the bathroom.
Facts.
My kid's young teenager. He's all over 6'1", so he can take care of himself. This is more like have an adult that can step in. Also, I'd steal your stuff when you're in the bathroom.
I'm on a different
level. Do you guys want to hear how dirty I am?
Well, Bima,
not sexually, Austin. Not sexually.
All right.
I mean,
I'm just gonna say no. I'm just gonna say no then.
Oh my.
I'm sorry. I just derailed that. Please continue.
You have a dust cloud in your hair?
No, I have like one of those carpets that's like by my, cause I have a wood floor, and it's like one of those carpets that you throw over the wood floor just to like sort of protect it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's like really, really thin. So it's not like a fluffy one. It's like the real thin. And anyway, I used to care my begonias, and I got dirt all over. And I was sitting here, and I was just like, I got dirt all. I said, I don't even. Usually, I'll like scoop it up like with my vacuum and my napkins. Like I have like these microfiber because I want to get like deep inside of it. But yeah, really, I'm to the point where I'm literally using a broom. I'm using a broom to do the first sweep because I got so much dirt on this carpet right now. Yeah, I am sweeping the dirt on my carpet into a pile and okay.
Do you think this is the first level of scientific method?
I'm looking out. Like, this is a big size.
Not minor.
that, which is the most bizarre. When you're like, oh my god, I'm sad. I'm feeling something. It's not. I'm also sad. So hard to reconcile with that. It's totally I think the thing was in college, I grew up with a girl, and sorry, this was a sad sound, so I'm trying to do it. I thought that this was a sad sound. Why? No, I was happy. It was feelings. He was trying to feel his feelings, essentially. Literally, I'm saying that there's all like literally you're trying to like this is how I feel. I'm fully engaged. I want to get to it. It's like it's a healthy energy. You can really feel happy that you're sad because you're feeling something, like which is so incongruent. You know what I mean? But it actually you can really feel it. It's a bizarre concept. Sorry, I'm talking about So, so I think people fear death, and nothing that makes you feel lost. No, so when you entered, once you're in a situation like that, so I know I speak more of I'm here. Is this your account for way back, or is this a different account? Is this my account for way back? So you remember when we had the I don't know what group that was, the fighting racism thing with Rashad? Some months ago, Gustavo was back online, but that was months ago. Sometimes I'll see Nassar. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with that guy. Remember who was gonna try to run for mayor or whatever? I don't know what he's up to. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. What? It's like short letters. I'm so far. Yeah. He makes videos on Facebook. I mean, on Instagram. Yeah, I saw him somewhere. Maybe it wasn't Instagram. I haven't come across him. I was like, but I think those guys like stopped talking to him. Like, so I don't even think they talk to him anymore. Him and Usama had beef for a moment. Yeah. Because Usama was sad about something, and then the guy was like, yo, stop being so depressed all the time. You're killing the mood. Because I don't want to hear people be depressed. Did you low-key just say, yo, stop killing the mood, kill yourself? Where did I was texting somebody. Where did everybody go? Totally cleared out. Yeah, I showed up. I have that effect. Yeah, always when else shows up. But yeah, no. So I mean, Nasser, I haven't been in a room with him, but I'll see him like in a room occasionally.
dad was there pretty recently, so I think he's back on.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Wow.
That was a strange little group.
Yeah, it was. Him and Melissa were dating for a while, and then she was Christian, he was Muslim, met his parents, and it just something didn't go well.
Really?
They tried to get past that, but I think something kept dragging, and they were just like, maybe it's just better just friends.
I knew, when she first mentioned, I didn't say it to her, but I was like, there's no fucking way it's gonna work. There's no way.
Yeah. Are you becoming Muslim? Like,
right, exactly.
Muslim, Islam.
Yeah, I thought when she said that she met the mom, that the mom loved her. That's at least the story she would say. And then I never spoke to her about it after that, or her speaking.
Something went wrong at the same time. That was wrong at that moment, but just escalated.
Yeah, because they're not gonna. The family's not gonna let him marry a non-Muslim. It's just not gonna fucking happen.
So I don't know. It's like you let one little drama seep in, and then it just creates so many little fractures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, and then Simon just like he only responds on Instagram, and he just sends memes. I'm like, hey, how are you doing? It's been a while. And he just responds with a meme that's so irrelevant. He's so weird.
Fucking weird, but I never really understood him.
The ones they are not okay. You sent me a video of when I was getting beat up, and I was just.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, why does that sound like Monica?
We used to be related.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Hey, do we know each other?
Oh, we played a game yesterday, but no,
What were you saying, Kristen?
I said we played a game yesterday. We played with derisive, but we don't really know each other.
Okay, true. No, it's hard to keep track because everyone's been changing their username, and I just changed it back because people were just like, "Who's this guy?" And I'm like,
"And then you talked about Obsidian, and I was like, hey, can I call you Obi?"
Oh, you're the OG one. I was changed to the Obi. Nice.
So, what's up with this thumb thing? Because you're driving me nuts.
Oh, it's still there? Oh my god, yo, it went back. It's not my thumb.
Well, it goes, and then it's like, I have my thumb. Okay, that's moving.
It's not my thumb. It's
moving my thumb again.
I'm holding my phone like how a fancy person drinks tea, and it's my pinky that's holding the bottom of it because anytime I'm on Clubhouse, I have a baby in my hand that's sleeping. So my hand, it's easy to just rest my hand.
Yes. So you need like an elastic or something on the back of your phone.
Probably.
Yeah. But I'm glad you're here.
Thanks. I also have a burner phone because my phone got water damage on it, and it was $400 to fix it.
Oh my god.
Got a $30 phone that looked just like my expensive phone, so I was like, it does everything the same. I'll get to the other thing eventually. But it doesn't have good like dynamic audio because obviously you put one little plug on that audio spot and then it's just muffled. But on the other phone, if you did that, at least it had other locations that would take input. So, but my bad.
No, you're fine. The end. I just wanted to let you know because I wanted to hear what you would say.
True. How bad is it? Like, is it like Charlie Brown bad?
Almost.
Oh wow. Edie, is this the same house that Fury was in, or is this like a new house after whatever happened?
Oh, after the snatch that we usually have, yeah, that's after we all broke up.
Was it really that bad?
No, it was over something really stupid, but I think that there was some
tipping points.
Exactly. There were some tensions before, and people weren't being honest about how they felt about certain things, and that just kind of blew everything up. Yeah, I think we're like, I mean, I know Serendipity and I were like, if this is the reaction we're gonna get over something stupid, like I'm not fighting for this friendship, and so that's just kind of it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the change in dynamics on the app because I came in when everyone was complaining about how the app used to be, but from my perspective, it was still like before. Hold on, I just got food.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yo! Wait, am I still muted or am I?
I'm muted.
Can you mute me?
Yes.
Receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing them clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the
I love the sugar baby. No, I do. Probably gets loud and slim treadmill.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony profits the CTU from mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is the. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Credibility is a scam. Brandon Johnson. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a snake. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, anti-socialist, no taxation, and affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Brandon Johnson is a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the top. Transparency now. Expenditure really is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion, you get to crony those profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is the scam. It's a black tax socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the command of Kennedy is the scam. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to its crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud, criminal. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Read questions on socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax man, is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Persons in socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost $1.3 billion to get the cardi on. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a fraud.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Women of the order are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elevate us! Elevate us! 71 the order of persuasion to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 73 the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to
to crony none. Profits the seat to use the mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. World's one great million is a criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a snake. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, anti-socialist, no tax, and affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell, what bring Brandon Johnson criminal? PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a time. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, anti-socialist, no taxation, no affordability is a scam. is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a frown. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony on profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. It is a scam. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reparations and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give up to his crony profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud criminal who lies. Repression and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Chorus, Avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, be thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the war. Is a flashing white. All of his garments is of the golden glory. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax man, is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows seats to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians in socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from
Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boroughs want $3 billion to get the county office, but the CJU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marlon Johnson is a fraud.
Transparency now. Public expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Nothing order are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70. The order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! Everyone, the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70. The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the CTU
slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialism. Taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. World's white criminal is a criminal. PTU is a Mario propaganda organization. Credibility is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a snake. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. One technologist, no taxation. And affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell, what bring Brandon Johnson a PTU is a Mario propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. One technologist, no taxation. And affordability is a scam. for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a frown. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion, they'll get to crony on profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is the scam. It's the black socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. It is the scam. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal lie. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teams to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon. Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Those menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Thou, who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often mountain of the Thou, who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untrammeled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30, thou who bearest the rose and just of life and light. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax man, is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take all the streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marlon Johnson is a cop. Transparency now. Public, spending track now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public, spending track now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public, spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Women of the order are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the seat to use some mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending record now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
jobs for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals 1 3 million against a criminal. CTU is a Mario propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Nail 1 3 grand against a criminal. CTU is a Mario propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the top. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. What technology so taxation is not affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1 3 billion to give to Cromie-Non. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a frown. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Bottles $1.3 billion, you get to crony on profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Reality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist and taxologist. All taxation is the public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.1 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a ACT mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Is the Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Chorus, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Those upburnings of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thee I invoke. For thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Thee I invoke. For thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Thee I invoke. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? I invoke thee, I invoke. Those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. I invoke. Thou, who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often mountain of the sea. I invoke thee, I invoke. Thou, who bearest the wand of double power, Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax man, is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. With Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allow seats to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. The streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians in socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. For Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boroughs want frequently to get the party on top of the CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marlon Johnson is a cop. Transparency now. Public expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate goals! Elevate goals! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. The secrecy of the Order provides it is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Crony 9. Profit the seat to use some mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
It's a black tax, socialism, taxologist, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals 1 3 million is a criminal. You is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a snake. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparation for blacks. Is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist. White tax. No taxation. And affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell, what bring Brandon Johnson criminal? PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the top. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparation for the blacks. Life is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist. White tax. No taxation. No affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1 3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda Organization affordability is a scam. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a frown. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Bottles 1 3 million, you get your crony on profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. No. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is the scam. It's the black tax socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. It is the scam. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal lie. Reparations and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortion from out of state allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to its crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, it caused chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU
mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon.
Property taxes are not going up next year. We're keeping.
In Washington are actually executing those laws that we already have. Executing those laws that we already
2019 Met Gala, the theme was camp, and she came up to me one day and said, "What if we just went together?"
Fucking
Who's
gonna speak in tongues about the song?
Let's do it.
The song's Little Lion Man.
You mean Mumford and Sons? I want to sing a Sufi song.
Yeah, that one.
I want to sing a Sufi song because I'm real. Not a Sufi. Okay, how about after this song then? Okay, fine.
It's rock and roll.
You have to sing it.
Oh, guess what? So guess what I did? I went to chat and I was like, hey, look, I want you to do a deep search in as many like sites to see what the majority of people pick between the red and the blue. What do you think I picked?
Blue, because that's what I see.
And I'm talking like overall, because like, you actually motivated to do it. So it was unanimously blue. It was unanimously blue, right? And I was like, here, what else?
Isn't it obvious? Who the fuck is bringing this dumb cunt onto the stage?
I think Soren's just waiting for me to turn my tuck in and say, you know what, I'm gonna rack out. I got work in the morning, and then he's gonna go off and he's gonna wait till I'm gone.
Soren, give this Irish potato nigger help. He's a horrible person.
Yeah, first off, I paid none of this language here.
No, but he isn't Irish. He's subhuman Irish.
Yeah, come on. Sure.
Oh, well, just call him a Mick then, Pepe.
Again. Viking.
Wait, who is Irish? Rafi is Palestinian.
Yeah, look at me go. You see me, I'm on the flotilla in my PTR. I'm Greta Thunberg.
Oh, wow.
She took this picture.
Isn't she doing OnlyFans these days?
I don't know. Sword is the sponsor.
Yeah, isn't her channel called Veggie Tales?
She's doing something today.
So, what do you think of Flotilla? Greta Thunberg.
I think that was a great PR campaign. It wasn't, because this bitch was smiling when all of a sudden they put her on a boat and they're giving her like a fresh sandwich and they're treating her so kind, and it's just like, oh, okay.
But why do you think they started successful? What released news that the people on the flotilla to Gaza were actually sexually harassed?
Yeah, what do you say about that, Sorry? How do you feel? The people that are fleeing Palestine are sexually harassing other people.
Why do you think
they have those tendencies? I just want to know, no, hold on, we'll go to Israel. What do you think of those tendencies? People that try to free Palestine, right? The one Palestine, they're sexually harassing people. Like, they have those tendencies.
If they've done
it, then they share those tendencies.
If some of them have done it, I don't know if it's true.
But you think that is true? Apparently, you find articles. These articles are out there.
I don't know. If it is true, then it should be kind
Yeah,
of
it's true. Articles about it.
Did you ever see
So how do you feel that people that share ideology to free Palestine. They share the same idea. Well, I don't know if it's all of them. Apparently, there's a lot of them that are fucking molested.
All of them? That's wrong.
But they share the same ideology to free Palestine.
They're just like you. Didn't you threaten me with rape? Didn't you say that you would have a RGC dick in my pussy? That's what you said. So they're just like you, so there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Ayatollah Sarin, that's haram. You said that?
I think that's really wrong. That's really wrong.
You said that to her?
You know what? We don't believe in to rape and to sexually harass.
We don't believe in chosen people. Only you people believe that you.
Yeah, but you guys do believe in rape.
Yes, we choose not to rape. That's correct, sir. You are correct. We're the chosen ones.
Yeah, but they're chosen. But what's really weird about these so-called chosen people is they rape people and brag about it, but ISIS and Hamas rapes people and brags about it.
Oh, the Jeffrey Epstein. You need that. Trust me. Trust me. Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews. Jeffrey Epstein.
He wasn't a Jew.
He was everyone. He was everyone talking.
Would you say he's an IRGC Jew?
He was
But he was a Jew for IRGC. He was a Jew for Palestine.
He
was a Jew for Palestine. No, he was a Jew.
Hey, man, what time are you going to sleep? Because I'm waiting for your prayer.
Oh, my prayer? Okay. I'll say a prayer. You're right. I need to go to bed. And thank you, brother, for bringing this up. Dear Lord, I pray that all of the Jews will get on their knees and pray to Jesus, and that the Muslims, because they're horrible people, they will go straight to hell, and that there will be world peace. Amen. Thank you, dear Lord.
I'm confused with that prayer.
Pepe, you should go get a job at the UN. You think just like that.
Oh, wow.
The Epstein was a chemo Jew.
He wasn't. Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, I did see a really funny video. It was a Palestinian woman that spoke Arabic from the United States. She went to Palestine, I don't know what capacity, and what she was really mad about is that she brought like these Black Americans, and they were like, they basically the Palestinians treat them like shit. They were racist towards them, and they were like, and she was annoyed that these blacks were so like upset that these Arab Palestinians were treating them like shit, and because they're going through so much. But yeah, I love it.
Robbie, since you're new on the stage, I don't know that they get a chance to ask you what do you think about Trump. Are you giving him thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thumbs up, of course.
Giving him thumbs up, nice.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
I don't know. You see, Soren gave thumbs down.
Well, Ayatollah Soren doesn't want our petrodollar to be soaring. You get what I mean? He doesn't want us to.
I mean, look, I'm against this work, but for anybody who shows for the IRGC, you guys are fucking faggots. You guys are the IRGC. The world would be better off without them. Why you even try to protect them, or even try to make a moral argument to like protect them? It's so asinine. People suck.
Pepe, Soren's the group, what is it, the Ayatollah Feinberg? I mean, look, he's just very humble. He's up there with his protest on I mean, come on. Like, no one takes this guy seriously.
That's a
go on, sorry.
That's great.
This is a business card. I'm sure some clueless young person will decide how hard can it be.
Yeah, I know.
But this year is $750 million quadruple, meaning that they spent $40
trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States
way more predicament. Yeah, no. So I think they hired like Brad Pascal's firm to do this. Like the thing is though is that like this is where I give the Jews or Israel credit is that like when it comes to their Hasbara, Israel is very like transparent. They put out YouTube videos showing their people in IDF uniforms countering anti-Israel narratives. They literally do it out in the open. Whereas I don't. How do I put it?
Don't be shy, Pepe. Go ahead.
Okay, so where I think they can be, to be fair, Israel, they care about Israel first. That's fine. But just like I care about America first, I'm not going to hold them to a double standard. But on the Arab side, like they do it in a much more sneaky way. And the IRGC, I mean, if we were to look at Muslims throughout the world, they disavow not only the IRGC, but even fuck it, I'll just go out and say it, like the Shia Islam. And I don't know, like it's I don't know, it's just kind of ironic. Like with the Israelis, you can kind of see it out in the open.
Pepe, to be honest with you, when we talk about Shia, right? There's a big population of Shia that are locked up in prison, right? There's a big population of Shia that are distinguished Iranian families.
Now tell me how
they don't subscribe to the mullah's, rule or the Ayatollah because, it's like we're not going to worship a human in the sense of Islam, right? But, you already know the Gulf Arabs tired of these fucking assholes. They got to go for sure. But there is a significant Shia population in Europe and, in Iranian prisons that hate these pieces of shit too. You know what I mean? So there's that too. They just control everything with an iron fist right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say like at least my experience with Persians. Of course, most of them here in Arizona, I'd say, might not be most, but at least that I've encountered have been like Baha'i. My first date in college was a Muslim Iranian.
Okay.
And like these are very fine people, but of course, I think these are the people that left because the IRGC.
They saw what was coming.
Yeah, and I'm not. I do think that overall, you look at the Persian people, they're much more secular. They're a lot different from the Arabs, and it is a travesty what they're having to experience at the hands of the IRGC. Like I don't anybody who sympathizes for them. I do not understand this. Like it's not about not being pro-America. You're just like anti-humanity. You just don't give a shit about people. And I completely disagree with anybody who takes that stance.
Well, that's why it's good we bomb the shit out of them. We're stopping all of their exports. They can't even get the raw materials they need to sell at the station. It's fucked right now.
Get on the ground.
So much with Venezuela now. Iran can't get the oil they want out of the Gulf. They can't control what they were controlling before. And China's just going to say, hey, Iran, you fuck up.
Show me your hands. Get your hands up, dude. Get your hands up right now. Get your hands up.
Any real fuck these little speedboats. They're throwing serious ammunition.
Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now. Get that shit. Get that shit. Get that shit.
We actually have 21 war boats sitting off here, right around your little pond there. So you haven't done shit to them. You haven't even so much as sent a bullet across their way. So, yeah, I mean, and we know your ass is hiding out in Germany, so, I mean, it's just kind of weird that you're talking all this toughness, but you won't put on a kit, you won't go screw your nuts on and go out there and fight. You're going to tell us that, the carrier you can take out one very short.
That's your knuckle crack.
Why do you think they're so far?
So far, because of a reason that you probably don't want to make peace with.
Dude, we're literally 10 miles off their coastline. We've been bombing that hell out, you know? We've literally...
You want us on the sand? Sorry.
He wants us at the pier. That's the way they can do it. You gotta pull your coal attack, right? Is that what you gotta do? You gotta get your canoe out there?
You bring the Kubi Day, I'll bring the aircraft carrier.
He said you bring the Kubi Day.
Fucking bunch of idiots in the US.
Brad, Soren is not even Iranian.
I'm pretty sure 80% of you guys don't even have a passport to start. You're fucking dumb.
You don't have a passport, man. Come on.
Like, you don't even know, John. You guys heavy poison version.
Ayatollah Soren. Come on, man.
Americans dumb. Americanized, commercialized, McDonald's, KFC. That's everything you know about anything. It's just about like McDonald's and about the.
Well, I know McDonald's tastes better in London. Sorry.
I know McDonald's tastes better with bacon wrapped all on it. You want me to send you one, Soren?
They got veal bacon. The Kuwaitis got veal bacon, sorry, but you guys want to bomb them all the time.
Oh yeah, Kuwait's done. I mean, I was just watching.
I'm done. Well, it'll never be done. You guys are done.
I'm talking Josh out with you. True sex, and I want to talk to you about something that
you'll never stop the You monkeys will never stop the Arab world. Well, I never.
So I'm so glad that you figured out that it was 13 bases and that you're still operating in there. They're still operating. So guess what? You didn't do shit, dude. I'm happy you blew up the stop sign and you guys think that's a win. But that's typical with your guy. You're like, you know what we did? We knocked down a blade of grass. We blew up a palm tree. Yeah, for IRGC. You don't get it, dude. You go. We shoot it down. Your drones are ineffective beyond 26-mile range. You don't have it. You're using like fucking Radio Shack ones. And again, you're losing. You constantly lose. How does it feel to be this blind, to be this bad? Like you can't. Like you're like, oh, you know what? We shot down one fucking plane. You brought a Black Hawk down. You shut down 2 fucking Black Hawks.
Sorry.
Do we fucking pump your ass until you can't fucking bleed? Like we literally murdered you.
Shmuel.
Why do you say you didn't do anything? He's
not even
Iranian.
He's preaching like he's a fucking Ayatollah Khomeini of Greta Thunberg land.
You cannot even protect your own base.
You did.
Really?
He's not even Iranian.
Really? Because how many deaths did we have to bases? How many deaths did we start? Hold on, you're gonna answer this shit, because now you pissed me off. So dipshit, you want to talk about KDRs? How many deaths on our bases versus what we fucking blew up and we sent you guys response? Oh, really? So we can't protect our bases, but you can't protect your naval fleet? You can't fucking protect your fucking... You couldn't protect your schools? Apparently we can just knock those out next to a fucking military. Yeah, I got your SpongeBob SquarePants. Listen, you hear that bomb up there?
Saudi Arabia.
You couldn't protect your neighbors. You put up a muster
force. You don't have the fucking men. You guys are fucking sharing muskets from fucking 1500s. You guys are using flintlocks, and you think somehow you're gonna win. You guys shoot your own selves off. You're like fucking make homegrown videos using beta fucking VCRs from the 80s to sit there and shoot, hack each other's heads off in the fucking desert and think somehow you're fucking cooking. You don't. You don't. Like, we can lose fucking a shit ton of things, and you guys don't make a difference. Militarily, you haven't affected anything. All the U.S. has done is just sat there and wiped out your navy, your fucking installations. Oh, we bomb actors, and you haven't done shit. So all that protection that your IRGC seems to be pretty fucking futile. You know what we're bitching about? Bitching about the cost it takes to move you mud puppies off of the fucking planet. That's what it is. So we can send you to fucking whatever god you want to pray to. What's next, Soren? Tell me about how great and colorful your IRGC is, dipshit.
It's about the fact that the Arab leaders, they ask you guys to stay in the region for a reason, for protections. And of course, from you, from fucking you, dipshit.
Dude, I can't wait till like this.